Chloe Oros Doter. I challenge you to an oath duel. If I win, you get the hell out of this engagement. The moment I opened my eyes, a blonde girl so beautiful she barely looked real was standing in front of me, her face flushed bright red, screaming these words right at me. Honestly, there was only one thought running through my head at that moment. Girl, who the heck are you? A duel? An engagement? Are you sure you're talking to me? My name is Roy. Or, to be exact, I was Roy just a second ago. Back then, I'd been curled up at home playing video games when suddenly it felt like someone had stabbed me in the chest. Everything went black, and I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I'd landed in this current mess, surrounded by a crowd of teenage boys and girls in fancy uniforms, with a girl claiming to be a princess pointing right in my face and demanding a duel. My first reaction was, great, did I accidentally wander onto some movie set? But there were no cameras around, no film crew. And what was even weirder, this girl wasn't speaking any language I recognized. Yet somehow I could understand her perfectly. In fact, I had this gut feeling that if I opened my mouth, I'd be able to speak it fluently too. The students around me were buzzing with chatter. I knew Princess Sharon would blow up sooner or later. That guy struts around just because he's the son of the Grand Duke of the North. Bullying people is one thing, but this time he actually broke Solos' leg in combat class. He never deserved the princess anyway. What was His Majesty the Emperor even thinking back then? What do you think? He did it to win over the North. As I kept listening, something in my brain suddenly clicked into place. Princess Sharon, the Grand Duke of the North, the Royal Academy of Magic, and this name they were calling me, Chloe. It hit me all at once. All of this was straight out of the game I'd been playing right before I dropped dead. The only difference was that the game had a cartoonish art style, totally different from these dazzlingly beautiful, living, breathing people in front of me, which was why it took me a second to recognize it. In other words, I'd been transported right into the game I'd been playing. But that was exactly the part that made me want to curse. Chloe, this body I was now inhabiting, was a minor villain boss from the early to mid stages of the game. He was the third son of the Grand Duke of the North, a shockingly high-ranking position, and he had talent too, but he just wasn't strong enough. He couldn't measure up to his two older brothers and his older sister, and even his youngest sister outshone him. Nobody at home cared about him. Neglected from childhood on, his personality had been slowly warped into something dark and cruel. To keep the North in line, the Emperor had betrothed his most beloved youngest daughter, Princess Sharon, to him. That one move sent Chloe soaring. He became a tyrant, and his terrible reputation spread across the entire capital. The princess despised him from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't fight the powers that be. Even as a princess, she had no choice but to hold her nose and accept the engagement, never once giving him a kind look. Chloe didn't actually care whether the princess was cold to him, but what he couldn't stand was seeing his fiancée making eyes at a commoner classmate. And that commoner just happened to be the protagonist of the game, Solos, the very guy whose leg Chloe had just broken, who was now lying in the infirmary. My heart sank, because I knew exactly what was coming next in the story. According to the game's original storyline, Chloe would chicken out at this point. He'd bow his head, apologize, pay up, and coax the princess back. But even as he caved on the surface, that twisted mix of inferiority and arrogance would burn hotter and hotter inside him. In the end, he'd grit his teeth, team up with a villain organization, and kidnap the princess, hoping to force her into a done deal. And how did that turn out? The protagonist charged in with his crew, saved the damsel in distress, wiped out the villains, and Chloe died a truly miserable death, while conveniently boosting the protagonist's romance points with the princess along the way. Good news. A scoundrel got exactly what was coming to him. Bad news. That scoundrel was now me. So what was I supposed to do? Asking for help ASAP. This is urgent. I stood there in silence, working things out. Princess Sharon had no idea my mind was in complete chaos. She just assumed I was too scared to speak, and the fury on her face hadn't faded one bit. Chloe, staying silent won't change a thing, she said, glaring at me. Either accept my duel and wait for the engagement to be voided, or go apologize to Solos and pay compensation like a good boy. The gears in my head spun furiously, and almost instantly I had my answer. This engagement had to be broken. The protagonist group and I were on completely opposite sides. Since I'd already become Chloe, a locked-in villain. The smartest thing I could do right now was draw a clear line between me and the protagonist's crew as soon as possible and get as far away from them as I could. Why? Because I'd played this game all the way to the end game, and I knew all too well the earth-shattering events these people were destined to go through. When that time came, they'd be soaring through the heavens with their protagonist plot armor, and a single stray shockwave from their battles would be enough to reduce a small pawn like me to dust. Run. I had to run far, far away. I choose the duel, I said, lifting my head and enunciating every word. The moment I finished speaking, the whole place exploded. Princess Shiren froze. That second option she'd left me was meant to be a way out, a face-saving escape. She was certain that a coward like me, someone who only bullied the weak, would grab the ladder and climb right down. She'd expected me to be angry, to make excuses, even to drop to my knees and beg for mercy. But the one thing she'd never imagined was that I'd throw myself headfirst into what looked like a dead-end option. "What did you say?" she asked, as if she hadn't heard clearly, or maybe as if she couldn't believe her own ears. "I said, I accept your duel," I repeated. The students around us went completely wild, their whispers swelling into a roaring wave of noise. Has he lost his mind? He actually dared to accept Princess Shiren's duel? Does he have a death wish? Her Highness is a grand mage close to the king rank. Now this is going to be a good show. Shiren narrowed her eyes, and those beautiful pupils churned with offended rage. Mixed with a flicker of bewilderment, she didn't even notice herself. She stared me down hard, as if she were re-examining this fiancé she'd always written off as a useless coward. I didn't look away. I met her gaze head-on. Finally, she forced a few words out through gritted teeth. "Fine. Very well." She took a sudden step forward, her voice cold as ice. 3 days from now, the dueling grounds. Chloe Oros Doder, I hope you won't regret this. With that, she flipped her dazzling golden hair and walked off without a backward glance. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Watching her retreating figure, I actually felt pretty relieved. According to the script, I'd lose this duel, the engagement would be broken, and I'd be able to wave goodbye to this dangerous bunch. Perfect. But that sense of relief didn't last long before another matter threw me into turmoil. That whole matter started with how this duel became the #1 piece of gossip across the entire school. In a single morning, the whole Royal Academy of Magic was in an uproar. The Emperor's most beloved youngest daughter, Princess Shiren, had, in front of the entire school, challenged her fiancé to a sacred oath duel, with the stakes being that very engagement that held the peace between the Empire and the North together. The news sprouted wings and quickly flew into the infirmary. That's where Solos was lying, the guy whose leg I had just broken, the protagonist of the game. Sunlight streamed through the glass window onto the floor, and Princess Shiren sat at his bedside, head bowed, peeling an apple bit by bit with her fair, delicate hands. Right now, she was a completely different person from the one who'd screamed at me. Quiet, gentle, her eyes full of everything I could never hope to get from her in this lifetime. "Shiren," Solo spoke up first. "Everyone's saying you challenged Chloe to a duel to break off your engagement. Is that true?" Her hand paused mid-peel. Her lashes lowered, and she softly murmured, Solos's face immediately filled with worry. "But is that really okay? I heard your engagement to Chloe is tied to the stability of the North. Will His Majesty the Emperor agree to it?" Shiren handed him the peeled apple, her tone calm. "The rules of the Academy's dueling grounds are ironclad laws laid down by our ancestors when they founded the nation, together with the Senate. They represent fairness and sworn oaths, and no one can take them lightly. Since Chloe agreed to it with his own mouth, then not even my royal father can go against it." Solos lowered his head, his face full of guilt. "If I weren't so useless, you wouldn't have to risk angering His Majesty for my sake." "Don't say that." Shiren shook her head, her gaze firm. "Even without this incident, if I ever got the chance, I would have found a way to break off this engagement no matter what. You were bullied when you didn't deserve it. If I don't stand up for you, then who will?" Watching this scene unfold, that smug feeling of mine only grew stronger. See? The princess belongs to the protagonist. The story's playing out exactly as it should, and I, the villain, have dodged it completely. A win for everyone. As for the duel in 3 days, I didn't give it a second thought. Lose to her, break the engagement, walk away. That plan was set in stone the moment I figured out my situation. To others, this engagement was a blessing. But to a minor villain like me, it was a ticking time bomb that could blow me sky high at any moment. What I really cared about now was another, far more critical matter. Just how reliable was this world? If someone had heavily modified it, and it didn't line up with the game in my memory, then my biggest advantage as a prophet would be more than half gone. So that afternoon, I dove headfirst into the Academy's library, a place so grand it looked like a palace, found a quiet corner by a window, and started flipping through books to check the merchandise. There was something really strange about this place. The words in the books, just like the spoken language here, were things I'd clearly never seen before, yet I could read them perfectly. Page after page, information about this world rapidly carved itself into my brain, one detail at a time, and I cross-checked each one against my memory. There were two systems of the supernatural, warriors and mages. The ranks, from lowest to highest, went low, intermediate, high, king, saint, emperor, and god. The world had 5 major continents, separated by the endless sea, and humans were mostly crammed into the 5 allied nations of the southern continent. The Holy Romania Empire, where I was now, was one of them. Dragons, elves, dwarves, orcs. The distribution of every race matched up exactly with my memory. Okay, the basic setup hasn't gone off the rails. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Aside from my rotten social position, the starting environment was pretty friendly. But the moment I flipped to the religion section, my hand froze. The Central Church and the current Holy Maiden, Fergali. Fergali? That name. Why did it sound so familiar? I quickly flipped to the detailed entry. The book said that about 300 years ago, the church had suffered some unknown disaster that nearly wiped out its entire upper echelon. The Holy Maiden of that time, Fergali, had risen to the occasion in the crisis and, in one stroke, transformed the position of Holy Maiden, which had previously been purely symbolic, into a throne of absolute power over the entire church. The more I read, the wider my eyes grew. This wasn't right. Wasn't this the plot from another text-based simulation game I'd played? And if I remembered correctly, that vaguely described disaster in the book was flat out something I had done. Back then, I'd fought tooth and nail to wipe out those old fossils in the church, clearing the path for Fergali's rise to power. Wait, that text game had 3 chapters, if I recalled right. Fergali was the last one. If Fergali had become real, then the other 2 chapters. I shot to my feet and hurried over to the bookshelves, quickly scanning through the thick volumes before pulling out a black-covered book titled The Dark Era, Chronicle of the Demon Emperor. I hadn't turned more than a few pages before that ominous name jumped out at me, Demon Emperor Rubisus. My heart sank. I pulled out another book, The Dragon Chronicles. Opening the table of contents, the names of the 4 Dragon Kings were listed right there. Besides the Day Dragon King and the Night Dragon King, the other 2 were names I knew better than the back of my hand. The Blaze Dragon King, Ophelia. The Frost Dragon King, Elena. Snap. I closed the book and stood there, frozen in place. No way. Could this even make sense? The world I'd been transported into wasn't a single game world, but a mashup of 2 games mixed together. One game had become history that had already happened, and the other game had become a future that was about to unfold. In that moment, my head was buzzing, because I knew all too well what lay hidden behind those 2 names. The Blaze Dragon King Ophelia and the Frost Dragon King Elena. These 2 sisters, in that game's world, were entangled in a tragedy that had spanned 760 years. The older sister, Ophelia, was like a living volcano capable of setting the entire world ablaze. When she took a single step, even the flames had to bow to her. Seated upon her throne, she was the Crimson Empress who made all creation tremble. The younger sister, Elena, was an existence like a frozen abyss of absolute cold. Her long, silver-white hair was like a glacier under the moon, her ice-blue eyes colder than the purest gems, her skin so pale it was almost translucent, as if carved from 10,000-year-old ice. Between these 2 sisters lay a rift that couldn't be healed even after 700 years. I remembered one scene from the game. Ophelia jolted awake from a nightmare, the heart in her chest, long since turned into a furnace, still pounding violently. In the nightmare, a voice had said to her, "The truth is, all this time, you've been holding back so painfully, haven't you? Now, you don't have to hold back anymore. Come, devour me, and then rule over this world." Oh, right. About what you told me before, my answer is, I love you too, Leah. That was someone who had already been dead for 760 years. And her younger sister Elena, obsessed with the mysteries of the soul, had a few decades ago actually created the life-desecrating undead with her own hands, all to chase an impossible dream, to pull that person back from death itself. Ophelia had gone to talk her out of it. In the great dragon library, piled high with knowledge, she said to her sister, "It's been hundreds of years with no result. Give up. It's time to wake from the dream. He's dead. It's been 760 years." But those words utterly set Elena off. "You're telling me to wake up?" Elena sneered, and in those never-thawing ice-cold eyes blazed a rage hot enough to scorch the heavens. "What about you, then? You have everything. His love, everything he was. You devoured it all, down to the last scrap. Of course you can wake up satisfied and sit on your throne playing the Blazed Dragon King." Two world-destroying forces collided in the library. Ice and fire tangled together until even space itself groaned. The guards lay flat on the ground, trembling, terrified that if the two empresses had a falling out, they'd destroy several million years' worth of accumulated dragon knowledge in an instant. In the end, it was Ophelia who pulled back first. She gave her sister a long, deep look, a look full of pain, disappointment, and a trace of pity, then turned, transformed into a streak of flowing fire, and left. And that figure who had turned the two sisters against each other for 700 years, that man who'd been devoured and loved by both sisters at once. In the game, that was the character I'd played. The role I'd taken on was that very male lead. At that thought, my mind went boom, and then slowly, I calmed down. No, wait. This had nothing to do with me. I'd almost forgotten the single most important fact. I was just a gamer. Just like how, before I got transported, I played as the protagonist solos. But now hadn't I still ended up as the villain Chloe? In this world that had become real, the one tangled up with those two dragons and those earth-shattering legends wasn't me. It was the former player character. Those ex-girlfriends, with their terrifyingly high statuses had, plainly put, absolutely nothing to do with who I was now. Once I'd figured that out, the giant weight on my chest finally lifted. I closed the book, let out a long breath, and returned to my seat. Maybe it was because the day had dumped so much information on me and my brain was worn out from spinning, but I slumped over the desk and, before I knew it, drifted off to sleep. The next thing I was aware of was a soft voice waking me up. "Excuse me, upperclassmen? The library's about to close." Groggily, I lifted my head. A pretty girl stood before me, wearing a professionally polite smile. But once she got a clear look at my face, that smile visibly stiffened. "Ah, sorry, I accidentally fell asleep," I said, rubbing my eyes and apologizing on reflex. The girl blinked, seeming rather surprised. I only learned later that her name was Vivian, a first-year student working part-time at the library. And the reason for her surprise was this. The rumored Chloe, that gloomy and terrifying upperclassman, had actually said sorry, and was even obediently tidying up the books on his desk himself. It was a far cry, like 100,000 miles off, from the wicked young lord she'd pictured, the one who'd give her a cold glare and storm off. Once her curiosity kicked in, she couldn't hold back. Pretending to organize the shelves, she carefully fished for information. Everyone outside is saying Her Highness the Princess challenged you to a duel. Is that true?" "Yeah, it's true," I answered offhandedly while putting books back. "Then why did you agree, upperclassmen?" "Everyone's guessing. Did Her Highness threaten you somehow?" That made me laugh. Threaten me? What could she possibly threaten me with? Cut off my allowance. I shrugged. My allowance comes from my family, and it's a pretty hefty sum. Puffed. Vivian couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly covered her mouth. Growing a little bolder, she leaned in and asked again. "So then, did the princess promise you some huge reward?" I turned to look at this overly friendly, pretty underclassman, thought about it, and said with complete seriousness, "Think about it. If I refused the duel, her entire self would belong to me. Is there any bigger reward than that under heaven?" The reason I accept it is simply because I figure a melon you have to force off the vine isn't just unsweet. It might even give you a stomachache. Vivian's expression was priceless, like she'd just discovered some rare species. She lowered her voice, egging me on with a bit of a rubbernecker's glee. So you're not the least bit resentful, upperclassman? The princess wants to call off the engagement for another man, you know. You've got nothing to say about that. I stroked my chin, pretending to think deeply for a good long while, then looked at her with a totally straight face. I just wish them a long and happy marriage and lots of kids soon. Ha ha ha. This time she completely lost it, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Upperclassman, you're really nothing like the rumors say. Oh, my interest was piqued. What am I like in the rumors? Tell me, let's see if there's anything I should work on. Honestly, I really was curious about what kind of guy Chloe was in the eyes of this world's natives, and whether it matched up with what I'd seen from a player's perspective. Vivian counted off on her fingers. Arrogant, a bully to the weak, cruel and vicious, gloomy and terrifying. People make you sound like a demon who eats children behind closed doors. When I came over to wake you up, I was fully braced to get chewed out. That got a laugh out of me too. Maybe those rumors are the real truth, and the me sitting here chatting nonsense with you right now is the one possessed by some weird thing. And so, back and forth, the two of us hit it off more and more. This girl was a bit of a chatterbox, from the magic history professor's bizarre accent, to how many times the alchemy workshop had blown up recently, to the combat instructor's bald head so shiny you could use it as a mirror. She could tell it all vividly, and I was happy to play along, fish for some intel, and crack jokes. It wasn't until I really couldn't fight off the drowsiness anymore that I got up to say goodbye. Before I left, she flashed me a brilliant smile and introduced herself. I'm Vivian Doran Moristi, first year. Chloe Oros Doder. Nice to meet you. I replied with a smile of my own. What I didn't know back then was this. The moment my retreating figure vanished at the end of the hallway, that sweet, lively smile on Vivian's face slowly faded, replaced by a meaningful, faintly amused, mysterious smile. This upperclassman is really far more interesting than the rumors, she murmured, her fingertips unconsciously twirling a lock of her hair, her eyes deep and unfathomable. A completely different person from the naive, innocent little underclassman of moments ago. But all that would come later. That night, I returned to my luxurious single dorm, took a nice hot shower, flopped onto that ridiculously soft big bed, and, with hopeful anticipation for my new life, quickly fell into a deep sleep. And then, a dizzying sensation of falling yanked me violently awake. I opened my eyes, and instead of the familiar ceiling, there was nothing but endless, boundless darkness. Where was this? My heart clenched. The last time I'd opened my eyes to find myself in a new place, I'd been transported into a game. This time, had I been transported again? Just as I stood there dazed in the boundless dark, a faint point of light suddenly lit up at the far end of the space. The moment I fixed my eyes on it, that point of light exploded outward with a boom, so blinding that I instinctively covered my eyes. When the intense light faded, what appeared at the far end of my vision were three inexplicably familiar figures, seen from behind. The one on the left casually rested a plain, broad-bladed greatsword on his shoulder. The blade was dark and lightless, yet it seemed to carry the weight of an entire mountain. Just standing there, he radiated an overbearing aura of dominance, as if he looked down on the whole world and could crush all directions. The one in the middle stood tall and straight as a pine, holding a blood-colored spear pointed diagonally at the empty air. The spear tip was wreathed in undying battle will and savage killing intent, as if he'd just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just the sight of his back was enough to send a chill down your spine. The one on the right was slightly slender, holding a gem-encrusted staff whose tip glowed with restrained light. An invisible tide of elements flowed and surged quietly around him, full of mystery and wisdom. They stood there like three ancient, unchanging statues. Those three figures were like black holes, firmly locking my gaze in place. As if compelled by some unseen force, I walked forward, raised my hand, and touched the middle figure, the one holding the spear. In an instant, the world spun. When my vision returned, I found myself standing in a strange space where water and sky blended into one. Above my head was blue sky and white clouds. Beneath my feet was an endless expanse of water, and I was standing right on top of that water. Somehow, I was gripping a spear in my hand, pointed at a figure whose face I couldn't make out, who was likewise holding a spear. From the figure's build and attire, I was 100% certain. This was the middle one of those three statues. Hello. Completely lost, I could only test the waters with a greeting, hoping to get some information out of it. But the instant the words left my mouth, the figure across from me vanished from my sight in a flash, like a skipped frame. In the next moment, a thick, bloody stench hit my face, and I felt a sharp agony in my throat as my consciousness snapped offline in an instant. In the final moment before everything went black, I saw that blood-colored spear stabbed straight through my own neck. Hiss! I sucked in a sharp breath and bolted upright in bed, eyes wide, clutching my own neck with a death grip. Only after confirming that I could still breathe normally did I dare slowly move my hand away and stare at my palm. No blood. But that last instant had been so real that I'd thought I was completely, thoroughly dead. Still shaken, I scanned the room, and only then realized I was still safe and sound in the dorm I'd fallen asleep in. So that was a dream? But that was one hell of a bizarre dream. It's not like I'd never dreamed before, but whose dreams were ever like that? Every single detail could be rewound and replayed frame by frame in my head, as clear as watching a movie. Even the pain of that spear was terrifyingly real. I wiped the cold sweat off my forehead and glanced at the clock on the wall. I'd lain down a little after 11, and it was only just past midnight now. Still rattled, I lay back down, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt that had definitely not been an ordinary dream. Could it be? A flash of insight struck me. Could this be the cheat power that came with my transmigration? At that thought, I immediately closed my eyes. Whatever, let's just see if I can get back into that space. I'd assumed I'd have to actually fall asleep to enter it through a dream. But as I lay there just picturing what that space looked like, that familiar sensation of falling hit me again with a whoosh. I quickly opened my eyes. This time, I didn't land in the black space with the three statues. Instead, I arrived directly in that place where water and sky blended into one. Across from me, that spear-wielding figure still stood. The instant I saw it, a shiver ran through my whole body. I immediately brought my spear up horizontally, braced for battle. The taste of getting my neck run through by that spear last time was something I never wanted to experience again as long as I lived. But just as my gaze was locked tightly onto its every movement, it suddenly raised its hand. Bone-piercing cold and searing pain shot through my entire body in an instant. In disbelief, I lowered my head and saw countless ice spikes that had burst up from beneath the water, skewering my body into a bloody mess. The next moment, my consciousness snapped offline once again. The fourth time I bolted upright in bed, I nearly let a curse fly out of my throat. Son of a... My heart was pounding like it was about to leap out of my chest. Instinctively, I looked down. No blood, no holes, my skin intact. Only my pajamas soaked through with cold sweat. I gasped for air in huge gulps. The phantom pain of being pierced through by those ice spikes, one by one, still lingering on my body, so real that my nerve endings were still screaming. Only after several long, deep breaths did that overwhelming panic slowly recede like an ebbing tide, and my rationality finally crawled back into my head. I leaned against the plush headboard, wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and forced out a smile uglier than crying. You hear about other people getting transmigrated, and they're always handed the strongest system, some game-breaking cheat, the kind you install with a single click. So how did I end up with a creative ways to die experience simulator? It's not that I didn't get the point of it. I could roughly guess what this thing was for, an ultra-realistic in-brain combat training ground. By fighting to the death against that absurdly powerful opponent, I could rapidly rack up real combat experience and hone my fighting skills. I got the logic, sure. But could someone please tell me why the logging off method had to be so painful and so real every single time? No matter how many times you experience the sensation of death, 100 times, even, it will never make you feel the slightest bit comfortable. I lay back down. Even with a belly full of complaints, I knew perfectly well, in this trap-riddled otherworld, especially saddled with a hate magnet identity like mine, strength was the fundamental key to staying alive. This die and come back to life cheat was hellish to experience, but having it beat not having it. I started sifting through the fragments of the original Chloe's memories, trying to figure out exactly how much this body was actually worth. At this point in the game's timeline, Chloe was a high-rank mage, still a long way from the king rank. He specialized in the ice magic passed down through generations of the Dodor family of the North. Given his birth, he'd never lacked top-tier cultivation resources growing up. In theory, he'd also learned all the powerful ice spells the Dodor family kept as their trump cards. He'd just mastered them terribly. Because the energy systems in this world were interconnected, many people chose to cultivate both magic and martial arts. But the vast majority focused on one as their main path and the other as a supplement. After all, a person's energy is limited. Anyone who wanted both legs equally strong was either a once-in-a-century genius or a fool who didn't know their limits. The original owner had taken the mainstream route, magic as his main path, combat arts as a supplement. The combat art he practiced was precisely the Frost Silent Spear technique, designed to be used in tandem with the Dodor family's ice magic. And that lined up perfectly with the blood-colored spear-wielding figure from my dreams. What's more, the second time it killed me, it used ice magic too. My eyes gradually lit up as a guess formed. Could it be? That thing across from me perfectly replicated every skill this body of mine has, and took my half-baked magic and rusty spearwork and honed them all to absolute perfection? A perfect mirror image. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If that was really the case, then the value of this sparring partner was enormous. It was like being given the best possible teacher, one who'd guide me hand over hand in learning how to use this body's power correctly and to its fullest. Again, my eyes hardened. I closed them once more and focused my mind on that space where water and sky blended into one. The familiar falling sensation arrived right on schedule. The third time I stood atop the calm water, the first thing I did was rouse the dormant mana in my body and, following the method in my memory, try to conjure the simplest ice spike. I concentrated my will. The mana circulated through my body, and cold began to condense at my fingertips. But I'd only drawn half the magic rune when I saw the mirror image across from me raise its hand. The memory of last time's underwater ice spike ambush flooded my mind instantly. My heart lurched, and almost by pure instinct, I planted my legs and launched myself toward my rear left. Boom! A force far greater than I'd expected exploded from my legs, and I shot out like a stone from a slingshot, clearing 3 or 4 meters in the blink of an eye. The astonishing leap even startled me. Was this the physical prowess of a supernatural being? It was more than 10 times stronger than that sickly, half-dead body from my previous life. But before I could even celebrate, the figure across from me didn't use a thrust this time. It simply, calmly raised its hand, and an ice spear condensed to the extreme, radiating chilling cold, took shape before its palm, and then shot out. That speed was faster than the limit of what my eyes could catch. At that moment, I was suspended in midair with nowhere to dodge. All I saw was a blurry white streak flash past, and the next instant, an indescribable, piercing agony tore through the space between my brows. Squelch! The ice spear, dead-on accurate, pierced straight through my head. My vision was swallowed by crimson and darkness. Son of a... The third time I bolted upright in bed. The shock this time was worse than the previous 2 combined. A headshot. That had been a freaking headshot. I could even clearly remember the sensation of my brain matter and skull fragments spraying out together. I rubbed hard at the still faintly aching spot between my brows, gasping for air, feeling like my mind was starting to float away after dying 3 times in a row. This cheat, maybe it's a good thing, but I absolutely cannot overuse it, I thought, still shaken. Keep this up and this cheat power's gonna drive me crazy first. I decided to ignore that hellish place for now. Mental exhaustion surged over me like a tide. What I needed most right now was some real sleep, the kind that could repair my nerves after they'd been tortured to pieces. I lay back down, emptied my mind, and refused to think about any space or any mirror image. Drowsiness quickly swept over me, and I sank into a deep sleep. And then, that heart-lurching sensation of falling violently yanked me out of my light slumber once again. My heart sank. In despair, I opened my eyes. Sure enough, water and sky blending into one, a figure standing tall. I stared wide-eyed. 3 seconds later, F. I slammed a fist into the soft mattress, the curse bursting out of me. An extremely ominous premonition settled over me. Don't tell me. No matter whether I want to go in or not, the second I fall asleep, I'm going to get forcibly dragged into this hellhole. Refusing to believe it, I tried sleeping again. And the cold, hard truth slapped me across the face. The moment my consciousness dipped, that damned falling sensation showed up right on time and dragged me into that watery expanse to face that cold-blooded, murderous mirror image. Slaughtered, jolted awake. Sleep again, slaughtered again, jolted awake again. F, 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 F. I finally lost it, hurling a string of curses at the empty, gilded dorm room. Death after death, reeled down to the marrow of my bones. It was enough to break any sane person. What kind of cheap power was this? This was a goddamn curse. It was a demon whispering in my ear. It was this other world's blatant malice toward me, the transmigrator. Finally, eyes bloodshot, I gritted my teeth and swore viciously. Fine. You won't let me sleep? Then I just won't sleep. Let's see which of us can outlast the other. Unfortunately, physical exhaustion and mental drowsiness can't be held back by sheer stubbornness alone, especially since I'd already died several times and was weak to begin with. It wasn't long before my upper and lower eyelids started fighting like crazy, and my consciousness slid uncontrollably toward the darkness. And then, the falling sensation arrived right on cue. When I jolted awake yet again, my eyes had gone a little vacant. I felt like I was going insane. Just then, a thought flashed through my mind like a sliver of light emerging from the dark. Could it be that only by beating that thing across from me even once will I break this curse? It seemed there was no other way out. Screw it, I'm all in. I stopped resisting, and I couldn't be bothered to curse anymore. With the reckless desperation of someone who'd already hit rock bottom, I began actively diving into that space where water and sky blended into one. From getting insta-killed within 3 seconds at the start, to later, relying on an increasingly familiar bodily instinct, barely holding out for a dozen or so seconds, and then half a minute. My progress was visible to the naked eye, all of it bought with death after death. At first, every single death had me jolting upright in a panic. But later, I couldn't even be bothered to open my eyes. I'd just break out in a fresh sheen of cold sweat on my forehead, my body twitching slightly, and in the very instant of death, with an almost self-destructive ferocity, I'd go straight back to that watery expanse. I grew more and more familiar with this body's strength, speed, resilience, and the flow of its mana. From only being able to flee in a panic and dodge clumsily at first, to later occasionally catching an opening to awkwardly jab out a spear thrust, or hastily throw up an incomplete defense. Of course, these counterattacks were still laughably childish in front of the mirror image. It would break them with a casual block and then run me through in return. But this, at least, was a start. Time flowed by rapidly in this endless cycle of going in, dying, and going in again. Outside the window, the sky shifted from the deepest black, slowly revealing a trace of dawn light. I couldn't even remember how many times I'd died. 100? 200? Or more. My mind had been stretched into a thread thin as gossamer, taut to the absolute limit, feeling like it might snap with a twang at any second. My head was crammed with fragments of every kind of death. Ice spear through the brain, spear through the throat, ice spike through the heart, cold currents freezing me until I cracked apart. Every single one so real it made me want to throw up. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I lay collapsed on the bed, staring blankly at that ornate ceiling, my face a picture of breakdown. Let me go back. I'll take working overtime 24/7 every day. I'll settle for eating plain buns and instant noodles. I don't want any supernatural power. I don't want any otherworldly adventure. This was pure torment at the level of the soul. If there was ever such a thing as a fate worse than death, this was probably it. I'd lost track of how many times I'd stepped into this place. This space where water and sky blended into one, dreamlike and illusory. In my eyes, it was 100 times more terrifying than actual hell. With a somewhat vacant gaze, I looked at the demon across from me that had slaughtered me hundreds of times over. There was no anger in my heart, no fear either, only the numbness that comes after getting used to something. Getting used to death. The very fact of it was too bizarre. Even after everything, I still couldn't resist tossing out that mental quip. Whoosh. The sound of rushing wind, and I knew the figure across from me was charging at me. Without the slightest hesitation, almost by instinct, I raised my hand, and an ice shield condensed into being. Clang! Spear and shield collided with a muffled boom, ice shards flying everywhere. That ice shield, which should have been able to withstand high-rank magic, held for only an instant under the opponent's violent force before it shattered with a crash. But that one instant bought me precious reaction time. Riding the shockwave of the shield's explosion, I slid backward. My right hand clenched, and a spear materialized out of thin air. With a sharp snap of my wrist, the spear tip carved out a cold, cruel arc, striking like a viper lunging from its den, aiming straight for the opponent's spear-holding wrist. But the figure's movements didn't pause for even a beat. It spun its spear, using the butt end to precisely knock aside my strike, sparks bursting where the weapons met. Then it did a backflip to open up distance, clenched its 5 fingers, and the water beneath my feet instantly froze. Countless sharp ice spikes shot up like a forest of steel, the range so vast it covered nearly every space I could dodge to. But the moment it raised its hand, I'd already moved, my legs flooded with mana. I stomped down and shattered the ice beneath my feet, launching my whole body skyward like a cannonball. Almost simultaneously, I swept my right hand, and countless ice crystals and spikes spread out before me, crashing down toward the figure below like a violent storm of blossoms. Facing this overwhelming barrage, the figure didn't dodge or evade. It stamped its foot, and a massive wall of ice rose up from the ground. A dense chorus of shattering sounds immediately erupted, and that was exactly the true purpose of my area attack. In the instant its line of sight was blocked by the ice wall, I landed and lunged forward, likewise reaching out and clenching my hand into an empty grip. And in that instant, a giant whale made entirely of ice leapt up from beneath the water and, in one gulp, swallowed the figure behind the ice wall, freezing it inside its body. My eyes hardened, my charge growing fiercer. In the blink of an eye, I closed in on the ice whale, and with a single thrust that gathered all my strength and mana, I stabbed out viciously. But just as the spear tip was about to blast that head apart, the ice whale suddenly shattered. At that split-second, life-or-death moment, the figure used one hand to forcibly block my fatal thrust. Squelch! The spear tip pierced clean through its palm without resistance, blood spraying everywhere. This was the first time I'd wounded it, yet it seemed unable to feel any pain. The pierced palm suddenly clenched, its 5 fingers gripping the spear shaft like an iron vise, and then it yanked hard toward itself. An immense force came surging through. My body, already off balance, involuntarily stumbled forward, and its right knee, which had long been waiting like a siege ram, drove upward with the force of splitting mountains and crushing stone. Crack! A tooth-grinding sound of shattering sternum exploded. My chest visibly caved inward, and a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of my own organs sprayed from my mouth, staining its cold armor red and staining my own vision red as well. But in that moment, a wild frenzy surged into my eyes instead. Detonate! I practically roared it out loud, and in an instant I detonated every last drop of mana remaining in my body. Boom! With me at the center, countless sharp ice spikes exploded outward in every direction like a raging beast gone berserk. But even this last-ditch, dying counterattack still failed to harm it in the slightest. It retreated dozens of meters, sweeping its spear to smash apart every incoming ice crystal, and then it raised its hand once more. A massive ice pillar burst up without warning from the water beneath my feet, the violent impact instantly flinging me into the air. Before I could even react, a figure had already appeared above my head as if it had teleported. Twisting its waist in midair, it delivered a devastatingly sharp axe kick straight down, slamming into my back like a war hatchet. Crack! The crisp sound of my spine breaking rang out clearly. I plummeted like a kite with its string cut, but it was faster than me. Before I could hit the ground, it delivered another midair kick. Splat! Blood spewed from my mouth as I slammed into the ice pillar. In the next instant, it hurled the spear from its hand. The spear flew like a rainbow, running through my chest in the blink of an eye and pinning my entire body against that cold, hard pillar of ice. I hung on the ice pillar like a tattered rag. With great effort, I forced my eyelids up and, with those already unfocused eyes, took one last look at the figure that had slaughtered me yet again. My head drooped limply. Blood wound its way down the ice pillar. And my consciousness, in the boundless darkness and cold, snapped offline completely. This time, I didn't jolt awake. Instead, I sank straight into a deep, death-like coma. What I didn't know was that at the very moment my body slipped into unconsciousness, a conversation was quietly taking place in the imperial palace of the distant Saint Romania Empire. A conversation that was already tugging at the strings of my fate. The setting was the palace's audience chamber. Sunlight streamed through the enormous stained glass windows, casting dappled, solemn patterns of colored light across the obsidian floor. The Emperor of the Empire, His Majesty Morn, sat upon the throne, one elbow propped against the armrest, his fist supporting the side of his face. He wore nothing but casual attire as he sat there, yet it felt as though the very laws of the entire space bowed in submission to him. Because beyond being the emperor, he was also a god of war, the supreme being who had ascended to divinity within the warrior's path. And on a specially placed chair set slightly lower than the throne sat a man of an entirely different aura, yet no less impossible to overlook. He was draped in a white mantle, his long silver hair cascading down like a waterfall over a frozen plain, without a single strand of another color among them. His face was handsome and mature, as though the passing years had only lent him more dignity and charm. Most striking of all were his eyes, an icy blue like the purest core of a glacier, deep and mysterious, as if they held every law of the world within them. He was the Grand Duke of the North, Herman Cardistodo, a mage god who had reached the very end of the mage's path, and also, in name at least, the father of this body of mine. The war in the North has truly been hard on you, Herman, Emperor Morn said mildly. Duke Herman gave a slight shake of his head. It's only my duty. Morn didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, what brings you back to the capital this time? Winter is nearly upon us, and the North sees many cold waves, Herman said, looking straight into the king's eyes. After the Nightmare Demon King took over the position from the Malice Demon King, he changed his strategy, stretching the front lines out to an extreme length, clearly meaning to grind us down in a war of attrition. Once winter sets in, the North's supplies will be hard to sustain. I've come in person this time to ask for your Majesty's support, to gather the resources of the entire nation to stock up for winter and hold the front line steady. Emperor Morn tapped his knuckles lightly against the armrest, sinking into thought. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. There's no rush. It's rare for the two of us to get together. Let's not talk about so much official business today. You've overworked yourself these past few years. Now that you're back in the capital, you ought to relax a little. His tone shifted, taking on a playful edge. Come to think of it, something rather amusing happened recently at the Royal Academy of Magic. Duke Herman's icy blue eyes flickered slightly. For the Emperor to deliberately bring up something from the Academy at a moment like this. Who else could it be about but that most useless third son of his? Sure enough, Morn said with a smile. Shilleen has challenged Chloe to a vow duel. Herman frowned. Because of the betrothal? What else could it be about? Hearing this, Herman's brow actually smoothed out again. Shilleen is a proud and headstrong child, fiercely competitive, with talent and ability of the highest order. It's entirely reasonable that she'd look down on Chloe and do something like this. He paused, then continued. But if this matter can strike your Majesty as amusing, then Chloe must have done something out of character. Surely he didn't agree to it. Ha ha ha. Emperor Morn burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the hall. Exactly. He agreed. He agreed to a vow duel with Shilleen. Duke Herman fell silent for a moment. He knew his own son all too well. That boy treated this betrothal like a lifeline, like an unbreakable golden shield. With his temperament, there was no way he'd let go of it so easily. Behind such uncharacteristic behavior, watching his old friend lost in thought, a knowing glint flashed in Morn's eyes. It seems the two of us both understand this boy a little less than we thought. Their duel is set for 2 days from now. What do you say? Care to come watch it with me? Duke Herman didn't answer directly whether he would go or not. He simply raised those icy blue eyes that seemed to see through the essence of all things and asked a question in return. After the duel, will your majesty truly honor that ancient vow and annul the betrothal between Chloe and Princess Shalene? Emperor Morn met his gaze, smiling without answering. And at that very moment, I, the subject of these two of the Empire's most powerful figures' idle chatter, was lying in my dormitory, dead to the world. Meanwhile, in the second-year magic practice classroom, another person whose fate was tangled with mine was thinking about me. It was a spacious, bright classroom. The domed ceiling was inlaid with magic crystals that amplified elemental sensitivity, and the surrounding walls were carved with intricate mana-channeling runes. At that moment, a diamond-shaped defensive array built from pure mana floated before each student. The assignment for this class was to use every trick in the book to shatter that sturdy array. The elements churned inside the classroom, a riot of colors, spells raining down onto the arrays like a downpour. Yet for most people, after all that battering, their arrays didn't so much as budge. Amid all this activity, two empty seats stood out conspicuously. One belonged to Soros, absent due to injury. The other was mine, skipping class. Princess Shalene's gaze swept over those two empty seats, then returned to the array before her. The Royal Academy of Magic boasted a powerful faculty and abundant resources, with teaching tailored to each student's aptitude. Right now, for instance, most of the second years were intermediate mages, facing intermediate arrays. The few advanced mages, naturally, faced advanced arrays. Like the one Shalene was facing. She merely raised her hand casually, without even using a staff, and her slender white fingers traced an elegant arc through the air. A fireball, condensed to a near-blinding white, instantly took shape, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle as it slammed ferociously into the array. Boom! Not a moment's hesitation. The instant the fireball collided with the array, that advanced array cried out like glass struck by a sledgehammer, unable to bear the strain, and burst in an instant into countless scattering points of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. The surrounding students cast looks of awe, though tinged with a certain been-there-seen-that resignation. As expected of Princess Shalene. Incredible. That was an advanced defensive array. I bet Her Highness makes king rank before she even reaches third year. I don't even know whether to call it amazing or terrifying. To all this chatter, Shalene remained as if deaf. She lightly blew on her fingertip, her expression calm and detached. The next moment, a lively figure came bounding over and threw herself onto her. Amazing, amazing. Shalene, teach me. No matter how I hit mine, it just won't break. Shalene pushed the other girl's face away, her expression full of distaste. Lilith, don't get so close all of a sudden. Only Lilith could get away with something like this. She was the only friend Shalene had at the academy besides Soros. Anyone else who threw themselves at her like that would probably have gotten smacked long ago. And Lilith knew Shalene's temper well enough. She let go with a giggle. Okay, no more hugging. Just teach me, please. When I cast a spell, it's like I'm tickling the thing. Professor Roya said anyone who can't break the array this class has to run 3 laps around the academy. The place is so huge, 3 laps would cost me half my life. Watching her friend's pitiful expression, Shalene let out a helpless sigh. Your mana output isn't concentrated enough, it's too scattered. Picture your mental force as a bow, and your mana as the arrow. Don't let it spread out. Unleash it all at the very last instant. Lilith hurried to try it, gathering a wind blade and firing it off. This time the array's ripples were noticeably stronger, but it was still far from breaking. She stuck out her tongue, though she didn't seem discouraged. By chance, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of my and Soros's empty seats, and as if suddenly remembering something, she leaned toward Shalene with a grin. Shalene, ever since you challenged Chloe to a duel yesterday afternoon, he hasn't shown up to a single class. I bet he's found some place to secretly train in private. Aren't you scared? Ha ha. Before she could even finish, she'd cracked herself up. Shalene blinked, then shook her head. Whatever he wants, whatever he does, it has nothing to do with me. That so-called betrothal will be annulled in 2 days, and after that, he and I won't have anything to do with each other ever again. Lilith blinked, a sly, gossipy look spreading across her face as she nudged Shilin gently with her elbow. Speaking of which, being this determined to annul the betrothal, is it maybe for the sake of a certain commoner boy lying in the infirmary? She deliberately drew out the words. Just a heads up, your most noble highness. Being free of the betrothal means freedom, sure, but His Majesty is bound to line up your next fiancé soon enough. And then, heh. Lilith. Shilin shot her a glare, cutting off her nonsense. Soros and I are just friends, nothing more. Annulling the betrothal was my own decision. It has nothing to do with him. Oh, just friends. Lilith's emerald green eyes sparkled with disbelief, her smile growing even more mischievous. Then how come I've never seen you take this kind of interest in any other male friend, and go so far as to challenge someone to a vow duel over him? Shilin drew a deep breath and explained in earnest. That's because, out of all the men I know, Soros really is a special one. He's sincere, upright, and unbound by all those worldly conventions. As much as I hate to admit it, there's a kind of freedom in him that even I've longed for but can't attain. Who's special, and longed for but can't attain, huh? Lilith immediately latched onto the keywords, dragging out her words, teasing practically overflowing from her face. The corner of Shilin's mouth twitched. She decided to stop humoring this troublemaking best friend of hers, shook her head, turned, and walked off. And all of this, I, sound asleep, knew nothing about. When the academy's bell chimed noon, sunlight was pouring through the window of my dormitory, spilling across my face. I was sleeping incredibly deeply, my breathing long and even. But look closely, and you'd notice something odd. Between my brows, a faint icy blue vertical mark flickered in and out of sight. With each breath, ripples of icy blue spread outward from that mark, washing over every limb and every part of me, as if nourishing and repairing some deep, underlying exhaustion. Only when the bell rang did that vertical mark quietly fade away. Huh. I sat up, opened my eyes, and stretched, my joints crackling faintly. I took stock of my condition with a bit of surprise. Aside from my stomach growling with hunger, my mind was unprecedentedly full, clear, and my mood was remarkably bright. All the exhaustion and psychological trauma I'd accumulated from dying hundreds of times the night before had, after that death-like slumber, somehow been completely swept away. But the moment I thought of that, those bloody, cold, agonizing memories of death instantly surfaced in my mind again, and the brightness that had just settled over my mood was immediately shadowed once more. Looks like, from now on, getting a good night's sleep is going to be a luxury. I rubbed my brow with a bitter smile. There still seemed to be a lingering phantom pain there, as if from being run through by an ice spear. After a full night of hands-on experience, I could foresee that for a long stretch of nights to come, I'd be forced into that eerie space to wage an endless life and death struggle against that terrifying mirror image until I passed out completely. Thankfully, this morning's deep sleep had restored my mental state, and on top of that, I was naturally never short on optimism and grit. I shook my head and set those negative feelings aside for the time being. If it's a blessing, it's no disaster. And if it's a disaster, there's no dodging it. So bring it on, I muttered, psyching myself up. Looking on the bright side, at least those hundreds of life and death battles last night weren't just torture. They'd also let me thoroughly master every ounce of this body's strength at an unbelievable speed and gain a far deeper understanding of how combat worked in this world. I raised my hand, clenched it into a fist, and felt the mana flowing freely at my command inside my body. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl upward. The process was hell, but as for the results, this whole thing probably wasn't so bad after all. Grrrr. A mournful wail from my belly interrupted my thoughts. I threw off the covers, walked into the washroom, and decided to freshen up before heading to the cafeteria to fill my stomach and worry about everything else later. Standing in front of that mirror-bright washstand, I finally had a spare moment to take a good look at what I looked like now. The mirror reflected a boy who was undeniably gorgeous. No arguing that point. The Dodo family genes were the real deal. Very pale skin, jet black hair, exquisite features. If the original owner hadn't behaved so infuriatingly in the game's storyline, there'd probably have been a whole crowd of players letting his looks sway their judgment, scrambling to defend him. I was quite satisfied with this face. But once I thought about the original owner's background, I couldn't help but grumble to myself. Still, a head of black hair and brown eyes really does stick out like a sore thumb in the Dodo family. Because apart from me, every single one of them, my father, Grand Duke Herman, my two older brothers, my older sister, and my youngest little sister, all had silver hair and blue eyes. Not that there was anything wrong with Chloe's parentage. He was, without a doubt, a true child of the Dodo family. In fact, the other members of the Dodo family weren't born with silver hair and blue eyes either. Those were the fixed traits that appeared only after the Frost Soul bloodline, passed down through generations of the family, awakened. In this world brimming with fantasy, a powerful bloodline often meant a higher starting point, greater potential, and unique innate abilities. Just like the Royal Saint Romania family's Azure Pupil bloodline and the Dodo family's Frost Soul bloodline, both were legendary bloodlines standing at the very pinnacle of the empire. Unfortunately, though I'd already turned 18 and reached adulthood, this body of mine showed not the slightest sign of bloodline awakening. And mind you, the youngest sister of the family had successfully awakened at the age of 7, becoming the pride of the entire clan. This was precisely one of the root causes of the extreme inferiority and warped mindset buried deep in the original owner's heart. I still remembered that this poor sap, the original Chloe, never managed to awaken his bloodline, all the way until the story wrapped up and he kicked the bucket. To his dying day, he had a head of black hair and a pair of brown eyes. Forget it. No point dwelling on this. I scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on my face, the icy sensation snapping me back to alertness. The heavens are vast and the earth is wide, but a full belly beats them all. Once I'd freshened up, I changed into a clean academy uniform and, unable to wait any longer, headed out of the dorm and strode toward the cafeteria. Ever since I'd crossed over into this world, I hadn't tasted a single bite of its food. The hunger in my belly had long since become impossible to hold back, and I had sky-high expectations for the cuisine of this other world. It was right at lunchtime, and the cafeteria was buzzing with voices. The air was filled with the aromas of all sorts of food, mingled with laughter and chatter. I was something of a celebrity around the academy, and after being challenged to a duel by Princess Shalene, that fame had only grown. The moment I walked in, I quickly drew the eyes of a huge swath of students who were eating, and whispers spread through the crowd, buzzing like mosquitoes. Look, that's Chloe, the second year. He actually dared to show his face? He doesn't look as bad as the rumors said, though. I heard the day after tomorrow, the rest day, is when he duels Princess Shalene. Are you guys going to watch? What's there to watch? The guy'll probably throw in the towel the second he steps onto the stage, or get beaten black and blue by the princess, and then throw in the towel. Boring. Better off going out for a nice stroll instead. To all these stares and this chatter, I acted as if I hadn't heard a thing. I just felt a bit wistful inside. The original Chloe really had it rough. A supposed villain, and he didn't even have a single lackey to his name. Then again, it made sense. Even though the guy was the son of the Grand Duke of the North, the Grand Duke had plenty of offspring, and he just happened to be the most worthless one of the lot. Not the heir, no talent, poor character on top of it. Unloved by everyone, ignored by his own father, looked down on by his brothers and sisters. Anyone who could get into the Royal Academy was a noble, and plenty were even family heirs. You'd have to have your brain smashed in a door to go cozy up to a good-for-nothing who, at best, would end up a royal live-in son-in-law, and who now couldn't even manage to be that. But none of this had anything to do with the me of the present anymore. For the me of this moment, nothing was more appealing than the dazzling array of food behind those serving windows. Phoenix feather chicken legs roasted to a golden, crispy finish, assorted pan-fried meats drizzled with a secret sauce, emerald vegetable salads that gave off a fresh scent and looked like works of art, and those delicate desserts with their unique shapes, garnished with magical fruits. Back when I played the game, I'd been dying with envy over these, and now that I could taste them for myself, how could I possibly hold back? The only thing I was torn over was whether to get one of everything or focus on those few plates that looked like they had the most meat. In the end, I steeled myself and went with both, a little bit of everything, plus a few extra plates of the heavy, meaty dishes. Carrying trays piled into a small mountain, I found an empty seat, sat down contentedly, and dug in. I ate with sheer, unbridled gusto, stuffing my face while mentally showering this other world's cuisine with praise. This stuff is delicious. Oh, this one smells amazing too. The Royal Academy really is something else compared to this. All those meal prep takeout dinners I used to eat were basically pig slop. I was utterly immersed in the bliss of good food, devouring everything on my plate like a whirlwind, fast enough that you'd think I hadn't eaten in 3 days and 3 nights. But as they say, joy pushed too far turns to sorrow. Maybe it was because I ate too fast, or maybe that fried steak was just too dense. A chunk of meat suddenly lodged itself in my throat, refusing to go up or down. NGH, cough. Cough, cough. My movements froze instantly, my cheeks flushing red in a hurry. I pounded hard on my chest, feeling like I could barely breathe. Just as I thought I was about to become the first transmigrator in history to choke to death on food, staging a tragic, one-day tour of another world, a slender, pale little hand holding a cup of juice suddenly reached out in front of me. Without a second thought, I grabbed the cup and gulped it down, glug, glug. Ha, saved. I let out a long breath, feeling like I'd come back to life. Only then did I have the chance to look up at whoever had lent me a hand. What came into view was Vivian's pretty face, brimming with a bright smile. "Good afternoon, senpai," she said, tilting her head, her smile both sly and lively. Of course I remembered this little junior who'd chatted with me late into the night at the library the day before. "Oh, it's you. Thanks a bunch. I almost died over something super embarrassing," I said, handing the empty cup back with a laugh. Vivian took the cup, set her own dainty little tray of food down on the empty seat across from me, sat down as naturally as could be, and giggled. "What are you saying, senpai? You're a high-rank mage. After all, there's no way you'd choke to death on your own food." "Haha, fair enough." I laughed it off, picked my fork back up, and looked at the girl across from me, asking with some curiosity, "Did you come find me on purpose? Was there something you needed?" "Nope, nothing. I just happened to see you sitting here all by yourself, senpai, and figured you might be a little lonely, so I came over to keep you company," Vivian said with a grin, looking like a pure little angel. I blinked. "Oh well, that's actually pretty touching, but is it really okay?" "What is?" She blinked, her face full of confusion. "I mean, cozying up to a guy with a reputation like mine, and at a sensitive time like this, no less. Aren't you afraid people will gossip?" I raised my eyes and glanced around, and sure enough, some people had already noticed us and were muttering to their companions. Vivian propped her chin on one hand, paying no mind at all to the voices around us, and just watched me with a giggle. "Well then, senpai, you're someone who gets gossiped about all the time. How do you feel about it yourself?" I thought about it, then spread my hands with a smile. The buzzing of flies is annoying, sure, but hey, even flies are an important part of the ecosystem. Let them buzz. "See, there you go." Vivian clapped her hands, a brilliant smile with a hint of smugness blossoming across her face. "Besides, senpai, you're such an interesting person. If I get to be friends with you, then I think being gossiped about a little is totally worth it." Hearing that, I instantly cheered up. Listen to that. This is exactly what they mean by, "A pretty face is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is one in a million." The original Chloe had gone more than a decade wearing this face and still couldn't find a single person to eat a meal with. I'd only been in this world a single day, and already a pretty little junior was seeking me out on her own. Doesn't this just prove the saying, "Gold will shine no matter where it is"? Yeah, you've got a good eye, Junior. For that line alone, I'll take you on as a friend, I said with a hearty laugh. "Really?" Vivian's eyes lit up in an instant, as if they were brimming with starlight. She immediately seized the opening and pressed her advantage, pressing her palms together in a pleading gesture. "Well, since we're friends now, senpai, during the lunch break later, would you come with me to the training grounds to practice some magic? The magic practical exam is next week, and I'm freaking out. With a powerful high-rank mage like you as my sparring partner, I'm sure I won't have to worry about failing." I scratched my head. Junior, you're pretty calculating, aren't you? Is it too late for me to take back what I just said?" How could you?" She instantly put on a pitiful expression. "We just became friends, and now you want to break it off? No way, I won't have it." And so, bickering back and forth, the two of us finished lunch. Even though I gave her grief about being calculating, In the end, I still agreed. After all, if I wanted to put down roots in this world, forging a few more new connections certainly wouldn't hurt. Besides, she wasn't the only one who needed a sparring partner. I was itching to test whether I could wield this body's power just as smoothly in reality as I had in that endless expanse where sky and water met. From the outside, the Royal Academy of Magic's training grounds looked like nothing more than a simple, old-fashioned domed building. But the moment you stepped inside, you immediately understood what deep foundations really meant. The space within was far more vast than the exterior suggested. It had been built when the academy was founded, crafted by a visiting dwarven artisan using space-folding techniques, carving out hundreds of independent training rooms. Vivian, clearly familiar with the place, tapped a few times on the crystal at the front desk, deducted 5 credit points, and opened the door to one of the training rooms. "I'll cover the fee. After all, I'm the one who asked you for help, senpai," she said with a grin. But I knew perfectly well that 5 credit points was no small amount. A single credit's purchasing power on campus was roughly equivalent to a silver coin out in the world, enough for a commoner family of 3 outside the city walls to live comfortably for a whole month. The Royal Academy really was terrifyingly wealthy. The training room was almost bare in its simplicity. The only feature was a small circular magic array carved into the wall beside the door. Vivian pointed a finger at it, and a light screen floated up. "What kind of environment do you like, senpai? Beach? Arena? Forest?" I casually answered, "Whatever." She chose a jungle simulation. In an instant, the metal floor beneath my feet turned into soft black soil. The surrounding walls were replaced by lush, towering trees, and the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and wildflowers. Even the breeze was real enough to lift the ends of my hair. I stamped the ground hard. The soil was impossibly soft. Even though I'd already known about all this from the original owner's memories, actually being immersed in it, this near reality that seemed to remake heaven and earth still left me stunned. This, I supposed, was what they called the true sensation of a magical world. "Senpai, which are you better at, theory or actual combat?" she asked, walking over with a beaming smile. I thought about it. Probably better at actual combat, I guess. That wasn't a lie. My grasp of theory rested entirely on the original owner's meager foundation, worthy of nothing but the word worrisome. But when it came to real combat, I had a whole night of hundreds of life-and-death battles under my belt. I couldn't claim much else, but when it came to getting killed by someone, I doubt anyone in the entire academy could hold a candle to me. Then the two of us are pretty complementary. I'm the type who's fine with theory, but has nothing to show in actual combat. The bracelet on her wrist flashed, and an ornate sapphire staff appeared in her hand. It was clearly a precious spatial storage item. "Let's start with a warm-up. You attack me, I'll defend and counter, and help you find your weak spots," I said. "Sure. Ready when you are." She raised her staff. "Come on." My expression turned serious as I prepared to defend against magic in reality for the first time. She swung her staff, and a crystal-clear ball of water came flying toward me. But the instant the water ball left the staff, my pupils suddenly contracted. The scenes of being slaughtered hundreds of times the night before came flooding into my mind in an instant. I had no experience with friendly sparring. My head held nothing but those hundreds of brutal battles, and the survival instinct that death had carved into my very bones instantly overrode my brain's commands. WHSHH. Almost simultaneously, an ice spike glinting with bone-chilling cold shot out from my fingertip, fast as a bullet, so vicious it seemed bent on blowing the other person's head off. Pop! The water ball was blasted apart in midair, dissolving into a spray of mist. The ice spike, its momentum undiminished, grazed past Vivian's cheek and thunked into the tree trunk behind her. A few strands of hair, sliced clean by the sharp wind, drifted slowly to the ground. Vivian's smile froze completely, and she stood rooted in place. A thin line of blood seeped from the tiny wound on her cheek. She dazedly touched that warm, wet spot and murmured softly, "Huh." I was stunned myself. That reaction just now had been pure reflex, no different from a knee-jerk. Breaking out in a cold sweat, I bolted over to her. "Hey, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it." She swallowed and snapped back to her senses. looking at the bit of red on her fingertips and pouting with an aggrieved expression. Senpai, just now, were you trying to kill me? Nothing of the sort. It was just a reflex. I scratched my head awkwardly, my heart still pounding with lingering fear. This was one of those situations where I had it hard but couldn't explain. Was I supposed to tell her that I'd been slaughtered 800 times last night? And now the second I see magic flying at me, I instinctively want to blow the caster's head off? Oh, right. I think there's a word for a condition like this. It's called PTSD. She shot me a sidelong glare, raised her staff, and chanted a healing spell. The cut on her face visibly mended before my eyes. Once she was done, she patted her chest, still shaken, and looked at me, at a loss for words. Senpai, I finally get why your dodo family has guarded the North generation after generation and earned the name, the Sword of the Kingdom. That killing intent is way too intense. Inside, I was frantically griping. No, girl, you're reading way too much into it. The one who's not normal is me. The poor sap who fell into this die and come back to life loop. I sighed. Let's just forget the sparring. I'm honestly afraid I'll slip up and take you out. Whatever it is you want to learn, just tell me straight, and I'll demonstrate. She nodded, then couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Senpai, when you accepted the duel with Princess Shalene, do you actually have a shot at beating her? Huh? No way. I can't beat her. I hurriedly shook my head. Within the high-rank tier, she's probably in a class of her own. Princess Shalene was a royal with an unprecedented purity of the Azure Pupil bloodline, the future's youngest saint-rank mage, who would break through to king rank before long. You have to understand, even in the latest version of the game before I transmigrated, the protagonist Soros still wasn't stronger than her. If she's in a class of her own, then what class are you in, senpai? I recalled the game's power rankings. If we divide it into 10 tiers, I'm probably somewhere between the third and fourth from the bottom. She immediately scrunched up her little nose, her face full of disbelief. Senpai, you're not thinking I'm easy to fool, are you? It's not like I haven't been coached by other seniors before. There's no way someone like you is just lower middle tier. The you from the rumors and the you I've met in person are two completely different people. Believe it or not, your call. I spread my hands. She stuck out her tongue. Then her gaze drifted to the control array on the wall, and a sly smile suddenly crossed her face. Senpai, how about we put your true strength to the test? She walked over to the control console, pressed her palm against it, and channeled in her mana. A beam of flowing light shot out and coalesced into a figure clad in the association's standard magic robe, its face blurred, a staff in hand, radiating mana at the level of a high-rank mage. I immediately pulled up the information from my memory. This was the training room's mirror sparring mode, using the permit of an association-registered mage to conjure a corresponding level magic mirror image. Although it wasn't intelligent and its damage was reduced, it was extremely useful for testing one's limits. This was precisely what made those 5 credits an hour worth it. Want to give it a try? She asked with a blink. Looking at that mirror image, my body actually grew faintly hot, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but split into a grin. Right, the opponent was a mirror image, so there was no fear of slipping up like just now. I raised my hand, my ring flashed with light, and a snow-white spear appeared in my grip. Bring it on. The words had barely left my mouth when the mirror image raised its hand, and 4 or 5 fireballs came howling toward me in a triangular formation. I charged straight at them. Pop, pop. The spear tip burst them like pricking bubbles, easily popping 2 of them. The last one was right in front of me. I braced my core, spun sharply in a half-turn, and the spear traced a cold, mournful arc of light. SHWSH. The blade sliced through it like cutting tofu, splitting the fireball down the middle. The scattering fire elements sent my black hair flying, but couldn't so much as scratch me. By then, I'd already closed to within 3 meters of the mirror image. It was just about to cast its next spell, but I didn't give it the slightest chance. I stamped down hard, and the spear became a bolt of white lightning thrusting straight out, clean, sharp, without a hint of flourish. Only a resolve honed through 1,000 hammer strikes. SHK. The spear tip pierced clean through the mirror image's throat. Its form flickered a few times, then dissolved into flowing light and scattered. From start to finish, it took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. Fast, Precise, ruthless, not a wasted motion. Vivian watched, dumbstruck, her little mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. I gave the spear a twirl, a surge of satisfaction rising in my chest, as if the frustration of being slaughtered the night before had finally found an outlet. Compared to that demonic figure, this high-rank mirror image was frankly as weak as a sheet of paper. Again, I hadn't had my fill. Beams of light flashed one after another, and this time a full 5 mirror images coalesced, surrounding me in a half-circle with me trapped in the center. Fireballs, wind blades, ice spears, earth spikes, vines, magic in every color of the rainbow closed in from all sides like a driving storm. Facing this hopeless situation, not only did I not panic, the corner of my mouth actually split into a grin of excitement, so wide it was almost savage. Strange as it was, the old me had never so much as thrown a punch at anyone. Yet in this moment, I was so thrilled my whole body trembled. It seemed I'd most likely awakened some kind of incredible trait thanks to what I'd been through the night before. Instead of retreating, I pressed forward. I stamped hard against the ground, brushed past 2 fireballs, and blew apart one mirror image's head with a single thrust. My left hand swept backward without even looking, and an ice shield instantly formed. Clang, clang, blocking the wind blade and ice spear coming from behind. Borrowing the momentum, I spun, my spear sweeping horizontally, cutting through the vines on my right, and slicing the mirror image, casting the nature magic clean in half at the waist. It was smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hitch. The remaining 3 mirror images chanted rapidly, clearly building up to something big. I gave them no chance. Crouching low, I lunged forward, spear in my right hand, and with my left I suddenly clenched at empty air. Crack! Ice rapidly spread up their legs, locking their lower bodies firmly in place. In the instant their chanting stalled, I'd already reached them. Pop! Pop! Running 2 heads through. The last one finally managed to loose a water blade. I raised my hand and clenched, and the water blade instantly froze and shattered, its shards flying back to riddle it full of holes. The flowing light dissipated, and the training room fell silent. The way Vivian looked at me was startlingly bright. She glanced at me. I hadn't even broken a sweat, then glanced at the highest mirror image level on the control panel, and a bold idea popped into her head. "Senpai, want to go big and try the strength of a king-rank mage?" Battle lust still simmering in my eyes, I said, "Bring it." She decisively pressed down on the rune. A beam of flowing light, far more massive than before, coalesced into a mirror image draped in a deep blue mage's robe, wielding a huge sapphire staff. Its mana fluctuations were like the dark currents of the deep sea, vast and oppressive, far surpassing the high-rank tier. The pressure of that king-rank mirror image's very level spread out like something almost physical. It raised its staff, and without chanting, dozens of dark red explosive fireballs came sweeping down to blot out the sky, their speed and scale in a completely different league from before. The corners of my mouth split into a savage grin, no more holding anything back now. Mana surging, I charged straight at the fireballs. The ground beneath my feet froze over with each step, and I wove at high speed through the gaps between the fireballs as if ice skating, my spear spinning into a curtain of snow-white light, blasting apart in midair any fireballs I couldn't dodge. The mirror image swung its staff again, savagely drawing out the water elements in the air to condense a massive frost lance above my head, which came crashing down with the force of 10,000 tons, impossible to avoid. A flash of viciousness crossed my eyes, so I simply stopped dodging. Gripping the spear with both hands, I poured my ice element mana into the shaft without holding anything back, the entire weapon blazing with dazzling icy blue radiance. With a low roar, I twisted my body and swung my arms, the spear like a meteor streaking against its natural course, meeting that falling lance head-on. Boom! A violent explosion, deafening, erupted at the center where the ice lance and spear tip collided, bursting into a chaotic storm. In the very instant the ice lance shattered, I abruptly killed my momentum, and my whole body shot out of the frost mist like a cannonball, my battle lust burning to its peak. The king-rank mirror image seemed unable to grasp my line of attack, and actually froze stiff for a moment. And that gap of less than half a second was more than enough for me. My mana erupted. Man and spear became one, transforming into a bolt of white lightning that tore through space, crossing the last few meters. The snow-white spear tip drove savagely into the mirror image's brow. Its raised staff froze in midair, its vast mana dispersing like a punctured balloon, until at last it dissolved into the purest flowing light and utterly vanished. In fewer than 3 exchanges, the fight was over. I planted the spear against the ground and dropped to one knee, panting violently, sweat dripping onto the soil beneath me. That burst just now had drained more than half of my stamina and mana, but a wave of exhilarating satisfaction washed over every nerve. Vivian walked up in front of me, hands clasped behind her back, her big, glittering eyes full of amazement and slyness. She bent down to meet my gaze, her tone playful, as if she'd seen through everything. "Senpai, you are surprisingly good at deceiving people, hiding it for so long. Could it be this was all to get out of your betrothal with Princess Shalene?" The truth was, she'd found it strange ever since the night before. How could one person give off such a completely different impression from one moment to the next? It wasn't until just now, when I'd skewered a king-rank mirror image with a single thrust, that she snapped to clarity as if a bubble had popped. It wasn't that Chloe had changed too much. It was that he'd been hiding his true abilities all along, putting on an act. Following that thread, she understood why, in all this time, he'd never done anything outrageous to match his terrible reputation. Yet the very moment the princess mentioned annulling the betrothal, he agreed on the spot. This line of reasoning might have been overthinking it for anyone else, but for Chloe it made perfect sense. The third son of the Grand Duke of the North, handpicked by the Emperor to be the princess's marriage match. Just how deep did those waters run? How much of it was tangled up in royal power and family infighting? Just thinking about it made your scalp tingle. Playing weak and hiding his abilities could both shake off that betrothal, glamorous on the surface, but riddled with hidden daggers, and neutralize himself within the family so he wouldn't become a target. And now that the biding his time was over, and it was time for his talent and true strength to pay off, wasn't the widely watched duel the day after tomorrow the perfect stage? Convinced she'd seen through everything, Vivian grinned and spilled out all her guesses in one breath, finally asking, "Senpai, am I right?" I didn't answer right away. I moved my gaze away from her pretty face, which practically screamed, "Hurry up and praise how clever I am," and looked down at my own palm. Her guesses were, of course, completely wrong. As someone who'd played the game, I knew all too well what the real Chloe was like. A poor sap driven to a warped psyche by a suffocating environment. Someone who had absolutely nothing to do with hiding his abilities or scheming cunning. But even I couldn't figure it out myself now. Why was I this strong? Was it some unknown mutation brought on by transmigration that had remade this body? Or had those hundreds of deaths last night, the combat instincts carved into my very soul, produced effects far beyond what I'd imagined, even awakening some kind of hidden potential? Whatever the case, getting stronger was always a good thing. But if this explosive surge in strength really was tied to that die and come back to life cheat, then there were some things I had to confirm as soon as possible. For instance, whether that space last night was a permanent cheat of mine, or just a one-time transfer of power in a dream. When the thought hit me, I stood up, pushed my scattered thoughts aside, and smiled at her. "Sorry, let's spar some other time. I've got something I need to take care of right now." I brushed the dust off myself, tucked away my spear, and headed for the exit. "Huh? Wait a sec, senior." She jogged to catch up. "You still haven't answered me. Was I right or not?" My steps slowed, and I turned my head. The afternoon light filtered through the leaves of the simulated forest, casting dappled shadows across my face. Meeting her searching gaze, I let the corner of my mouth curl into a knowing, mysterious little smile. Let's just say that's how it is. Of course, her guess wasn't right. It was a total misunderstanding from start to finish. But looked at another way, this misunderstanding could actually be right. I neither wanted to, nor was I able to, keep pretending to be the gloomy, sullen guy the original owner of this body had been forever. So this earth-shattering change in me needed some kind of explanation that could hold up. Rather than rack my brain making up excuses, This hiding your true talent theory she'd just handed me on a silver platter was the perfect template. Internally consistent, plenty of motive, and it even paved the way for how I'd act going forward. Since someone had already thought up all the reasons for me, why not just play along as the deeply scheming third young master and follow the script? But that was all for later. Right now, something more important was on my mind, confirming whether I actually had the ability to play out this more appealing script well. Back at the dorm, I sat right down on the floor, closed my eyes, and pictured that space. In no time, the familiar sensation of falling swept over me. Unlike the numb despair of last night, this time when I opened my eyes and saw that spear-wielding figure, I couldn't stop the excited grin from spreading across my face. A little over a minute later, I opened my eyes, heart pounding like thunder, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Death was death, no matter how many times it came. It was just as terrifying. But the human body's adaptability is truly incredible. I let out a breath of stale air and actually managed to laugh. This feeling of directly sensing myself growing stronger was seriously addictive. As long as I didn't get killed hundreds of times in a row like last night, I was pretty willing to come back for more punishment. Feeling drained, I dragged myself onto the bed and lay down. While resting, I mulled over the road ahead. But before long, a melodious, resonant bell pierced through the soundproofing ruins. The afternoon classes were about to begin. I searched through the original owner's memories about the coursework. Elemental theory, magic engineering, alchemy. Number theory? My eyes went wide as I read on carefully. Topological structure analysis of magic rune energy circuits? Probability models for elemental particle transitions? Is this seriously the kind of stuff a magic school is supposed to teach? I started seriously suspecting that I hadn't crossed over into some other world at all, but into a parallel timeline of my original world, one that just happened to have magic. Most of my specialized knowledge as an engineering guy had been handed back to my professors long ago, but I still had the basic scientific literacy. These descriptions were clearly advanced mathematics, theoretical physics, and complex systems theory applied to the field of magic, especially the number theory of this world. Its sophistication and rigor were in no way inferior to the modern mathematical system of my past life. The construction of many advanced spells, the design of magic devices, even the exploration of the fundamental nature of power itself, none of it could be separated from this underlying logic. Good grief. This magic stuff is a legit cutting-edge interdisciplinary field. Some people say the end of science is theology. Well, here, the end of magic was probably mathematics. In that moment, my fantasy of steamrolling my way through on combat experience alone instantly went up in smoke. Knowledge is power. That saying holds true in any world. If I wanted to truly get stronger, systematic study was absolutely essential. I sprang up off the bed with a kip up, straightened my uniform, threw open the door, and dashed toward the academic building. When I pushed open the classroom door, the spacious lecture hall was already fairly full. Led by the old professor at the podium, the vast majority of the students, Princess Serin included, turned their gazes toward me as I made my belated entrance. Surprise, curiosity, disgust, indifference. Their looks ran the full gamut. I swept my eyes across the room, and my gaze landed on the white-haired old professor at the podium. He wore a deep blue mage's robe adorned with silver sashes representing the elements, his face lined with wrinkles like the growth rings of an ancient tree, written all over with wisdom and the weathering of time. Of course I knew who he was, Hohenheim List, the foremost authority in the Empire's field of elemental studies, who also held a whole string of titles including Court Archmage and one of the 12 counselors of the Magic Association. In short, a big shot. "I take it you're late, Mr. Dodo," the big shot said. I blinked, and an apologetic smile came naturally to my face. I scratched at my conspicuous head of black hair and said in a light tone, "Sorry about that, Professor. I got a little lost on the road of life." The moment I said it, aside from a few smothered snickers, the room mostly filled with surprise. Everyone had expected to see me scowl and ignore the professor. Who could have guessed I'd respond with a joke like that? Among those caught off guard was Princess Serin, her ice-blue eyes fixed on me, and her lovely brows knit together despite herself. Actually, ever since I'd agreed to the duel without hesitation yesterday, she'd sensed that something about this guy had changed. At the time, she'd just chalked it up to me finally facing reality, or maybe losing my mind. But watching me now, practically a different person, grinning and joking around with the professor, she suddenly realized that maybe she'd been thinking about this too simply. And it wasn't just the students who were taken aback. Hohenheim knew a thing or two about this Dodo family boy, mediocre talent, and a character and morals that ranked among the very worst. He'd once lamented what a remarkable man Archduke Hermann was, and wondered how such a lion of a father could have sired such a runt of a son. But looking at me now, could it be he'd misjudged me? He arched one of his long white eyebrows and swept his gaze toward Princess Serin in her seat. The rumors lately had been running wild. Even he'd heard plenty. Could it be that? He suddenly broke into a smile, looked back at me, and said in a teasing tone, "So then, Mr. Dodo, have you found your direction again now?" Meeting his amused gaze, I looked him dead in the eye and kept up the joking tone. Otherwise, how would I be standing here? The snickering grew more noticeable, and Hohenheim's eyes gained an extra layer of meaning as he looked at me. He chuckled, shook his head, and waved a hand. "Get back to your seat, Mr. Dodo. We're just about to cover the synergistic oscillation model of elemental particles within multi-rune arrays. It's very interesting material." "Yes, Professor," I answered with a smile, and, under the varied gazes of the whole class, calmly found an empty seat in the front row and sat down. I could feel one particularly burning gaze fixed on me, and the owner of that gaze was, of course, Princess Serin. I turned my head, met her eyes for a moment, and then gave her a slight smile. Professor Hohenheim's aged yet resonant voice echoed through the spacious lecture hall as he explained the exquisitely intricate, yet maddeningly complex, synergistic oscillation model of elemental particles within multi-rune arrays. Chalk traced elaborate mana circuit diagrams across the blackboard, accompanied by the professor's explanation, which was accessible in delivery yet still required a very high foundation to actually follow. I sat in the front row, leaning slightly forward, my eyes tracking every stroke he made, my ears catching every word. I listened with intense focus, sometimes with a flash of understanding, sometimes reflexively furrowing my brow at some profound sticking point. This wholly absorbed posture stood in stark contrast to the classmates around the room who were spacing out or whispering to one another. And that contrast fell, in particular, into a pair of ice-blue eyes. All afternoon, Princess Serin's gaze had swept over this figure that felt so inexplicably unfamiliar to her, more times than she could count. Every single time, what she saw was my profile immersed in knowledge, not the gloomy, distracted, calculating look of before, but pure intellectual hunger. It was too abnormal. Her slender fingers tightened slightly, pinching the edge of a page. What on earth is he playing at? But then, an even stronger thought pressed that flicker of doubt back down. No matter what, there were still 2 days, just 2 days. Once the oath duel was over and the engagement was dissolved, whatever schemes he was hiding would have nothing to do with her anymore. Bridges to bridges, roads to roads. She and he would become complete and utter strangers. At that thought, she forced her gaze away and refocused on the professor's lecture, refusing to look any longer at the presence that so disturbed her heart. As for me, after several hours straight, when the bells signaling the end of the afternoon classes finally rang, I felt almost like a drowning man who'd finally reached shore, and I let out a long breath. I leaned back against my chair and vigorously massaged my throbbing temples. I could swear on my soul that even facing the most important entrance exams in my past life, I'd never once, like today, poured out every ounce of attention I had into listening to a lecture. The payoff, naturally, was enormous. The magic knowledge system of this world was far more rigorous and profound than I'd first imagined, as if a door to a whole new world had been pushed open for me. But my other realization was just as deep. Half understanding makes for hard going. I'd been frantically dredging up the original owner's meager scraps of theoretical memory while forcing new material in on top of it. It felt like driving a beat-up old jalopy trying to chase down an F1 car, falling further and further behind the longer it went. What the heck was this guy even doing in class before? I couldn't help mentally roasting the original owner. His first-year foundation is this shaky? No wonder he sat on the massive resources of the ducal house and still fought like garbage. He brought it all on himself. Sitting on a mountain of treasure and not knowing how to use it. What a tragedy. I realized that things couldn't go on like this. Without a solid theoretical foundation, I couldn't even grasp the principles behind many advanced spells, let alone research and innovate on my own. I've got to cram like crazy. I made up my mind. Glancing at the darkening sky outside the window, I quickly gathered my things and filed out of the classroom with the crowd. Instead of going back to the dorm, I headed straight to the cafeteria, grabbed a few sandwiches stuffed with thick slices of grilled meat, wrapped them in wax paper, and hurried off toward the library. An unprecedented hunger for knowledge and for power was burning inside me. I wanted to get stronger, and not just because this was a world where might made right. It came from an even more immediate drive. I wanted to defeat that nightmarish figure in that eerie space that I just couldn't shake. And I wanted to make him taste what it was like to be slaughtered too. I can't claim much, but when it comes to a vengeful streak, I figure I'm second to none. The library was nearly empty during the dinner hour. I felt my way to the basic magic theory section, hauled out several brick-thick volumes. Fundamental Principles of Magic Engineering, Introduction to Elemental Particles, and once again tucked myself into that secluded corner by the window from yesterday. With my sandwiches at hand, I dove right in. I didn't reach for the stars at all. Instead, I honestly started chewing through the most basic definitions and formulas. So that's how it is. The stability of a mana circuit is related to the precision of spirit force guidance and the affinity fluctuation of the element itself. TCH, the energy buffer design between the 3rd and 7th nodes in the Frost Armor spell is actually there to balance the internal stress when water elements solidify. That is way too unmagical. As I read, I combined it with the original owner's memories and my own understanding, sometimes with sudden clarity, sometimes hitting a wall. Just as I was completely immersed, my fingers unconsciously sketching mana models on the tabletop, someone gave my shoulder a light tap from behind. My head snapped up. It was Vivian's pretty face, brimming with a bright smile. So it really is you, Senior. What a coincidence, Junior. I smiled too. It's not a coincidence. This is called destiny. She scrunched up her nose, then burst out laughing. Did you forget? I'm the library assistant. Only then did I recall that this seemed to be the case. Looking at her, my eyes lit up. Right. Junior, I remember you said at lunch that your grades in the theory courses are pretty good. She immediately puffed out her chest and proudly waggled 3 fingers. On the last first-year end-of-term theory exam, I placed 3rd. That's great. I could hardly contain my joy. Junior, how about I pay you in credits, and you tutor me? Tutoring's no problem, but forget the credits. It's just helping out a friend. She tilted her head. But my theory's only good relative to the first year's, you know. I've studied a bit of the second-year material ahead of time, but I'm not too confident about it. I pointed at the books on the table and said helplessly, it's just that I've realized my foundation is weak, and everything after it comes crashing down. I have to go through it systematically from first year onward. So what do you say, little Junior? Help me out. I tossed her a wink. Fine, fine. She laughed like a cat who'd just swiped a dried fish. It just so happens I'm earning credits working as an assistant. I'm on duty at the front desk every night after dinner. If you don't mind squeezing in at the front desk, Senior, you're welcome anytime. Of course I don't mind. I agreed instantly. It was like a pillow showing up right when I was nodding off. The two of us went to the spacious circular front desk at the library entrance. She sat down in the assistant's spot, and I dragged over a high-back chair from the side and placed it right next to hers. I flipped open Introduction to Elemental Particles and pointed to the chapter on the polarization and phase superposition of elemental particles within a specific mana field. Here, the book says that with fine spirit force control, you can guide same attribute elemental particles to produce a phase difference, achieving a reinforcing effect similar to interference fringes. But when it comes to the point where spirit force intervenes, I always feel like it's fuzzy. I never got it back in class. I nearly blurted out the original Chloe, but thankfully hit the brakes in time. Vivian leaned in a little closer, her chestnut hair falling by her cheek, carrying a sweet, faint fragrance. She looked and nodded. Oh, this? It's actually pretty simple. People just tend to fall into a trap. You've probably been overcomplicating the problem yourself, Senior. She picked up a quill and drew a coordinate system and a wave curve on some scrap paper. The key isn't to control all the particles at once. That really is hard. You can think of it as conducting a choir. You don't need to control each person's vocal cords. You just give a baseline pitch and rhythm, and let the singers fine-tune and align themselves. Her cool tip tapped on a few notes. When you cast, your spirit force isn't pushing every single particle. It's injecting a strong, stable baseline signal at these few resonance points. The elemental particles have a natural tendency. They'll spontaneously move toward the most stable baseline and complete the phase superposition on their own. What you have to do is build a mana environment that makes it easy for them to align. My eyes gradually lit up. So, the point isn't fine manipulation, but building the stage and setting the rules, making use of the element's own properties. Exactly. She clapped her hands happily. Senior, you catch on fast. A lot of magic phenomena that look complicated are actually just leveraging the basic properties of the elements. We mages are more like guides and architects, not micromanagement masters. It was as if a gap had been opened in the mental blockage from before, and under her vivid analogies, many obscure points became clear. I threw out another question about elemental inertia and composite magic, and she was always able to break down my confusion completely, using clever metaphors and solid theory. The front desk was quiet, with only the sound of turning pages and the scratching of the quill. Occasionally someone came to return a book, and she'd handle the paperwork smoothly while I used the gap to digest what I'd learned. It wasn't until the melodious closing bell rang that I suddenly snapped to attention. It was already this late? I got so much out of this. Thank you, Teacher Vivian. I thanked her sincerely. Hearing herself called teacher, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she pursed her lips into a smile. I'm just glad I could help you, Senior. I drew out the syllable, giving her a look full of some indescribable meaning. Then you can look forward to it a little when the time comes. Her eyes lit up, and she covered her mouth as she laughed. So you really don't plan to keep pretending anymore, Senior. I said goodbye to her outside the library and watched her light figure vanish into the night before I turned and headed for the dorm. The night breeze was pleasant, but my mood wasn't the least bit relaxed. Compared to the fatigue of studying, what I had to face next was the thing that truly gave me a headache, even a sense of dread. Back in the empty dorm, I mechanically washed up, changed into my pajamas, and sat on the edge of the bed for a while in silence. Most of the lights outside the window had gone out, with only a scattered few left, like the last stars before sinking into darkness. I took a deep breath, gave my cheeks a hard slap, and muttered a pep talk to myself. It's fine. It's fine. This isn't a bad thing. Die enough times, and you get used to it. One day, I'm going to pin that guy to the ground and grind his face in it, get my payback. Say what I might, though, when I actually laid down and pulled up the covers, a kind of grim, tragic resolve, almost like a man marching to the execution ground, surfaced on my face despite myself. I closed my eyes. Here it came. The intense sensation of falling seized me, and my consciousness was violently dragged downward. When my vision cleared again, the boundless expanse of water and sky had surrounded me. Across from me, that spear-wielding figure stood in silence, like an eternal statue of the god of death. No words, no hesitation. The instant I steadied myself, a point of cold light rapidly expanded in my eyes. My pupils contracted sharply, and I instinctively raised my spear to sweep it aside. Clang! And so a fresh night of dying and coming back to life began. Ice spears pierced through me. The long spears swept across. Bizarre magic erupted. Every manner of death played out in turn, and ultimate agony was carved into my soul. I struggled, fought back, fell, and started over again and again. Only that unwillingness and stubbornness kept me going, kept me dragging my once again intact body toward that invincible figure after every death. Time lost all meaning in those countless cycles of life and death. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn came through the window that my will was finally squeezed to its limit. After being utterly torn apart by a violent burst of frost, my consciousness couldn't coalesce on the water's surface again, and instead sank completely into darkness. I passed out cold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, my opponent for tomorrow was greeting the morning in a manner I couldn't even hope to match. While Princess Serin was doing her morning training, she happened to run into Soros, who was out on his morning run. That guy's leg, the one I'd broken, had long since been healed cleanly by healing magic, working perfectly fine. Sarin invited him to the training room together, offering to cover the credits. An endless expanse of pure white, the most common starting simulation for the training room. Soros was panting heavily, his sword planted in the ground. In front of him, an advanced mage mirror image had just dissolved into a streak of light, and his face bore an expression mixing the exhilaration and exhaustion of defeating a powerful foe. He reflexively turned to check on Sarin's progress, and couldn't help letting his jaw drop slightly. At the other end of the training room, Princess Sarin's figure was like a sprite dancing on a knife's edge. A full dozen or more advanced mage mirror images had surrounded her, and fireballs, wind blades, ice spears, lightning bolts, spells of every color, brimming with tremendous destructive power, poured down like a violent storm, weaving into a net of death. Yet at the heart of that storm, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on her face. Her azure eyes were as calmly cold as 10,000-year ice. Her footwork was nimble, always dodging attacks with the smallest possible movement at the last split second, or using that ornate yet razor-sharp longsword to parry the magic she couldn't evade. Where blade met spell, dazzling sparks burst forth in bright clusters. Spotting an opening while one mirror image was chanting, she flicked her wrist, and the sword tip shot out like a viper's flickering tongue, fast as lightning. Thwip. One mirror image was pierced through the brow and instantly scattered. Right after, she flicked her free left hand, and a cluster of flames so blazing it burned pure gold sprang out of thin air, tracing a graceful arc. Boom. Blasting another mirror image that had been building up a powerful spell into ash. She was like the most precise combat machine, strolling leisurely through a dense bombardment, every strike unfailingly accompanied by the death of a mirror image. In no more than 2 or 3 minutes, those dozen-plus mirror images that had once looked so hopeless were all reduced to scattered points of light. Sarin sheathed her sword and stood there, breathing steadily, not even a hair out of place. Only a faint bead of sweat at her temple bore witness to the fierce battle she'd just been through. That was incredible, Sarin. Soros marveled from the bottom of his heart. The little bit of pride he'd felt over beating a single mirror image was instantly crushed to powder after witnessing this superhuman display with his own eyes. Watching her face, still as calm as still water after the battle, Soros suddenly felt a wave of absurdity about the day after tomorrow's duel. That Chloe, did he really understand what kind of monster he was about to face? And right now, that monster's opponent, me, was sleeping like the dead. Sunlight spilled through the window onto my face, and once again the exquisite, yet simple ice blue vertical mark surfaced between my brows. Under the daylight, it seemed to come alive, faint halos of light slowly circulating within it, ripples spreading out one after another across my whole body, yet I myself had no idea at all. Only when my lashes fluttered did the mark quietly recede, like ripples sinking to the bottom of the water. I opened my eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then sat up and stretched my body, joints crackling. Rubbing my neck, I felt something was a little off. Compared to yesterday's ultimate comfort, like a battery drained to zero and then fully recharged in one go, every cell utterly renewed. Today, though I still felt refreshed, there was always the sense of some layer between me and it, as if an invisible net, faint and elusive, was draped over my perception, binding something deeper. I really wanted to break through it. There seemed to be an itching impulse inside my body, but that layer of net was ethereal and intangible, impossible to touch or grasp, just a lingering sense of blockage weighing on my mind. Strange feeling, I murmured to myself. Gurgle, a loud growl from my stomach instantly overpowered that odd sensation. I rubbed my empty belly. Well, it's come to this. Let's eat first. A glance at the clock. Exactly 10. Breakfast was over, and lunch hadn't started yet. Awkward timing. Holding out a sliver of hope, I hurried to the cafeteria, and sure enough it was empty, the serving windows shut tight. Hey, old man. Any food left? Anything's fine. I shouted toward the one small window that was still open. Inside, a chubby cook didn't even look up. You think there's still food this hour? Breakfast was 2 hours ago. Lunch is 2 hours from now. Right now? Go drink the northwest wind. I was about to leave when my nose keenly caught a tempting aroma of spices mixed with grease drifting from the back kitchen. My eyes rolled, and I casually slipped toward the back, feigning nonchalance. Through the half-open crack of the door, I saw dozens of cleaned, plump young chickens coated in a secret sauce, arranged neatly on metal trays. "You're the one." While no one was watching, I raised my little hand, snatched a chicken on the way past, and turned to go. Just as I was about to head out, an exasperated roar came from behind me. "Where's my chicken? Who took my chicken?" I immediately grew wings on my feet and vanished in a puff. I wandered around the academy and quickly found a prime spot, the back garden. Lush trees, winding secluded paths. At this hour of the morning, everyone was in class or training, so it was practically deserted. I plucked a couple of lotus leaves, dug up a couple of handfuls of mud, wrapped the chicken in the leaves and packed it in the mud, snapped my fingers to raise a fire, and started roasting Beggar's chicken. "Beggar's chicken," I hummed a little tune. Just then, a voice, so ethereal it seemed untouched by even a speck of dust, suddenly sounded behind me. "What are you doing?" "Whoa!" I nearly jumped out of my skin and whipped my head around. A girl who'd somehow appeared behind me came into view. She wore the standard uniform, her build slender, her slightly fluffy, naturally wavy gray hair loosely draped over her shoulders. What caught the eye most were her eyes, the same color as her hair, a hazy gray, as if veiled by a mist that never lifted. She gazed at me quietly, her eyes hollow and vacant. Her line of sight was clearly on me, yet it also seemed to pass right through my body, staring at something deeper and far more distant. If I had to describe her in one word, ethereal was the only one that fit. Relevant memories instantly surged into my mind. The Witch of the Heart, Ivy. This memory didn't come from the original owner, but from a game in my past life. The Ivy of the present wasn't yet the Witch of the Heart she'd become, the version boss who'd awaken to a mutated bloodline and lose control. She was just an ordinary student of the Royal Magic Academy. "You know me?" That ethereal voice, like jade beads dropping onto a jade plate, sounded again. The corner of my mouth twitched. I remembered now. In the game's lore, Ivy was born with a kind of ability similar to mental perception, not true mind reading, but she could vaguely sense the outlines of others' emotions and intentions, especially anything concerning herself. She was basically a human lie detector, and she absolutely despised liars. But people can't help but lie. So in the game, until she transformed into the Witch of the Heart and was defeated, saved by the protagonist, and taken into the party, she'd always been alone. The line the game's protagonist used to win her over was, "I swear, in this life, I will never tell you a single lie." That kind of sappy stuff I frankly couldn't say, let alone live up to. This girl was way too much trouble, especially for someone like me whose heart doesn't match the script. We clearly weren't the same kind of people. So without a moment's hesitation, I lied, shaking my head. "No, I don't know you at all. Never seen you, never heard of you." But Ivy tilted her head, her misty gray eyes blinking, a trace of confusion entering her voice. "How strange. Your heart is very noisy. I can't hear it clearly." I fell silent for a moment, then broke into a smile and, mimicking her way of speaking, said, "Your words are very baffling. I can't understand them." She blinked and blinked, then silently walked off to the side, smoothed her skirt down, and sat on the edge of the flower bed, still watching me with those misty eyes. I decided to ignore this gray-haired girl who'd be a lot of trouble in the future and turn my attention back to the beggar's chicken. But that intensely present gaze behind me made me feel like ants were crawling all over me. No matter how I sat, I couldn't get comfortable. TCH. I quietly cranked up my mana output, and that cluster of flame shot up with a whoosh, roasting it faster. I just wanted to hurry up, eat, and get out of there. After a while, it was about done. I put out the fire, pried out the blackened, steaming ball of mud, grabbed a rock, and cracked open the mud shell. In an instant, the fresh scent of lotus leaves mingled with the rich aroma of chicken, spreading out overpoweringly. My appetite roared to life, and I reached out to tear into it, but stopped halfway. I couldn't help glancing up toward the flower bed. That pair of misty gray, ethereal big eyes was still gazing, unblinking, at me, and at the chicken in my hands. Silence for a full 3 seconds. In the end, like admitting defeat, I sighed, tore off a glistening, plump, tender drumstick, and held it out to her. Hey, you want some? Ivy tilted her head, and what looked like a faint glimmer of curiosity seemed to flit across her eyes. She didn't refuse. She stood up, walked over with light, floating steps, and reached out a fair hand to take the drumstick, which was bigger than her palm. Thank you. Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as if she were imitating some unfamiliar social ritual. I waved a hand to tell her not to worry about it, then scooped up the rest of the chicken and took a big bite. Scalding hot juices burst in my mouth. The flavor was excellent, though the meat was a bit dry, an inevitable result of cooking it fast over a high flame. If I could have dug an earthen pit and slow roasted it, that would have given you fall-off-the-bone tenderness. But given the circumstances, this was pretty good. I polished off most of the chicken in a few quick bites and let out a satisfied breath. Looking up, I saw Ivy still there beside me, nibbling at the drumstick in the most delicate little bites, unbelievably slowly, chewing each mouthful carefully as if savoring some peerless delicacy. I couldn't be bothered with her any longer. I patted my rear, stood up, scattered the ashes and mud on the ground with my foot, and gave a casual wave. Enjoy, I'm heading out. Without waiting for a response, I turned and strolled off down the wooded path. What I didn't know was that Ivy stopped chewing, tilted her head, and that misty gaze followed my back until I disappeared behind layer upon layer of tree shadows. She looked down at the drumstick bone she'd gnawed perfectly clean and murmured softly in a voice only she could hear. A strange person. Yawning, I ambled over to the academic building and pushed open the classroom door, only to find it empty. Huh? Where'd everyone go? I glanced up at the timetable. Oh, so it's a combat practicum. The moment I saw the words combat practicum, the corner of my mouth couldn't help twitching. It felt like my PTSD was about to flare up. In my current stress response state, where I reflexively wanted to blow someone's head off at the drop of a hat, going to spar amicably with classmates would probably end up costing a life. As for losing credits over skipping class, I gave an indifferent shrug. I'd already skipped half a morning of classes anyway. Showing up wouldn't earn back the credits I'd lost. Once I'd made peace with that, I turned around without hesitation and set off toward the library. Rather than go make myself miserable in combat class, I'd rather keep cramming theory. Meanwhile, in the combat classroom I hadn't gone to, Princess Serin was paired with Soros. She held a training longsword and, like a strict mentor, kept pointing out his flaws. Your footwork's a mess. You're generating force wrong. Your center of gravity drifts when you thrust. After a few exchanges, though, Soros's movements slowed involuntarily, his gaze wandering, clearly distracted. Serin sharply picked up on it, gracefully retreated and stood down, and looked at him in puzzlement. Soros, what's wrong? He caught his breath, his eyes sweeping over the mirror-smooth floor of the dueling platform, a complex, hard-to-describe expression surfacing on his face. He smiled bitterly. It's nothing, just, it made me think about the last time I stood on this platform like this. It was when that guy Chloe broke my leg. Serin's brows immediately knit together, a flash of cold light passing through her ice-blue eyes. She lifted her chin slightly, her tone haughty. Don't worry. In tomorrow's oath duel, I'll avenge you. She twirled her training sword into a sharp flourish. Whatever he did to you, I'll do to him. Soros's dislike of me was genuine and real, but hearing this, he felt an inexplicable unease. It wasn't that he pitied me. It was just that relying on someone else, especially Princess Serin, to stand up for him gave him an indescribable, stifled feeling. He shook his head. There's no need, Serin. When it comes down to it, I really was just less skilled than him back then. Getting hurt in combat class is a common thing anyway. But Serin cut him off, curling her lip disdainfully. You can be less skilled than someone. So, of course, can he. The resonance decay effect of elemental guidance nodes, the mathematical model for this thing, is way too inhuman. Magical where it shouldn't be, and unmagical where it should be. In the library, I was buried in a tome thick enough to serve as a brick, my fingertips sliding across a rune diagram on the page so intricate it made my head spin, my brows practically knotted together. Just as I was muttering under my breath, trying to construct that twisted multidimensional coordinate system in my mind, A faint scraping of a chair suddenly came from across the table. I reflexively looked up, and there was a slender, gray-haired, misty-eyed girl silently sitting down across from me. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I blurted out, "Damn, it's you again?" Ivy lifted those ethereal eyes that seemed forever veiled in mist, gazed at me quietly for a moment, said nothing, and merely raised the book in her hand slightly as a gesture. The meaning was obvious. She'd come to read too. I was rendered speechless by her matter-of-fact attitude and couldn't help glancing around. The vast reading area was so empty you could hear dust settling, with countless open seats. I opened my mouth, but on second thought, it wasn't like the library was mine. I ultimately swallowed my words and, disgruntled, lowered my head again. Yet that intensely present gaze didn't go away. Even without looking up, I could clearly feel those misty gray eyes across from me landing on me from time to time, carrying a pure curiosity and scrutiny, as if studying some rare magical creature. This girl had probably fixed her sights on this noisy heart of mine. Being stared at like this made it impossible to concentrate, so I decided to go on the offensive and see this deity off. "So, everyone should be in class at this hour, right? You're not going. Is that okay?" Ivy tilted her head slightly, and a strange light surfaced in her misty gray eyes. Without her even opening her mouth, I somehow read the meaning in that look. "So aren't you? My situation is special." Feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, I rubbed my nose and changed the subject. "Oh, what year are you? What class did you have this morning?" "Third year," her ethereal voice said, like a breeze brushing the frayed strings of an ancient zither. "Alchemy. Ah, so you're a senior. My apologies, my apologies." I offered a perfunctory pleasantry, then put on an earnest, heartfelt manner. "Alchemy is a top priority. You know, it's tied to magic device development and potion preparation. If you don't build a solid foundation, you'll suffer for it later. You should hurry back to class, senior. Skipping class really isn't a good habit." But all my well-meaning advice earned in return was a single ethereal, lovely sentence. "I already know all of the third-year coursework, so it's fine." In an instant, I was blinded by the plain, unadorned, yet devastatingly powerful aura of a top student. I sighed. Out of options, I could only accept my bad luck and plan to cast aside distractions and keep chewing through the book. But just as I refocused on that headache-inducing mana circuit model, my expression shifted. That's right, since the person across from me was also a top student, why not make full use of the resource? That big drumstick I gave her wasn't for nothing. She ate my food, so it was only fair she answer a few of my questions, wasn't it? I'd been building up a whole pile of questions here, originally planning to go ask Vivian in the evening. But a lot of the knowledge points were connected. If the previous one wasn't solved, I'd get stuck on the next. So, ahem, I gave a light cough and looked at her with feigned gravity. "Since you said you know all the third-year material, senior, the first and second-year stuff must be a piece of cake for you, right? Well then, I'm going to put you to the test." Not waiting for her to respond, I launched right in. In composite magic, when elemental particles of different attributes are in parallel mana channels, the differences in their inherent vibration frequencies cause anharmonic interference, which triggers localized overload in the mana circuit. How do you avoid this at the level of the underlying model? Please state the principle and the general solution. Ivy's eyes moved slightly, her gaze falling on the book I had opened, and she paused for about 2 seconds before her voice flowed out like a stream. "Treating elemental particles of different attributes as independent entities. That's the mistake." I was startled, then watched as she extended a slender index finger and gave a single point in the air. A composite mana circuit model made purely of light and shadow instantly appeared, its structure far more exquisite than the textbooks. Her fingertip traced across several intertwined energy flows. Ice and water are not mutually repellent. They are the same essence expressed at different energy levels. When constructing the circuit, you shouldn't isolate them, you should convert them. Use the fluidity of the water element as a buffer medium to carry the solidification command of the ice element, letting them complete a natural transition at specific nodes, and the interference vanishes on its own. I stared hard at that miniature model endlessly demonstrating the flow of energy, my eyes flashing with sharp light. So that's it. Not forcibly suppressing it, but guiding the transformation? using the natural connections between attributes to turn resistance into driving force. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire. The two forms give rise to the four symbols. The four symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams give rise to all things. Damn, the stuff I used to recite every day, and I never once thought of it. I almost immediately raised my hand to experiment. A speck of ice crystal condensed in front of me. Closing my eyes, in no time the ice turned to water. A moment more, and the water turned into a stub of dead wood, followed by fire, then earth, then metal. I opened my eyes and slammed my fist into my palm. Damn it, it really did work. As expected of what our ancestors passed down. Even crossing over into another world, it still holds up. I suppressed my excitement and looked at her with blazing eyes, only to find that the expression she wore looking at me carried a hint of astonishment too, as if she found my just now performance rather surprising. But now wasn't the time to focus on that. I licked my lips and hurried to ask, when adding wind element properties to speed up chantless casting, what's the standard offset angle in the model? 3.7%. 3.7. I grabbed a scrap of paper. Let me work backward from that. I threw out one question after another, and she answered one after another. Before I knew it, time slipped away through my fingers. It wasn't until the melodious bell for the noon break pierced the library's silence that I suddenly snapped out of that obsessed state. Glancing at the bright daylight outside the window, then at the scrap paper in front of me covered densely with writing, and at Ivy across from me, still as quiet as an exquisite doll. Even thick-skinned me felt a little embarrassed. Ahem. Well, looks like you weren't lying, senior. You really are well-versed, learned in the ways of both ancient and modern. One conversation with you beats 10 years of reading. I pressed my palms together and lavished her with a string of flattery without holding back. Then I swiftly swept the books and scrap paper into my arms, sprang to my feet, and said, "That chicken this morning didn't fill me up. I've got to go chow down. See you, senior." Before the words were even finished, I'd already darted out like a gust of wind, vanishing behind the bookshelves in the blink of an eye. What I didn't know was that Ivy was left sitting there alone, her misty gray eyes gazing in the direction I'd disappeared. She blinked, and the specks of light from outside the window reflected in her ethereal pupils, carrying a trace of lingering bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the Academy's reception room, another conversation was leaving my opponent for tomorrow deeply unsettled. Smack! Princess Serin slapped the table and shot to her feet. Tomorrow's oath duel. Father is coming too. The court attendant who'd come to deliver the message bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. And not only His Majesty the Emperor, His Grace Hermann, Archduke of the North, will also be present to observe. He carefully studied her expression before adding, "So I must ask Your Highness to take this matter seriously." Take it seriously? Serin nearly laughed out of sheer frustration. Forcing down the irritation bubbling up inside her, she said, "I take everything seriously, especially this duel." The attendant didn't dare say anything more. He bowed and withdrew. The heavy wooden door swung shut, and silence returned to the room. But Serin couldn't find any peace. The Emperor and the Grand Duke of the North were coming to watch in person? What was the point of that? It was just well, fine, not an ordinary duel. Behind it lay the fate of the marriage alliance between the royal family and the North. But the duel itself, what was there to watch? Against a hollow show-off like Chloe, she could finish it in a single exchange. Would two beings who stood at the very pinnacle of the empire really come all this way just to witness that one fleeting moment? What did all this really mean? Was her father, the Emperor, still having doubts about calling off the engagement? Or had that Grand Duke of the North suddenly developed some kind of expectation she couldn't fathom for his good-for-nothing son? Forget it. She pushed the tangled thoughts aside, and resolve crystallized once more in her ice-blue eyes. Whatever the case, she needed to go tell that guy first, to make him understand just how serious tomorrow's occasion would be, so he wouldn't hold on to any foolish hope of squirming out of it or pulling some cheap trick. Following the scattered directions she was given, she asked her way all the way to the dining hall. But the moment she stepped through the doors, her sharp senses caught something off. Many people's eyes, some openly, some furtively, were fixed on the same corner, their whispers laced with low, muffled snickers. She followed their gaze, and there, at a seat by the window, food was practically piled into a small mountain. Roasted haunches, crisp and dripping with juice, stacks of meat cutlets towering like a fortress, noodles drowned in sauce. And behind this mountain, I was buried face first in it, knife and fork sweeping through the food like a whirlwind, my movements so fast they nearly left afterimages. That ravenous, starved ghost way of eating stood in stark contrast to the elegantly dining noble students all around. What made the corner of her eye twitch even more was the pretty, adorable girl sitting beside me, watching me with a look that was both exasperated and amused, now and then thoughtfully nudging a glass of juice toward my hand, as if afraid I'd choke. This guy, what was he playing at? Grandstanding for attention? Suppressing the urge to just turn and walk away, she came over and rapped her knuckles on the table. Not too hard, not too soft. My movements paused. I looked up blankly, and beside me Vivian looked over too. Seeing it was Sharon, I blinked, then grinned and greeted her. Yo, if it isn't Her Highness the Princess. Care to join me for a bite? Her brow twitched, and her voice went cold. No, thank you. I only came to remind you. Tomorrow's duel, you'd best not try any tricks. She paused deliberately, waiting her words. His Majesty the Emperor and your father, the Grand Duke of the North, will both be there in person to watch. You. Think it over for yourself. The smile on my face flickered for a moment, and a trace of surprise flashed through my eyes, but it quickly faded back to normal. I lifted the juice, took a big gulp, and said with a smile, Is that so? Having the two of them there to witness it. That's pretty nice, actually. Sharon stared at my face. By now she was almost certain, the me in front of her and the gloomy Chloe from before, one of them had to be a mask. And looking at this version of me, she was leaning toward the idea that the old one had been the disguise. She narrowed her eyes. That day, why did you accept my oath duel? I looked at her, baffled, as if she'd asked the strangest question. Wasn't the duel your idea? I accepted, so of course I was just going along with what you wanted. What's the why about that? Then, as if something had just occurred to me, a mischievous smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. Unless, deep down, Her Highness doesn't actually want me to accept? You don't really want to cancel this engagement? Ah, you should have just said so. That's easy, duel's off. We'll pretend nothing happened, get married the moment we graduate, and I'll give you a couple of chubby little boys, guaranteed. Shut up. Sharon's lovely face flushed from white to green with rage, her stomach churning. She shot me a vicious glare and turned to leave. But after 2 steps, she jerked to a halt, whipped around, and from between clenched teeth, her sapphire eyes seeming to freeze over with polar blizzards, she forced out one sentence. In tomorrow's duel, I won't hold back one bit. I spread my hands with a grin. Don't worry. I'll remember to bring both my last will and my death waiver along. You. The words caught in her throat, and she nearly choked, unable to say another word. Finally, she turned all the way around and strode off in a fury, leaving behind that eerie silence and all those probing, curious stares. I watched until she vanished out the dining hall doors before lowering my eyes to mull over the news she'd brought. The Emperor of Holy Romania and the Grand Duke of the North. Huh. I just hoped they wouldn't notice anything. Those two were the absolute ceiling of power in the original game storyline. The Emperor's feats were mostly conveyed through text, but my father, the god of magic, in the game, he actually got to appear in action. Right up until I crossed over into this world, that was still the most visually spectacular cutscene in the entire game. The Grand Duke of the North taking on the 2 demon kings, Nightmare and Malice, single-handedly. A being like that, I wouldn't even be surprised if he took one look and realized the soul in this body had been swapped out. A chill ran up my spine, but it was immediately washed away, clean and thorough, by another, more surging emotion. So what if he figured it out? Worst case, I die? At this point, would I still be afraid of death? I've already died hundreds of times, thank you very much. The only difference is whether, after dying, I open my eyes again and keep dying, or die and finally don't have to open my eyes and suffer anymore. God only knows how many times, during these 2 nights of dying and reviving over and over, I'd longed for this time, let me not wake up after I die. So, if I can't run from it, then I accept it. Living well in the present, enjoying the present, That's the only sensible thing to do. The moment that thought clicked into place, those little worries vanished into thin air. I picked up my knife and fork again, but as I ate, I couldn't help muttering, "Still, is there something wrong with this body's appetite? It gets more ridiculous by the day." "Senior, are we still doing the tutoring session tonight?" Vivian asked from beside me. "Tomorrow's so important. Why don't you get a good rest today?" I paused. Her reminder made me realize, right, my situation was special. When other people sleep, they just sleep. For me to sleep, I first have to black out into death. Tonight really wasn't the time for tutoring. After class and dinner, I needed to hurry straight back to the dorm. I nodded at once. Sure, no library tonight. With two such important figures showing up tomorrow, I really should conserve my energy. Vivian clenched her little fist to cheer me on. "Senior, you'll definitely be fine. I'll be there tomorrow to root for you for sure." "Thanks." I smiled, stood up, and said goodbye to her. After that, I left the dining hall with a calm heart and, with the same calm, went to my afternoon classes. Only gradually, I began to feel a clear shift in the atmosphere around me. Did you hear? His Majesty the Emperor and Grand Duke Herman are both coming tomorrow. Are you serious? Just to watch this duel? No joke. Princess Shirin said it right to Chloe's face at lunch in the dining hall. Anyone who wants to go had better grab a spot at the arena early. Get there late, and there won't even be standing room. The whispers during breaks surged through every corner like a rising tide, and countless gazes, some open, some hidden, converged on me, full of scrutiny, curiosity, and, more than anything, gleeful anticipation of my downfall. I paid the clamor only a moment's notice before ignoring it entirely. Compared to their dull ruckus, the magic knowledge in the textbook was obviously far more interesting. Chin propped in one hand, absently twirling a pen with the other, my eyes on the pages and a faint smile on my lips, I read with genuine enjoyment. On the other side of the classroom, Princess Shirin sat upright, but her ice blue eyes were locked onto my back in the row ahead of her, sharp as a blade. Her brow knotted with a lingering anger she couldn't shake and a strange, inexplicable restlessness that even she couldn't quite understand. "Your Highness, please do your best in tomorrow's duel. We're all behind you." A round-faced girl worked up her courage and ran over. Shirin snapped back to herself and managed a proper, if forced, smile. "Thank you." After the girl ran off, Soros gently nudged her arm and asked in a low voice, "Shirin, you've been acting weird ever since you got back at lunch. Did that Chloe do something again?" Shirin drew a deep breath, pressed her lips hard together, and forced the words out through her teeth. "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about how I'm going to beat him tomorrow." Especially recalling that outrageous couple of chubby little boys nonsense from lunch, her fingers tightened around her pen without her meaning to, as if she wished she could snap the pen, and me, clean in two. The afternoon classes ended in an atmosphere that was both eerie and restless. I closed my book, ignored the stares around me, and as usual headed to the dining hall for a hearty meal to comfort my empty stomach, then went straight back to that lavish yet empty single dorm room. I shut the door, and all the outside clamor seemed to be sealed away. After washing up, I walked to the center of the room and stood still for a moment, feeling the magic power flowing within me, and the combat instinct, honed through countless deaths, that had become utterly different from before. "Good," I murmured to myself, with a hint of resolve and anticipation. "Time to get to work." I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, no longer resisting, no longer needing to consciously guide myself. The instant my mind relaxed, that heart-clenching sensation of falling arrived right on schedule. My vision cleared once more. A boundless expanse of water and sky surrounded me, and across from me, that spear-wielding figure stood in silence. I drew a deep breath, pressing down my instinctive shudder. A blazing fire kindled in my eyes as I gripped the spear that appeared out of thin air, its tip leveled at that distant figure. "Come on." Sunlight stabbed at my eyelids, dyeing my whole field of vision red. My lashes fluttered a few times. I turned my head aside and opened my eyes, smacked my lips a couple of times, and couldn't help raising a hand to shield my forehead. That off feeling from yesterday morning was even stronger today, a kind of clogged, sluggish sensation, like my whole body was wrapped in an invisible net. I rubbed hard at the space between my brows, lifted my eyes to the wall clock, squinted to make it out, and froze slightly. 9:30. I thought it was still early. After all, I'd gotten back to the dorm so early last night. But on second thought, it made sense. After 3 straight days of who knows how many hundred life and death battles, my real combat experience had grown by no small amount. At the very least, last night, facing that figure, I already had some ability to fight back. The intervals between my deaths had stretched out considerably. There was even one time I managed to blow off one of its legs, though, unfortunately, at the very same moment, my own head got blown off by it too. What time was the duel again? Oh, right, 10 in the morning. I smacked my forehead, threw off the covers, and jumped out of bed. After washing up in a rush, I pulled open the wardrobe and let my eyes sweep over the rows of clothes, finally reaching toward the extravagant, dazzling white long-form battle robe at the very back. In the original owner's memories, it was something his mother had prepared for him when he first enrolled, yet he'd never worn it even once. That was only because it bore the Duodo family's frost crest, embroidered in several places with mithril thread, and the old Chloe had had just enough self-awareness to avoid it. Well, since I'd decided to completely overturn my past image, I might as well start from this very first battle and turn it around all the way. I took the robe out and draped it on, then turned and pushed open the dorm door. Golden sunlight spilled over me. Meanwhile, inside the royal dueling arena, the noise had long since reached a fever pitch. The ring-shaped spectator stands, capable of holding 1,000 people, were packed to capacity. Latecomers could only squeeze into the aisles and the back rows. The clamor of voices echoed through the circular space like something solid, and the air was thick with the restless buzz of excitement, curiosity, and anticipation. At the center of the platform, Princess Shirin sat quietly cross-legged. She wore a form-fitting battle suit of red and white, her brilliant golden hair bound behind her head with a cord, and that magnificent, razor-sharp longsword lay flat across her knees, its cold gleam shifting in the light. Her eyes were shut tight. She was doing her last meditation and breathing before the duel. And in the fully enclosed box at the very top of the stands, the one with the best view and the most lavish decor, the mood was rather subtle. Emperor Morn lounged casually in the seat of honor, fingertips brushing his chin, his gaze full of amusement as he looked down at the scene below. Slightly to his side sat Grand Duke Herman of the North, at ease, silver hair cascading down like a frozen waterfall, his ice-blue eyes closed as if he were taking a light nap. Behind the 2 supreme figures of the empire stood 4 young men and women. Judging by their resemblance to Emperor Morn, their identities needed no explanation. They were the princes and princesses who had remained in the capital. One prince, with a faintly wicked cast to his brow and eyes, toyed with a black jade thumb ring, his gaze sweeping across the empty competitor's tunnel. At last he let out a soft chuckle, breaking the silence. Don't tell me that Chloe Kidd has fled before the battle even started? If so, today's entertainment is going to be quite the spectacle. Beside him, another prince with an arrogant expression curled his lip, his tone contemptuous. Compared to getting beaten into humiliation by Shirin in front of everyone, just running away like a coward would actually be the smarter choice for him. The 2 princesses reacted differently. The elder had the royal family's signature brilliant golden hair, but eyes as fiery red as flame. She looked mature and coldly striking, and at the moment she was leaning back against the wall, absorbed in admiring her freshly painted red nails, utterly uninterested in the duel. The youngest, a little princess of about 13 or 14, wore an innocent expression as she tugged at the hem of Herman's cloak, blinking her big eyes and asking in a crisp voice, "Uncle Herman, who do you think is stronger, big brother Chloe or big sister Shirin?" Duke Herman didn't open his eyes, nor did he answer. The seconds ticked by. The great magical timer directly overhead dropped to the final 60 seconds. Emperor Morn finally smiled, turned his head toward Herman, who sat as still as an old monk in meditation, and remarked teasingly, "Herman, what on earth is that boy of yours up to? He can't seriously be planning to stand my Shirin up, can he? That would make for a rather dull show." Herman still kept his eyes closed and said nothing. Outside, the clamor grew ever louder. Some in the crowd couldn't hold back and began cursing, until the countdown reached the final 10 seconds. The emperor suddenly smiled, and Duke Herman opened his eyes. In the next instant, over at the competitor's tunnel on one side of the platform, a figure slammed the tightly shut doors open. Bathed in the blinding sunlight, with steps that weren't heavy at all, I strode into that arena where all eyes were fixed. The uproar that had nearly blown the roof off fell silent in that moment. Inside the box, the elder princess, admiring her red nails, lifted her eyes slightly. The wicked-looking third prince narrowed his eyes into an even more intrigued smile. The arrogant fourth prince knitted his brows. The little princess parted her lips in a soundless gasp of wonder, and Emperor Morn's expression, too, turned thoroughly interested. Only Grand Duke Herman's expression hadn't changed at all from beginning to end. The sunlight behind me flowed like molten gold, laying out a radiant carpet leading up to the platform. Draped in white, the mithril-embroidered frost crest shimmering with a restrained, noble luster in the glow, my shoulder-length black hair drifting lightly. I walked forward step by step, the crisp sound of my footfalls amplified beyond measure in that eerie silence. Up in the stands, more than a few girls covered their mouths, their cheeks flushing red. That's Chloe? You've got to be kidding. He's nothing like the rumors at all. At the center of the platform, Sharon, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, seemed to sense something. Her lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her sapphire eyes. What met her gaze was me, looking as if I'd come wrapped in holy light. Today's me was neither irritatingly grinning like yesterday, nor gloomy and cantankerous like in the past. There was only a different sort of calm surrounding me, as if I really had become another person entirely. She didn't want to dwell on what lay beneath these appearances. She drew a light breath, took up her sword, and rose. In a cool, clear voice, carrying the pride befitting a princess, she said, "I thought you weren't going to show up." I raised a hand, sunlight dancing at my fingertips, and let out a soft laugh, clean and open. "I always do what I say I will." "Do what you say?" Sharon gave a scornful little laugh. "As I recall, someone swore up and down yesterday that he'd bring his last will and his death waver along." I paused, then spread my hands helplessly. "Forgot about that. But it's not too late to write one now. No need to bother." She cut me off, the tip of her sword lifting to point at this barrier-shrouded platform. "Since you've set foot on this stage, life and death are already in fate's hands, each of us at the mercy of destiny." As for last words, her gaze swept toward the box at the very top. "The Grand Duke of the North is right up there. Whatever you have to say, just say it to him directly." I glanced along her gaze at that box looming above, but didn't linger on it, just smiled and refocused my eyes on her. A flick of my wrist, and a snow-white spear appeared out of thin air. I casually twirled a spear flourish and said with a grin, "So, how are we doing this?" Sharon wiped every expression from her face, gave me one long, deep look, and cleared her mind of all distractions. Then she raised a hand. Magic flashed at her fingertip, and a most basic magic missile shot out, striking the enormous timing device suspended overhead. Vmm. A low, deep hum rang out across the entire venue. The zeroed-out numbers on the device were replaced by a vivid, striking red countdown. 10, 9. Each second's tick came with a rousing sound effect that seemed to pound at your very heart, like war drums beating heavily on everyone's chest. The aura of the two on the platform changed abruptly. Sharon held her sword in one hand, its tip angled toward the ground, her other hand hovering at the pommel. Faint sparks flickered around her, her mighty magic power like a volcano about to erupt, drawn taut and held in check. I sank my hips slightly, the white spear's tip pointing forward, my whole body like a bow drawn to full tension, strained to the very limit. Up in the top box, the frivolous third prince nudged the fourth prince beside him with his elbow and asked with keen interest, "How many seconds do you figure Sharon needs to finish that kid off?" The fourth prince gave a scornful laugh and lifted his chin slightly. 3, no. 1 second is enough. 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom. Almost the very instant the numbers hit 0, the two of us, like springs compressed to their absolute limit, suddenly hurled ourselves at each other. Sharon's long sword left its sheath, trailing a streak of unmatched, ferocious red flame as it stabbed straight at my face. And my white spear shot out like a venomous dragon bursting from its lair, the tip vibrating the air, flicking out several points of cold starlight. And though I moved after her, I arrived first, threading precisely through a gap in the flames to strike straight for her throat. Clang! Sword tip and spear tip collided fiercely in that split-second moment, exploding with an ear-piercing clash of metal. Sparks and shards of ice flew in all directions. The spear tip grazed open Sharin's cheek. The blade cut a gash across my arm. Amid the spraying beads of blood, a look of shock surfaced on Sharin's face. And I, the moment we clashed, felt the corner of my mouth uncontrollably curl up into an arc of excitement so fierce it was almost savage. Huh! A laugh escaped me. My spear tip suddenly veered, slicing toward her neck again with an edge sharp enough to tear through anything. A lock of brilliant golden hair was cleanly severed. At the same time, her blade churned up scorching flames, straining to fend off this strike aimed at her vital point. She sharply retreated several steps, raised a hand to touch her cheek, and stared in disbelief at the crimson on her fingertips. This guy, he really had been hiding his true strength all along. And she was hardly the only one in disbelief. The entire spectator stand was now dead silent, with who knew how many onlookers wearing that same expression as hers. Inside the box, the fourth prince, who'd been so certain Sharin could end the fight in 1 second, froze. The intrigue in the third prince's eyes deepened, now even tinged with genuine interest. Emperor Morn roared with hearty laughter and slapped Herman hard on the shoulder, teasing. "Ha! Excellent. He really is an interesting little fellow. To think he could hide it this long, and hide it this deep. Herman, oh Herman, it seems your household is in for some turmoil ahead." Duke Herman remained expressionless as ever. Only, deep within those ice-blue eyes, the faintest ripple seemed to flash by and vanish. He understood what Emperor Morn meant. In the past, he hadn't paid much attention to his own children. But if things truly were as he suspected, then yes, his household was in for turmoil. After all, his 5 children didn't share the same mother. His eldest son, second son, and eldest daughter had all been born to the late Duchess, while his third son and youngest daughter had both been born to his second wife. In such an environment from birth, what reason could Chloe have had to go to the trouble of hiding and disguising himself for so many years? And on the platform, my expression was pure, unbridled wildness. I could feel something inside me that had been suppressed for so long, now savagely awakening and roaring to life, along with the smell of blood and the sensation of pain. I stamped a foot, and countless jagged ice spikes burst up from beneath it in response, like a thorn forest blooming in an instant, carrying a soul-freezing chill as they wildly spread and stabbed toward where Sharin stood. Sharin snapped out of her shock. Magic exploded beneath her feet, and her body, as if yanked by invisible ropes, slid aside almost horizontally to dodge. But before she could steady herself, I clung to her again like a phantom, the hem of my white robe pulling out an afterimage as I charged, the snow-colored spear in my hand ripping through the air, its tip trembling into dozens of points of starlight, real and false impossible to tell apart. Every one of them aimed at a vital spot on her body. Clang, 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 clang. Her wrist shook rapidly, her longsword spinning into a wheel of red light. Blade and spear tip collided a dozen times in the blink of an eye, each clash bursting with dazzling sparks and ice shards. Enormous force transmitted through the blade, numbing the base of her thumb and forcing her to slide back step by involuntary step. My assault was like a tsunami that never ceased. The spear turned, from thrust to sweep. Sharin's long sword slanted to block, while her left hand swiftly traced a rune, and a great shield wrapped in flames formed in an instant. Boom! The spear, sheathed in a keen, icy current, slammed heavily into the shield. The flaming barrier shattered on impact, and the violent burst of air sent her flying. In midair, she forcibly twisted her body, tapped a toe against an abruptly rising ice pillar, and used the momentum to backflip, landing steadily atop another ice spike I'd conjured up, looking down on me from above. "All you can do is dodge, Your Highness?" I tilted my head up, my eyes brimming with a smile. The words had barely left my mouth when the arena floor cracked open with a roar, and countless thick ice spikes, like the fangs of a giant beast, came gnawing up toward the ice pillar she stood on. She ignored my taunt, chanting softly under her breath, and grasped her hand. The incoming ice spikes shattered and were pressed down. Immediately after, the air around me seemed to be sucked away in an instant. A massive gravity field descended, and my body suddenly stalled, as if I'd sunk deep into a bog. In the next instant, the ice pillar beneath her feet crumbled, and she shot down like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, transforming into a red meteor plunging straight down, her sword tip aimed exactly at my body, now sluggish under the gravity field. Huh, I laughed. I neither dodged nor evaded. The frigid air around me spilled out wildly, and layer upon layer of ice crystal walls instantly condensed before me. While behind those walls, I raised my spear and gathered my strength. Bang, bang, bang. The ice crystal walls shattered one after another under her blade, but with each layer broken, the light on her sword dimmed a shade. At the very instant her sword tip smashed through the last wall, the spear in my hand jabbed straight for her face. She was forced to change her move, twisting her sword to parry the spear aside. But I'd already anticipated it. Borrowing the force of the collision, I spun, and a fierce whip kick tore through the air with a piercing whistle, slamming hard into her flank. Whump! She barely managed to raise an arm to block. A tremendous force surged through, and she was sent flying, crashing hard into the protective barrier at the edge of the platform. The barrier's wall of light rippled violently. I had no intention of giving her a chance to catch her breath. Almost the instant I sent her flying, I'd already darted out, and the moment she hit the barrier, my spear arrived once more. Thud! She barely managed to twist aside, dodging this spear that was aimed straight for her heart, and, breathing raggedly, tried to open the distance again, but I stuck to her like a leech gnawing at the bone, not leaving her for even a moment. There was nothing of the elegant, noble style in the way I fought, only the most extreme efficiency and ruthlessness. Every strike targeted the joints, the throat, the eyes, those lethal spots, as if this weren't a duel at all, but a fight to the death that would end only when one of us was dead. Ice magic fused flawlessly with the spear in my hand, now freezing the ground to restrict her movement, now condensing ice spears to ambush her from cunning angles, now dissolving into an ice mist to blur her vision. All of this was what I had traded hundreds of deaths to earn. Shirin fought back with her extraordinary command of magic and exquisite swordsmanship. Fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and vines came to her effortlessly, weaving together with her blade work to whip up storm after storm of raw elemental power across the arena. The two figures kept flickering and colliding all over the platform, battling from the ground to midair, sometimes launching off shattered ice pillars beneath their feet, sometimes springing off summoned whirlwinds. The fight expanded into every possible dimension, leaving onlookers utterly dazzled. Up in the stands, plenty of people had risen to their feet. Hey, he's actually got the princess on the ropes? Is that really Chloe? This fighting style is way too brutal. We couldn't hear any of the uproar around the arena. In this moment, every one of our senses was locked completely onto each other. SHRK. Another clash where we traded wound for wound. The tip of my spear carved a bloody hole in her shoulder blade, deep enough to expose bone, while the edge of her sword sliced open my side. Blood instantly stained her white garb red. Yet I felt no pain at all. The droplets of blood spattered across my face only made me look more deranged. I licked the blood from the corner of my mouth, my eyes blazing with excitement, and burst out laughing. Ha ha! You, my friend, haven't walked the path of the high tier all the way to its end after all. And here I was, actually nervous before the match, thinking I'd be facing an opponent without a single opening. Shirin leaned on her sword, breathing heavily, the wound on her shoulder blade throbbing to the bone as blood soaked into her red and white battle dress. She lifted her head, humiliation and fury burning in her aquamarine eyes. But before she could strike back, I lunged at her once again. This time I was faster, my assault fiercer, abandoning all defense entirely. My spear came down like a raging storm, every blow carrying the ruthless resolve of someone willing to go down with the enemy. No matter how fast her blade danced, she couldn't hold off this reckless, self-sacrificing style of fighting. Clang! An especially piercing clash of metal rang out. After countless collisions, her wrist suddenly went numb as an irresistible force surged through it, sending her whole body flying backward to crash onto the ground. That gorgeous longsword of hers finally tore free of her grip, spinning high into the air before landing with a shing, embedded at a slant in the ground far away. On the arena, there was an instant of dead silence. Cold air poured off my entire body. My white clothes were torn in many places, streaked with mottled bloodstains, some of it mine, most of it hers. I held my spear level, its icy tip pointed at her, gazing down at the frozen princess through my disheveled black hair. After that brief silence, the stands erupted in an earth-shaking uproar. She lost. Princess Shiren's sword got knocked away. Oh my god, Chloe won. How could he possibly be this strong? Inside the private box, the two princes' expressions had turned completely grave. The little princess covered her gaping mouth, her face full of shock, and even the eldest princess, who hadn't given this duel a second thought from start to finish, now raised her eyes to fix them on the arena. Down on the platform, Shiren lowered her head, her brilliant golden hair hiding her expression. She clenched both fists, her body trembling faintly, not out of fear, but out of overwhelming defeat and refusal to accept it. I don't know what your goal has been, hiding your true strength all this time. Her voice was low and hoarse. And I don't know why you deliberately led me into challenging you to an oath duel. That made me raise an eyebrow, but before I could say anything, her voice suddenly rose. Maybe the battle to come will be terribly unfair to you, but no matter what, I will win. The instant those words left her lips, she lifted her face, and in that moment her eyes lit up with a dazzling, breathtaking gold. Not an ordinary color, but something older, nobler, a splendor so dreamlike it seemed to have no place in this world. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure exploded out from her rather petite frame, like a slumbering dragon awakening. Golden flames rose from beneath her feet, pure and searing, like flowing liquid sunlight, wrapping her entire body. At the same time, the space directly above the arena seemed to be ripped apart by an invisible giant hand, and a massive rift suddenly appeared. As the rift yawned open, what lay within was not emptiness, but an enormous eye constructed purely of golden radiance, like a god enthroned in the highest heavens, gazing down upon the arena, gazing down upon all living things. The azure eye. I recognized it. It was the supreme symbol of power in the bloodline of the Holy Romania imperial family, the miraculous force that had forged countless legends across the empire's thousands of years of history. All the uproar that had filled the stands moments ago now transformed into near fanatical cheering. The azure eye. It's Her Highness's azure eye. Long live the empire. Long live the princess. Compared to the fever pitch in the stands, the air inside the private box was far calmer. The sinister-looking third prince gave a soft chuckle. So little Shiren actually went and used the azure eye in an oath duel. The arrogant fourth prince curled his lip and offered only 2 words of judgment. How embarrassing. The little princess immediately whipped her head around to glare at him. It is not. It's totally cool. She's like a goddess from a story. The eldest princess, though, those blazing crimson eyes of hers landed on the arena now with keen interest, yet completely ignored the azure eye and Shiren that dominated the whole scene, staring straight at me instead. Watching me face the azure eye head-on, my grin only growing wilder and more excited. She couldn't help but lick her full red lips. Treating the azure eye like a whetstone, are you? Interesting. But of all this, I in that moment knew nothing. I was indeed thrilled. Facing that mountain-like pressure radiating off Shiren, an ordinary high-tier mage would probably have already crumbled, yet all I felt was my very soul trembling. Not in agony, but because that sluggish, stuck feeling that had been plaguing me since yesterday morning, that stifling sense of being bound tight by some invisible net, had clearly loosened a notch the instant the azure eye manifested. It was like a sealed jar being pried open just a crack, the vivid breath of the outside world rushing in, letting me sense that a breakthrough was possible. A premonition slammed into me with overwhelming force. If the pressure grew just a little more, if I were pushed just a little closer to the limit, I could tear straight through this net. And then the sky would be the limit. At that moment, Shiren was wrapped in golden flames that flowed like liquid sunlight. The fire born alongside the azure eye, the heaven-feasting flame, hailed as the king among all fires. blazing at an incredible temperature that burned anything and everything. Her gorgeous, dreamlike azure eyes looked down indifferently, and even her voice took on an ethereal, majestic divinity. There's still time to surrender. I'm far from having fully mastered the power of the azure eye. My control is poor. If we continue, I can't guarantee I won't kill you. She paused, and her tone seemed to carry a hint of something complicated. In today's duel, you've already proven your talent and strength to everyone. No one will ever look down on you again. So concede. I met her gaze, thought it over, and gave a slight smile. Nah. The instant the word left me, I swung my arm, and several ice spears took shape in a flash, hurtling toward her in midair. But she didn't move at all. Those ice spears didn't even graze the hem of her clothes before they were instantly vaporized under the licking of the heaven-feasting flame. Honestly, I hadn't expected that casual strike to accomplish anything. My figure darted about at high speed, constantly using ranged magic to harass her and create openings. But as I moved, that enormous azure eye, as though space itself had opened it, followed me with its indifferent gaze, locking onto me relentlessly. As if confirming my stubbornness, Shirin finally raised her hand, expressionless, and gave it a light wave. Vmm. A pillar of golden light, so dense it seemed made of pure light and heat, descended from the azure eye like divine judgment, silent, yet faster than the eye could follow, crashing down with a thunderous roar. I shifted sideways at high speed almost the instant she waved her hand. Yet the light pillar still grazed the hem of my clothes as it landed, striking the dark metal platform, and it didn't even make much of a sound. Only after the light faded did it leave behind a bottomless, pitch-black circular hole. I glanced at that deep pit, a bead of cold sweat sliding down my temple and mixing with the blood on my face. I tugged at the corner of my mouth, breaking into a smile that mixed lingering fear with even more excitement. Now that was seriously dangerous. Before I'd even finished speaking, her next attack came sweeping in like a violent storm. The feasting flame poured down like rain as I dodged left and right, barely managing to evade, snatching openings here and there to counterattack. But the Shirin who had awakened the azure, I was like a completely different person. Against the feasting flame's rank-based suppression, my magical attacks were as fragile as sheets of paper waiting to burn. She hovered in the air, the heaven-feasting flame moving at her will, now taking the form of a roaring fire dragon that dove down, now scattering into a sky-wide barrage of streaming flames raining across everything. Every wisp of golden fire carrying the terrifying might to incinerate all creation. And the azure eye in the sky would drop its pillars of destruction from time to time, sealing off every possible escape route I had. Even pushing all my magic power to its absolute limit, I looked so pale and powerless before her. My ice magic melted the moment it neared the golden flames, and my spear strikes couldn't even break through the feasting flame's absolute defense. A streak of flame grazed my shoulder, instantly leaving behind a patch of charred, blackened burns, the flesh curling, the smell of scorched meat hanging in the air. Bam! The backlash from another light pillar struck my flank, blasting me violently through the air. I spat out a mouthful of blood while still airborne before slamming hard into the ground. My whole body was drenched in blood, my white clothes long since dyed a mottled ruin, huge burns and gashes covering me from head to toe. I looked utterly wretched. Gasps rippled through the stands, everyone stunned by the miraculous power of the azure eye. So this is the azure eye, the power of the imperial family? Chloe's amazing just to have held on this long. It's just a shame. And yet, though I was completely on the losing end, my eyes only grew brighter and brighter. The will to fight within them, like a volcano suppressed to its breaking point, wasn't going out. It was burning fiercer than ever. Close. So close. I could clearly feel it. Something sleeping deep inside me was slamming furiously against that invisible barrier. Under the relentlessly mounting pressure of death, that stuck feeling all over me had cracked like struck glass, already covered in a fine web of fissures. The heaven-feasting flame, under Shirin's control, came smashing down like a golden whip of divine punishment. I dodged in a panic, and the spot where I'd just stood turned into a patch of empty, pitch-black void. Another beam of annihilation fell, and I rolled aside by the narrowest of margins, leaving yet another deep crater in the ground. I dropped to one knee, propping myself up with my spear against the ground. There was no doubt, my body was already at its breaking point. I couldn't even form a single ice spike to harass her anymore. And yet at precisely that moment, Sharon raised her hand once again. The giant eye in the sky gathered a heart-stopping light in response, and the aura of destruction locked once more onto my figure, which looked like it had reached the end of the road, yet still refused to fall. A beam of annihilation, thicker and more concentrated than before, came down like a pillar of judgment hurled by the gods. But this time, I didn't dodge. Still kneeling on one knee, I lifted my head and watched that blinding light draw closer and closer. Yet a grin slowly spread across the corner of my mouth. In that moment, sudden clarity struck. Here it comes. I let out a low laugh, and then, under the astonished, no, horrified, gazes of everyone, I stomped down hard against the ground, charging straight into that devastating pillar of light. Boom! A whole section of the arena floor exploded into powder beneath my feet, turning my body into an arrow and my spear into its point. I hurtled against the golden torrent, ramming into that light pillar with utter resolve. Has he lost his mind? Is this suicide? The cries of shock were deafening. Even Sharon herself, the one who'd launched the attack, froze for an instant. The moment she realized what was about to happen, she almost instinctively tried to shift the point where the pillar would land. But it was too late. I was instantly swallowed by the golden light. Some of the more timid girls couldn't help but scream. And yet what happened the very next instant went utterly beyond everyone's comprehension. That surging golden pillar of light, after devouring me, suddenly went still. A layer of ice crystals began spreading from its center, gradually turning the beam of annihilation into a glittering column of ice. It wasn't just that golden torrent. Even the enormous azure eye hanging high in the sky slowly became coated in a thick, gorgeous layer of ice crystals across its surface. The entire dueling ground fell into utter silence. CRK crack. A faint cracking sound began. Under countless dumbstruck stares, spiderweb-like fractures surfaced across the frozen golden pillar and the azure eye. The cracks spread rapidly, until finally, boom! The frozen energy and ice crystals shattered like hundreds of millions of stars, scattering into a sky full of glittering ice fragments that came drifting down. And amid that dreamlike mist of ice, a wholly new figure, slowly emerged. It was still that same tattered white outfit, but my once black hair had turned frost-white as snow, and my once brown eyes had been dyed the color of the northern sky, transformed into a blue more profound than 10,000-year ice, more pure than the heart of a glacier, the ultimate blue. At the center of my brow, a gorgeous yet simple vertical stripe of ice blue glowed brilliantly, like a rune drawn by a god's own hand, radiating a heart-stopping ancient majesty and absolute cold. That vertical stripe I glimpsed faintly every single morning, only for it to vanish in an instant. Now, at last, it had fully surfaced. The entire venue was silent as the grave. Inside the box, Emperor Moan smiled. An interesting little fellow, a frost soul bloodline of very high purity. After a moment of silence, the third prince couldn't help but chuckle. This Chloe really does surprise everyone, time and time again. The little princess cupped her hands over her heart, her little mouth forming a perfect O, murmuring, so cool. The eldest princess had already come to the window, gripping the railing, her red eyes locked on me, the smile curling at her lips carrying a hint of something feverish, like the most obsessed hunter who had just spotted the rarest of prey. And Grand Duke Herman, who had never once spoken, watched me with his eyes slightly narrowed. On the arena, Sharon looked at me, silver hair, blue eyes, ice fragments swirling around me, her gaze indescribably complex. Over these past few days, she'd already lost count of how many times I'd shattered her understanding of me. Her voice came out dry. Bloodline awakening. But even so, how much of the Frost Soul's power can you really command? I kept my head lowered, staring at my own hands, feeling that brand new power surging endlessly within me, as though it could resonate with all the cold that existed between heaven and earth. Hearing her voice, I lifted my face and smiled at her, a smile utterly bright and pure. How much I can command, I don't know. But right now, it seems I really can do a few incredible things. I grinned. For instance, the very instant those words fell, an extreme chill, one that seemed able to freeze the soul and solidify thought itself, exploded outward with me at its center, blanketing the entire arena. Vim. A strange humming sounded in the depths of everyone's soul. In that very moment, Grand Duke Herman, who had remained seated in the box the whole time, shot to his feet, and Emperor Moan's eyes went wide too. For the first time, genuine shock crossed his face. Under countless dazed stares, every scene within the arena, the drifting dust, the flickering golden flames, the frozen complex expression on Sharen's face, even the faint shimmer of magic in the air, all of it, everything, completely froze in an instant. The movement of matter was frozen at the molecular level. Time had stopped flowing, and in that world of absolute stillness, I alone could move. Like a master strolling through the gaps of time, I walked leisurely up to Sharen, calmly gazing into those azure eyes frozen in astonishment. 1 second, so brief it felt like an illusion. The flow of time abruptly resumed. Sharen's mind was still fixed on where I'd originally been, yet those ice-blue eyes suddenly appeared right in front of her, mere inches away. Sheer terror flooded her heart in an instant. There was no time to react at all. Bam! My sharp side kick had already slammed hard into her stomach. The heaven-feasting flame wrapped around her was actually scattered outright by that single kick, brimming with absolute cold. She let out a muffled grunt as her slender body was blasted flying. Yet before her vision had even cleared from the blur, that space-freezing chill descended once more. Time froze for the second time. Sharen was fixed in midair, while I raised my hand and clenched it around empty air, a crystalline, translucent ice lance instantly forming before me. I twisted my waist and swung my leg, delivering a fiercely powerful strike to the tail end of the ice lance. Whoosh! Time resumed flowing. The ice lance turned into a streak of ghastly white light and instantly pierced clean through her right arm. Arc! The ice lance, carrying tremendous force, dragged her along and pinned her with a shing to the enormous magical time-keeping device hovering above the arena. Then the frost soul power contained within suddenly erupted, freezing half her body into ice. Down on the ground, I lifted my foot, and ice crystals spontaneously formed into steps beneath me. One step at a time, as if walking up the long staircase to a throne, I ascended to stand before Sharen, pinned in midair, half her body encased in ice. Then I raised my spear and rested its point against her pale, fragile throat. From the moment I broke out of the ice until now, the entire venue had remained utterly silent. So, does this count as my win? My voice, carrying a trace of amusement, broke the silence. Sharen pressed her lips tightly together, her slender body trembling faintly from exhaustion, pain, and an even stronger sense of humiliation. The azure I had faded, and in her aquamarine eyes remained only the reflection of me, this utterly unfamiliar silver-haired, blue-eyed figure, as unwillingness and bewilderment tangled together in her heart. She had lost. Even after unleashing the power of the Azure Eye, she had still been defeated this thoroughly. That terrifying power to freeze space and time had utterly crushed all her pride. The protective barrier enveloping the arena quietly dissipated. A middle-aged referee in official garb hurried up onto the wrecked platform, took a deep breath, forced down the storm raging in his chest, and channeled his magic to send his voice across the entire venue. Witnessed by the oath, the winner of this duel is Chloe Oros Dodo. Boom! Like a drop of water flung into a boiling cauldron of oil, the entire dueling ground exploded in an instant. The mountain and sea roar of discussion merged into a deafening wave of sound. Who could have imagined it? A match everyone had assumed would be a one-sided formality had turned into such a thrilling, legendary battle full of stunning reversals. Azure Eye versus Frost Soul, a head-on clash between two of the Empire's legendary bloodlines. And more crucially, I had won. I had won victory from the hands of Princess Sharen herself. In the stands, Soros sat frozen stiff, his face full of bewilderment. Was that really Chloe? Even now, he felt like he was trapped in some absurd, bizarre dream. That good-for-nothing playboy he'd always despised and hated had somehow transformed into a heaven-blessed prodigy capable of crushing Princess Shirin. In stark contrast to him was Vivian in another section. This pretty little junior classmate was so thrilled she was jumping and shouting, completely ignoring the odd looks from those around her, cupping her hands to her mouth and yelling at the arena with all her might. "Senpai, I knew it. You're the best." I heard her voice, turned toward it, and gave her a small smile. Then I flipped my wrist, withdrawing the spear pressed against Shirin's throat. The ice lance pinning her and the ice steps beneath my feet vanished at the same time, one dropping her to the floor, the other setting me steadily onto the ground. Two medics immediately rushed over to cast healing magic on each of us. As I received treatment, I looked toward the referee and said with a grin, "By the way, both parties in an oath duel get to make one demand, right?" The referee immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Dodo, those are indeed the rules." I nodded. "In that case, my demand is the same as Her Highness's demand when she started this duel. Cancel the engagement between us." Shirin, who had been stubbornly keeping her head down ever since hitting the ground, snapped her eyes up, filled with utter disbelief. I had no idea what she was thinking in that moment. Only later did I vaguely guess. In that instant, the old Chloe, the gloomy one who'd chased after this engagement so eagerly, flaunting it to lord over others, and this present me, all sharp edges, yet casually tossing out, "Cancel the engagement," were colliding wildly in her mind. A truth detonated in her head like a thunderclap. Maybe this guy, from the very beginning, had been just as dissatisfied with this forced engagement as she was. Except, unlike her, who'd fought against it, failed, and swallowed it with a pinched nose, he had chosen a more patient, more thorough method, disguising himself for all these years, just to wait for a chance like today, to sever this shackle openly and beyond reproach by his own strength. And all the loathing and contempt she directed at him this whole time. In his eyes, it was probably more like a farce they'd both been playing along with. So what, exactly, was she in his eyes? A nuisance he had to get rid of? Something too beneath his notice to bother with? An intense wave of humiliation instantly drowned her heart. The human heart is contradictory like that. When you firmly reject something, it's worthless to you. But when that thing turns around and shuts you out first, the value you denied suddenly juts out in a sharp way, becoming a strange, stinging ache of wanting what you can't have. But I neither knew nor cared what she was thinking, and just waited with a grin for the referee's answer. The referee, though, was in a real bind. Who didn't know what this engagement meant? Before the emperor himself spoke, what business did a lowly little referee have weighing in? Luckily, at that very moment, the one-way glass of the box at the very top slid down. Emperor Mon of the Empire stood at the railing, gazing down at the arena, his eyes fixed on me with amusement. "Now I'm curious, why are you so set on canceling this engagement? Could it be you think my princess isn't good enough for you?" The voice of the Empire's supreme ruler pressed down the clamor in the venue. Yet I, facing that gaze directly, remained perfectly at ease. I could even manage a smile. I gave a slight bow. "Your Majesty jests. Of course it isn't that Her Highness isn't good enough for me. Quite the opposite. It should be that I'm not good enough for Her Highness." I tilted my head slightly and said with a smile, "Otherwise, how could Her Highness fly into such a rage, challenging me to this very oath duel, no less, just because I injured a male friend of hers during practical combat class? Granted, hurting someone was indeed my fault. But think about it. Any man, faced with someone of the opposite sex making eyes at his fiancée all day long, would inevitably feel the urge to teach that person a lesson, wouldn't he? And yet Her Highness would sooner break off our engagement over it." I paused, then spread my hands helplessly. It's truly disheartening. So, for the sake of preserving the purity of the Dodo family bloodline, it's best this engagement be canceled. The moment those words came out, the audience was practically knocked flat by the bombshell of gossip, and the clamor swelled beyond control. Shirin herself was even more affected. Her eyes turned red, her whole body shaking with rage. The way she glared at me left no doubt she'd lunge over and bite my throat out the very next second. In the box, the third prince shook his head and laughed at such brazenly bold words. The fourth prince knit his brows deeply, his gaze toward me full of hostility. Even the emperor seemed not to have expected me to say that. After a slight pause, he looked toward his daughter on the arena. Shiren, this boy has his say. What do you say? Shiren stared hard at the side of my face, her voice practically forced out through gritted teeth. I can swear before the gods, I have never done anything to wrong you or to wrong this engagement. As for the base, filthy things you speak of, I would rather die than do them. The emperor nodded knowingly, then looked back at me, his expression somewhere between a smile and not. You heard her? I was silent for a moment, then unexpectedly turned my gaze back to Shiren, that teasing smile she hated so much resurfacing on my face. Your Highness, why bother? Just cooperate honestly and let us cancel the engagement. From then on, you and I would have nothing to do with each other, and you and that classmate Soros could pair off and fly away together. Wouldn't that perfectly satisfy your wish? Isn't that the best of both worlds? You. Shiren's eyes glistened, tears welling up. She was nearly driven to crying with anger, her chest heaving violently. Soros and I are completely innocent. Put away those filthy thoughts of yours. I challenged you to this duel simply because I can't stand the kind of person you are. That's all. Haha. I gave a careless little laugh, no longer arguing with her, and turned instead to the emperor. Your Majesty, whatever the case, this is my demand. Cancel the engagement with Princess Shiren. Emperor Mon looked at me deeply, and after a few seconds he suddenly laughed. Boy, making a demand only after you've secured victory doesn't accord with the ancient rules of the oath duel. What the victor enjoys is glory and the right to dominate, not the right to haggle. So denied. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected the emperor to pull this move either. I probed carefully. Then what if I concede right now, and we just say Her Highness won? Shiren's fists were clenched tight. Watching me argue so insistently to draw a clear line between us, she was practically dying of shame and fury. But Emperor Mon was so amused by me that he couldn't stop laughing, and he shot back. What do you think? The oath duel is sacred and solemn. Is it some child's game, to be flip-flopped back and forth? The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. I locked eyes with the Emperor's profound gaze for a moment, and in the end could only smile helplessly. I see. Well then, so be it. But, I paused, shifting my gaze to Shiren on the other side, who was still glaring at me resentfully, and smiled. For as long as this engagement still exists, if Her Highness goes on making eyes at certain people the way she used to, I'll still go ahead and break that person's legs, you know. With that, I even had the leisure to give the utterly stunned princess a farewell wave, adding in a relaxed tone, looking forward to our next oath duel. And with that said, I really didn't linger any longer. Crisply, I turned around, withdrew my snow-white spear into my spatial ring, and, ignoring Shiren behind me, who had bitten her lips bloody, and the audience still lost in their enormous shock, headed straight for the exit at the foot of the arena, off the dueling ground. But I'd only taken a few steps when a figure came crashing down from the top floor box like a meteor, slamming into the ground in front of me with a heavy bam, blocking my path. The newcomer wore the lavish garb of a prince, his face proud and unyielding, his brow full of cold fury. It was none other than the fourth prince, Lyles. He glared at me coldly, rage bursting through his voice. Chloe Oros Dodo. Winning the duel proves you do have some talent, but that's no excuse for you to insult the imperial family. I stopped in my tracks and looked at the murderous fourth prince before me, a strange expression crossing my face. Without turning around, I merely asked with a grin, is stating a fact considered an insult too? Lyles raised his hand, and a heavy greatsword dropped into his palm. He pointed it at me and said through narrowed eyes, maybe your bloodline awakening has given you too much confidence. You've gotten far too arrogant. Looking at that greatsword pointed at me, I let out a long sigh, turned my head, and glanced up at the box above. The Emperor still stood there, his gaze toward this scene, even carrying a spark of genuine interest. And beside him, Grand Duke Herman, who hadn't spoken a single word from start to finish, was also watching this side with a faint, detached look. So I smiled. A chill suddenly exploded outward with me at its center, and within a 2-meter radius, time was forcibly frozen. Only a single cold spear, as though crossing the very boundary of space and time, casually flicked the greatsword out of the fourth prince's hand, then lightly came to rest against the center of his brow. The audience who witnessed this nearly went mad. They held their breath, watching this insane act of mine right under the Emperor's nose. If before they'd felt beyond fortunate to witness this epic duel, now they only wished they'd learned space magic so they could slip away silently, right this instant. And when the flow of time resumed, Lyles fell into utter bewilderment, staring hard at me right in front of him, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. How could he? How dare he? He could clearly feel the chill and the sting at the center of his brow, and had not the slightest doubt that if this spear thrust down, he would die on the spot. I chuckled softly. Your Highness, do you think that if I drove this spear down, I'd need to pay for it with my life? Lyles's throat bobbed, but he couldn't make a single sound. In these ice-blue eyes of mine, he could find no trace of a bluff, only a madness that disregarded life and death entirely. He gritted his teeth hard, clenching his fist until his fingertips nearly dug into his palm, yet he didn't dare move a muscle. Heh! I let out a scornful sneer, flicked my wrist, and changed the spear from a thrust into a swat. Bam! At the instant of contact, Lyles was smacked flying like a kite with its string cut, tumbling several times through the air before landing in an ungainly heap on the ground far away. I paid no more attention to anyone. I withdrew my spear, turned around, and, under countless gazes of shock, fear, awe, and complicated emotion, strode off at a composed, unhurried pace, elegantly leaving behind this dueling ground where uproar and glory coexisted. What I didn't know was that up in the top-floor box, the eldest princess, Divya, gripped the railing, trembling with excitement, those blazing crimson eyes of hers fixed hard on the direction where I had vanished. With an almost dreamlike, feverish obsession, she said to the Emperor beside her, "Father, since he wants to cancel the engagement with Shirin so badly, just say yes. What matters is the marriage alliance between the imperial family and the Northern March anyway. Who the partner is doesn't matter, does it?" She whipped her head around, a scorching light burning in her eyes. Swapping and me would work just the same. I've set my sights on this guy. Emperor Moan didn't answer right away. He merely gazed meaningfully in the direction I had left. Ignoring his eldest daughter's mad ravings, he turned his gaze to the expressionless Grand Duke Herman beside him and said with a smile, "Let's go, Herman. Playtime's over. It's time we talked about the war in the Northern March." Leaving the dueling ground, standing on the streets of the royal capital, I felt the sun today was being especially generous, warm and cozy against my skin. I swept a hand through my now dashing silver hair, feeling like I looked cool as hell. Of course, more important than looking cool is being strong. I'd known the Frost Soul bloodline was powerful, but I never dreamed my own awakening would come out even more overpowered than all of the Northern Grand Duke's children combined. After all, in the original game, no white-haired scion of the Dodo family had ever pulled out a killer move like Absolute Zero, freezing time. Sure, I'd already tested it on the arena. My Absolute Zero domain reached at most 20 meters and lasted only about a second, but a time stop is a time stop. From now on, I too am a man who can strike an arrogant pose and shout the world. Of course, besides sending my strength skyrocketing, the bloodline awakening also marked that the original novel's Chloe and I had now completely diverged onto different paths. With power like this, my mindset toward this engagement, looking back now, was completely different from when I'd first transmigrated. If before I was in a rush to cut ties out of fear of being killed off by some protagonist's plot armor, then after awakening I understood, there was no such nonsensical thing as protagonist plot armor or a converging timeline in this world at all. My earlier request to the Emperor to cancel the engagement was purely because I didn't like her, that's all. Back when I played the game, from the protagonist Soros's point of view, a princess who was cold as ice to everyone, yet gentle only to you. Well, of course that was appealing. But now I wasn't Soros. I was the damned wrong party, Chloe. I could understand Shirin's disgust toward the original owner, but expecting me to accept a fiancée who turned her blade against me for someone else's sake? No thanks. The only pity was that using an oath duel to cancel the engagement clearly wasn't going to work. If the Emperor thought the engagement was necessary, then it had to exist. But I wasn't too worried. Right now it was just a small nuisance I couldn't shake off. The days ahead were long. and there'd always be a way. Compared to all that, what mattered more right now was Gurmble. I rubbed my empty, flat stomach, deciding nothing was more important than eating. I'd overslept this morning and rushed off to the duel without even eating breakfast. Now that I'd finally relaxed completely, I was absolutely starving. I peeled off that white outfit, by now practically shredded to rags, took out a new coat from my spatial ring and threw it on, then walked into the streets of the royal capital in a sunny mood. After all this time since transmigrating, this was actually my first time really touring the royal capital. Walking into it in person, I finally understood what the capital of an otherworldly magic empire was like. It was like stepping into a living, breathing, epic tapestry. The stone bricks underfoot were smooth and wide. Buildings rose thick on both sides, their pale stone adorned with intricate reliefs, sunlight scattering off the mana crystals into a dreamlike halo. In the distance, a towering mountain range guarded the capital like a giant, and that magnificent complex of golden domes and white towers built into the mountainside halfway up was the palace, the center of power. Nearby, the spire of the great cathedral pierced straight into the clouds. The streets teemed with people. Carriages of finely dressed nobles, staff-wielding mages, armor-clad knights, merchants hawking exotic goods from foreign lands. The air was filled with energy and clamor. All of it made me realize clearly once again, this was no game. It was a real, living world. Taking a deep breath of free air, my gaze was quickly drawn to a stall giving off an enticing aroma. A roadside stand converted from a sheet metal truck cab was set up on a street corner, where a burly, thick-waisted uncle with a full beard was cooking round meat patties sizzling with oil on a scorching iron griddle. The uncle quickly noticed me standing there. After all, my silver hair and blue eyes were quite eye-catching. He called out in a booming voice, "Hey there, young master, come check out Old Man Barton's signature meat patty. Freshly slaughtered rock rhino tenderloin today, paired with golden cheese from the Dwarf Valley. If it's not delicious, you don't pay." Looking at that cheese and meat patty pulling long strings of melted cheese, I bolted right up to the stall in a single stride. "Boss, give me the biggest one." "You got it. One look and I can tell you know good stuff when you see it." Old Man Barton worked with brisk efficiency. "From the looks of you, you must be an elite from the Royal Magic Academy, eh?" "Yep, good eye, uncle." I nodded, swallowing my drool. "Naturally." He tilted his chin up proudly. "With that extraordinary air about you, you've got to be a top student." Then his gaze swept over my hair and eyes, and he teased me with easy familiarity. "At first glance, I even thought you were some young master from the Dodo family up north, out slumming to experience real life. Though the Dodo boy who's at the academy right now, isn't he some disgrace of the Dodos who hasn't had a bloodline awakening?" The corner of my mouth twitched, and I forced out a dry laugh or two. Even though I'd already cut myself cleanly apart from the original owner, hearing that still felt awkward. I didn't take up the topic and just urged, "Boss, is the patty ready yet?" "Ready, ready." He wrapped up an enormous patty, cheese practically overflowing, in oil paper and handed it over. "That'll be 12 copper coins. Since you're such a handsome fella, I'll only charge you 10. Now that was music to my ears. I took it and immediately bit off a huge mouthful, saying as I chewed, "No problem." Then I sent my mental awareness into the spatial ring to feel around for money. A few seconds later, my chewing slowed down, and the expression on my face got a little hard to keep up. Old Man Barton was still watching me with that enthusiastic smile. I forced down the bite of patty and put on an awkward but still polite smile. Boss, seeing as I'm this handsome, how about I pay you next time?" The brilliant smile on Old Man Barton's face froze right along with mine. And on the other side of the city, Sharon, who had just lost to me, was walking along in a daze, utterly crushed in spirit. She honestly couldn't remember how she'd left the dueling grounds. The healing magic had closed her surface wounds, but the pain of the ice lance that had punched through her right arm still lingered. In her mind, the scene from moments ago replayed itself, frame by frame, beyond her control. I burst free from the ice, my hair silver as snow, my blue eyes like ancient, frozen glaciers. The annihilating light of the pale pupil shattered before me like brittle glass. I strolled through frozen time, the tip of my spear pressed to her throat. And there were those words I'd spoken to the emperor, demanding the engagement be annulled. Every syllable like an ice needle driven straight into her heart. So he'd been pretending all along. That supposed devotion to their engagement, that arrogant swagger, all of it fake. Just like her. No, even more than her. He loathed this bond that tied them together. And once he stopped pretending, he really was formidable. Deep as an ocean, sharp as a drawn blade. A man like that looking down on her. Well, that almost seemed only natural. A bitter, self-mocking smile tugged at the corner of Sharen's lips. Just then, a sudden burst of noise and cheering pulled her out of her thoughts. She lifted her eyes and looked ahead. There was a crowd gathered at the street corner, and standing right in the middle of it was the very person she'd just been thinking about. I'd swapped my fine clothes for an ordinary coat, but that silver hair and those ice blue eyes still made me stand out like a crane among chickens. Right now I was standing beside a cart selling meat pies, a bright, dazzling smile on my face. One she'd never seen before, calling out in a clear, ringing voice. "Come on over. Come and take a look. Cheese meat pies, delicious and cheap, made fresh right here. If they're no good, you don't pay a dime." As I hawked my wares, I snapped my fingers. Countless ice crystals gathered in my palm and quickly took shape into a tiny bird made entirely of glittering ice. It flapped its wings, circled around me once, let out a crisp, ringing cry, and then burst apart into a shower of dazzling ice dust, drawing gasps of amazement from the children. The truth was, I was doing this half to drum up business for the old man, to pay off that meal I owed him, and half just because I thought it was fun. Then I pressed my hands downward through the air, and a miniature icy plain took shape in front of me, complete with snow-capped mountains and a frozen river. With a light tap of my fingertip, a troupe of little ice figures began performing a slapstick comedy across it. Yes, amazing. Cheers rose one after another. Sharen stared, dazed. This was the same person who not long ago had frozen space and time itself with absolute zero and defeated her. And here he was, acting like the most ordinary street magician imaginable. Just then, the sound of a little girl crying caught Sharen's attention, and mine, too. Not far from the stall, a little girl with pigtails sat on the ground, wiping her tears, while a burly, kind-faced man crouched beside her, at a loss for how to comfort her. I smiled, stopped my performance, and walked over, crouching down in front of the little girl. I didn't say anything, just flipped my wrist, and an ice rose appeared in my hand. "Hey there, little one, look at this. Isn't it pretty?" I said, softening my voice. The little girl's crying stopped. Her big, dark eyes fixed on the magical creation, and she gave a timid little nod. "Pee pretty. Then it's yours." I placed the ice rose in her palm. "Have your daddy buy you a meat pie, okay?" The little girl nodded hard, her small face flushed pink. "Okay." The man beside her, both grateful and embarrassed, thanked me over and over before scooping up his daughter and heading off to join the line. After all that, the onlookers warmed up to me considerably, and their enthusiasm spilled over onto the old man's meat pie cart. Before long, the whole cart had been picked clean. Old Patton was grinning from ear to ear. He clapped me on the shoulder. "Ah, my boy. Today I owe it all to you." He shoved the last 2 meat pies into my hands. "Take 'em. Next time you come around, your money's no good here." I laughed and took them. Just then, something tugged at my senses, and I looked up, across the street, at Sharen, who'd been watching for a good while now. My gaze lingered a moment on her pale face, and then that casual smile she found both familiar and strange rose to my lips again. "Hey, want one? They're really good." I gestured with the meat pies in my hand. Sharen stood rooted to the spot, watching me mingle with a bunch of commoners as if I were one of them, and then thinking back to that powerful, almost crazed figure on the dueling grounds moments ago. For a second, she felt completely disoriented. Sunlight spilled over my silver hair, dancing across it in flecks of gold. She realized she could no longer make any sense of me at all. Walking down the street with the meat pie in hand, Sharen herself didn't know what she'd been thinking, how she'd ended up taking the food I'd offered and falling into step beside me. After a long silence, seeing that my whole focus stayed fixed on that meat pie, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. "You, why did you say those things?" "Say what?" I turned my head to look at her. "Those things you said to my father, the emperor. Why say them like that?" She kept her head down, her voice very low. Isn't it obvious? I said offhandedly. So His Majesty would agree to call off our engagement, of course. Her fingers tightened slightly around the meat pie, and her voice grew heavier. So you just talk nonsense? Nonsense. I noticed her expression looked a little odd. Everything I said was fact. What? You can do it, but no one's allowed to say it out loud. You. She glared at me, gritting her teeth. How many times do I have to say it? There is nothing between Soros and me beyond friendship. No feelings, no actions. Sure, you're right. I gave a careless little smile. You're probably the only one who actually believes that. I don't believe there's not a single person around you who hasn't commented on you and Soros. That's just… Sharon cut herself off mid-sentence. She'd suddenly remembered something her other friend, Lilith, had said. Lilith had indeed teased her about Soros more than once. But that was just joking around, right? Somehow her confidence wavered, and she pressed her lips together. At least I have a clear conscience. The lofty princess who's cold as ice to everyone. Yet the one exception is a boy who clawed his way up from the bottom. Him she treats with a warm face, patiently tutoring him in his studies. And when he's wronged or hurt, she'll even draw her sword against her own fiancé for his sake. Oh, but surely those two are just ordinary friends. Go ask the people around you and see who buys that. I laid it on thick with a mocking, sing-song tone, then gave an easy laugh. But whatever. Go ahead and keep telling yourself your conscience is clear. I can't be bothered to keep you company. Sharon's breathing grew ragged as I spoke, her long, slender fingers tightening without her realizing it. All those moments she'd laughed off when Lilith teased her, all those instances she'd considered perfectly above board. Now, under my light, offhand tone, they were being re-examined and coded in a color even she didn't recognize. Of course there was nothing between her and Soros. But beyond that, for the longest time, had her subconscious already grown accustomed to that pure attention untainted by status? Had she let that special treatment continue without ever once considering what it might mean in the eyes of others, and especially in the eyes of her fiancé in name? If it had been the old Chloe saying all this, she wouldn't have given him the time of day. But of all people, the one saying it now was the Chloe who had just beaten her head on. The one whose excellence had, without question, surpassed her own. The same words carry different weight in different mouths. Even from the same person, they land completely differently before and after his rise. A tangle of emotions, humiliation, shame, anger, and panic churned inside her without stopping. Never before had she felt so much like a fool stripped of her finery and left exposed under everyone's gaze. At last her proud head dipped ever so slightly, a few strands of brilliant gold hair sliding down against her cheek. Her voice carried a dryness even she didn't notice. I'll be more careful about the distance between Soros and me from now on. The words were barely out before even she was startled by them. It was very nearly an admission of defeat, a concession. I turned my head, a flicker of amusement swirling in my ice-blue eyes, and let out a soft "oh." Then, as if I'd heard some hilarious joke, I laughed. What? Are you afraid I'll actually go break his legs again? I waved a hand. Relax, I'm kidding. That utterly indifferent attitude was like a needle, pricking her all over again. Her head snapped up, her blue-green eyes reigniting with anger, her voice rising. I already told you it has nothing to do with him. I just thought maybe you were right. The old me really was too self-centered, and I didn't stop to consider other things, including how this engagement looks to the people around us. She forced out those last few words with unusual difficulty. It was very nearly the deepest self-reflection this proud princess was capable of. But I only gave a dry little laugh, clear and bright, yet doing nothing to hide the distance in it. Actually, you don't need to change. I looked at her and said flatly, you can go right on keeping your conscience clear. There's no need to explain anything to me either. After all, I'm not going to marry you. As for this engagement thing, by the time we graduate, I figure I'll have grown strong enough that I won't need to give a damn about it anymore. I turned my head back and gave her a smile. This duel didn't get either of us what we wanted, but at least it made one thing clear to everyone. This engagement between us involves nothing but some cold, hard political matters and nothing else whatsoever. So, right at that moment, we reached a three-way fork in the road. I'd just finished my meat pie, So I balled up the greasy wrapper, tossed it into the air, and flicked my fingertip. A spark of crimson flame flashed, and the paper instantly crumbled into gray ash. I stopped walking and looked at her with a grin. "Where's your highness the princess headed?" "I'll pick the opposite direction." Those airy words fell like the last snowflake, freezing over every unspoken thing she still had left to say. Shirin bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly tasting a hint of blood, rusty and metallic. A princess's pride wouldn't allow her to show even a trace of anything resembling an attempt to salvage this. That would only make her look more like a pathetic joke. She said nothing more, only gave me one long, deep look, an expression too complex to read, settling at last into a still, frozen blue. Then she suddenly spun around, clutching to her chest that meat pie which had long gone cold and which she hadn't touched even once, and walked, almost stumbling, toward the left-hand path. I watched her retreating back. She looked all but ready to flee, and without the slightest hesitation, hands in my pockets, I set off down the right-hand street, humming a little tune, gradually disappearing into the crowd. What I didn't know was that after walking a long way, only once she'd rounded a corner and was certain she could no longer see that fork in the road, Shirin finally stopped, as if every ounce of her strength had drained away. She looked back, but that silver-haired, blue-eyed figure was long gone. An overwhelming sense of failure, one she'd never felt before, washed over her like a cold tide. She stood there alone in the bustling street, the sun shining bright and warm, yet she couldn't feel the slightest bit of that warmth. Regret? Maybe. Maybe just a little. The royal capital was vaster than I'd imagined. A whole afternoon, and I hadn't even managed to cover a single district. As dusk settled in, the sky was painted a gorgeous purple gold by the setting sun. The mana crystal lamps lining both sides of the streets flickered to life and blended with the glow of the sunset, draping the city in a dreamy, gauzy veil. The aroma of food drifted shamelessly out of the restaurants and taverns along the street, mingling with the chatter and laughter of passers-by and the calls of the vendors. After roaming around all afternoon, the little bit of meat pie in my stomach had long since digested. Then inspiration struck. I remembered how I'd handled lunch earlier that day. Having already gotten a taste of the perks of the street performing trade, I didn't hesitate. I strode over to an open spot at the street corner, cleared my throat, put on a smile worthy of a professional busker, and started my pitch. Come on over. Come on over. If you've got money, throw some my way, and if you don't, well, just enjoy the show. Before I'd even finished, I snapped my fingers. A crystalline ice phoenix with a wingspan of nearly half a meter took shape and danced around me, scattering flecks of ice dust. Whoa, look, it's magic. So beautiful. The children crowded around excitedly. My smile widened. I sent the ice phoenix wheeling and diving, while with my other hand I traced patterns through the air, blooming clusters of ice flowers, as if I'd conjured up a miniature garden of ice and snow. I was really getting into the performance when a startled voice suddenly came from the edge of the crowd. "Senpai." I followed the voice and found Vivian standing among the crowd, one small hand covering her mouth, which was slightly open in surprise. "Hey, my junior classmate. What a coincidence." I greeted her warmly. Vivian's little face flushed scarlet, not out of shyness, but out of embarrassment. She simply couldn't believe this street performer was the same person as the senpai on the dueling stage who'd been so dashing people had screamed. "Senpai, what are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm stranded here, starving, so I've got no choice but to perform for a little coin." Perform for coin?" Vivian's mouth twitched. She stamped her foot, pushed through the crowd, and jogged over to shove me from behind. Okay, senpai, whatever you want to eat, my treat. Now come on. Let's go, you're embarrassing me so much." Huh. I let her push me along, though I still turned back to wave at my audience. I'm earning a bite to eat with my own skills. How's that embarrassing? This is the fruit of honest labor. Art is priceless. Yes, it's not embarrassing. Senpai, you're the best. Vivian kept saying, coaxing me like you'd coax a child, all while bowing in apology to the passers-by who'd stopped to gawk. Once she'd finally rescued me, she tugged me along for a good distance before letting out a sigh of relief. "Senpai, you really don't care about appearances, do you? If any of the other nobles had seen you back there, you'd have been laughed to death." I laughed, completely unbothered. Then let them laugh. If they laugh at me, I'll smash their kids' and grandkids' heads in. I've figured it out. In this life, what you really want is to be free and easy, to do whatever you want to do. That way, at least when your life comes to a sudden end one day, you won't be full of regret. Why care so much about what other people think? If that were actually useful, why don't they go to the front lines and laugh at the demons instead? I said all this half in jest, but I alone knew that the line about, when your life comes to a sudden end one day, you won't be full of regret, was the truest realization I'd reached from the bottom of my heart, after dying hundreds of times over these past 2 nights. Vivian let out a uft of laughter, and whatever embarrassment she'd felt before vanished completely. She tilted her head and gazed at the side of my face, which looked even more strikingly handsome in the lamplight, especially that silver hair and those ice-blue eyes. She sighed softly. "Senpai, you really are a strange and complicated person." "Oh, how so?" My interest was piqued. "You've got such incredible power and such a noble status, and yet it feels like you treat His Majesty the Emperor and these common folk exactly the same way." She giggled. "I bet if anyone who saw that street magician just now was told he was the same super genius who defeated Princess Shiren and stood before the Emperor demanding the engagement be annulled, they'd never believe it." I laughed. "What's the big deal? One's life, the other's work. Keep them separate and you'll live free and easy." Vivian blinked, not quite understanding this carefree philosophy of mine that came from another world, but she could feel the genuine, heartfelt ease in it. Her gaze fell on the gorgeous frost sigil between my brows, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. "Senpai, the way you are right now, you're seriously super cool. When you beat Her Highness the Princess, so many of the students around me were staring, completely spellbound. By the look of it, when you go back to school tomorrow, Senpai, there's definitely going to be a huge crowd around you." I couldn't have cared less whether there'd be a crowd around me at school tomorrow, but I cared a great deal about my empty stomach. In just a few sentences, I'd steered the conversation right back to dinner. The two of us settled our evening meal at a street-side restaurant, and I ate until my belly was round and full. The night deepened, the lamps glowing in brilliant colors. Vivian and I walked side by side on the way back to school. "Senpai, are we still on for tutoring tonight?" she asked, tilting her head. "The library should stay open pretty late." I glanced at the silhouette of the academy in the night and shook my head with a smile. "Since it's a rest day, let's actually rest." "All right then. Good night, Senpai. See you tomorrow." The two of us parted ways at the fork, and I hurried off toward the dormitory. The night was still young. The royal capital's nightlife was probably just getting started. But rather than exploring the capital by night, I was far more interested in something else right now. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in my eyes, and my steps grew faster and faster. Today's me was worlds apart from yesterday's. With my awakened Frost Soul bloodline, that domain of absolute zero that could freeze space and time itself, I now possessed power that could only be called cheating. No exaggeration. If the current me faced yesterday's me, I was confident I could end the fight 10 times over in a single second. I wasn't sure whether that terrifying figure inside the space would gain Frost Soul power and sync with me as I grew stronger, but I couldn't wait to get in there and have it out with that bastard. The chance to wash away my humiliation might be waiting for me this very night. I was going to slaughter that son of a bitch 1,000 times over. Back at the dorm, I didn't even bother to shower. I stripped off my coat and flopped straight onto the bed. I took a deep breath, then slowly let it out, settling my mind. My fighting spirit was running high, but I knew all too well how terrifying that opponent was. The slightest bit of underestimation could earn me an even more agonizing death. Only once I felt my condition had reached its peak did I close my eyes and welcome that instant of falling. A moment later, I opened my eyes again, and just as expected, I'd already appeared in that space where water and sky blended into one. Not far off, that spear-wielding figure stood in silence, exactly as before. Without a shred of hesitation, the instant I felt I could control my body, I stomped down hard and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging at that figure at full speed. There was no audience here, and yet I felt an excitement more electrifying than that duel earlier today with all its thousands of watching eyes. The moment I was certain the figure was less than 20 meters away, the sigil between my brows suddenly blazed with gorgeous light. An extreme chill, one that felt like it could freeze the soul itself, spread out instantly with me at its center, engulfing the figure ahead. In an instant, within a 20-meter radius, all things froze. Drifting water vapor condensed into ice crystals suspended in midair. The ripples on the water's surface were locked in place. Even the faint shimmer of mana seemed frozen solid. That spear-wielding figure stood rigid where it was, like an insect trapped in amber. I'd done it. Huh. A wild joy I couldn't suppress shot through my whole body like an electric current. An ecstasy even greater than when my bloodline awakened on the stage. Hundreds of deaths, hundreds of torments. Would it all finally come to an end here and now? Now die. My expression was manic. The blood-red spear in my hand tore through the frozen air like the fang of the Grim Reaper, stabbing viciously toward my opponent's throat. And yet, bang, the spear tip didn't punch through as I'd hoped. The sensation that came back to me felt more like I'd struck a thick steel plate. Almost instantly, I realized my opponent had already prepared his defense before space and time froze. But while time had granted me this one opening, it wouldn't indulge me a second time. 1 second flashed by, and space and time began to flow once more. The figure, struck in the throat, was blown backward, but almost simultaneously, the spear in his hand was hurled at me. I was still reeling in panic from my failed strike, and all I felt was a searing pain through my chest. I coughed up a great mouthful of blood, the mana around me instantly scattering, and I dropped to one knee, my vision going black. Through the blur, I saw that figure walking toward me, unhurried, and seized the blood-red spear that had run through my chest, wrenching it out with brutal force. Gah! I saw it clearly, my own heart, dragged out along with the spear, dangling from its tip. In the instant the pain peaked, my consciousness cut out. I opened my eyes and stared blankly up at the ornate ceiling. Several seconds passed before I managed to squeeze 2 words out of my throat. Son of a bitch. I'd thought that with my awakened frost soul and my mastery of absolute zero, I was already invincible in the higher tiers of combat. But reality had smacked me right upside the head. Against that figure in the space, whose combat experience could only be described as inhuman, I was actually worse off than the night before. At least last night, I'd managed to hold my own for a while on pure combat instinct. But tonight, I'd leaned too heavily on my new power, even instinctively abandoning the fighting techniques I'd honed through hundreds of deaths, and as a result, I'd lost even faster, even more miserably. That figure seemed to treat the me of moments ago as the perfect example of what not to do, telling me in the cruelest way possible, no matter what kind of power you have, it will only ever be a tool. That fervor in my heart, which had been swelling ever since I beat Sharon at noon, cooled completely. I wiped my face. Guess I really do need to stay humble and steady. Then I sat up and headed for the bathroom. Well, since things had come to this, I might as well take a shower first. And while I was stewing over a defeat in a dream, what I couldn't have known was that in some distant, terrifying corner of this world, a true storm was quietly brewing, because of me. Far across the shores of time, in the abyss of the 44th demon hell. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the demon Empress Rubisis fell upon the cold, ancient steps of the underground palace, echoing through the deathly still air. She wasn't deliberately radiating any pressure, and yet with each stride, the dark ripples that flowed across the hem of her gown made the surrounding space warp ever so slightly. She wore a gown woven from the night sky and shards of stars, her ink-jade hair draped loosely about her, a beauty that transcended gender, race, and even the boundary between life and death. Her purple eyes were like vessels holding a shattered galaxy, carrying an inborn languor and a cold indifference that looked down upon all living things. This underground palace, buried deep beneath her sleeping chambers, held only one source of light, the amethyst coffin at its center, glowing with a faint, ghostly radiance. It was the sole pure land in her long, endless life. Rubisis walked to the center of the great hall, her gaze falling upon that empty pedestal. The amethyst coffin was still there, its lid sealed tight. And yet, inside, there was nothing at all. That sleeping body she had frozen with her mighty power for 1,000 years. one that not even time itself was permitted to touch, had vanished. All that remained was the blood-red spear, now without its master, laid across the coffin's interior. Rubisis stood frozen in place. That radiance of hers, which put the galaxy itself to shame, congealed in an instant. Deathly silence spread through the underground palace. In those eyes, like a shattered galaxy, the languor and indifference receded like a retreating tide, replaced by a fury so utterly, bitterly cold it could freeze the entire demon hell. Space began to groan and split apart in silence, fine black cracks spreading out from her like a spider's web, as though this very domain that bore her weight could not withstand even a 10,000th part of her feelings in this moment. She slowly raised her hand, her jade-carved fingers reaching toward the coffin, not even truly touching it. Crack. Boom. That amethyst coffin, formed from countless rare mana crystals and inscribed with eternal secret arts, together with the pedestal beneath it, shattered explosively under her formless rage, dissolving into a cloud of gorgeous, mournful purple crystal dust. As the dust drifted through the air, it reflected her exquisite face, utterly still, yet capable of overturning the world. Who? A single soft murmur, yet carrying a pitch-black killing intent that could pierce the nine hells and burn away the cycle of reincarnation itself. The Northern Territory, Tanzan Fortress. Dark clouds pressed down from above, serpents of lightning writhing wildly. What had once been eternal frozen tundra had long since become a hell of blood and fire. As far as the eye could see, a demonic tide had swallowed the entire horizon. A sea of pale skeletons surged like a rippling carpet, countless rusted blades hammering against shields with a spine-chilling clatter. Trolls with knotted, bulging muscles pushed iron-plated siege towers forward, closing in slowly like moving mountains. Green-skinned goblins darted among them like locusts, hurling lit jars of fire oil into the sky. And behind them all lay a truly despairing sight. Abyssal giants clad in armor of molten lava, towering dozens of meters tall, each step sending tremors through the earth, swarms of gargoyles beating their tattered, fleshy wings, blotting out what little dim light remained like storm clouds, and great demons wreathed in hellfire, cracking whips of flame that set even the air ablaze wherever they passed. At the very front of the human line of defense, Tanzan Fortress stood like an unyielding giant against the storm. Atop its walls stood the most elite force in the entire empire, the Northern Legion. Magi formation, 1st through 7th sequences, saturation bombardment, fire. The commander's hoarse, screaming roar was swallowed by the howl of unleashed mana. Thousands upon thousands of fireballs streaked with trailing flames, crashing into the demonic tide like a reverse meteor shower, the exploding rings of fire clearing vast swaths in an instant. Following close behind came an endless blizzard, hailstones the size of fists mixed with a cold wind fierce enough to crack steel, freezing the charging monsters into twisted ice sculptures. Thick chains of lightning leapt through the densest clusters, and with every flash they left behind great heaps of charred corpses. This wasn't magic. It was a natural disaster, an elemental cataclysm guided by human will. The army-scale flood of magic came down as dense as spilled water, briefly driving back the gloom hanging over the battlefield. The demon horde answered in kind, in its own terrifying way. Legions of skeletal mages chanted in unison, and pale bone spears rose into the sky like a torrential rain, colliding with the humans' barriers to send fragments of light scattering everywhere. Massive burning boulders launched from hellfire catapults dragged trails of green corrupt energy behind them, slamming heavily into the fortress walls and leaving spiderweb cracks. In this moment, the demonic tide was no longer just a word from a textbook, but a very real, destructive flood crashing against the human line. The heavily armored shield guards in the front row let out beast-like roars, their rune-inlaid tower shields forming a wall of steel. The next second, the sea of skeletons slammed against it. No reason, no fear, just the ear-splitting screech of bone claws scraping against metal. Hold the line. For the Empire. A centurion's roar was drowned out the instant the two forces clashed. An ogre swung down a bone-spiked club, and an entire tower shield along with the soldier behind it was reduced to a spray of pulped flesh in an instant. The moment a gap appeared, more goblins wormed their way through, their poison-coated daggers seeking out the seams in the armor. The spear phalanx was like a thicket of steel thorns, every thrust bringing up shattered bones and stinking green blood. But the monsters were endless, the fallen corpses swiftly trampled into paste by those who came after. The clash of magic against magic played out in the heavens above, while the grinding slaughter of steel against flesh boiled on the ground below. Dragons. A pack of black dragons. On the watchtower, the sentry's voice cracked with terror. The dark clouds were forcibly torn open as a formation of 12 fully grown black dragons dove downward, their enormous bodies blotting out the sky. They paid no mind to the ant-like slaughter on the ground, aiming straight for the fortress walls. The dragons roared, their chests glowing with an ominous red light. Third Magi Core. Abandon all offensive spells. Channel 90% of your mana into the Wall of Sighs. Amid the roaring, guided by a silver-haired young man at the very front, the blinding radiance instantly took shape into a colossal ice shield more than 100 meters across. The next second, 12 streams of pitch-black dragon breath converged into a single pillar of annihilating light and came crashing down. Boom! Extreme cold and extreme heat clashed savagely at the front line. The ice crystal shield deformed violently under the impact, countless cracks spreading across it, only to be rapidly repaired as vast amounts of mana poured in. The escaping energy turned into a shockwave that blasted every monster and soldier near the wall clean off their feet. Xavier Kronos Dudwa braced both hands hard against the barrier before him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his entire frost soul bloodline boiling within him. The concentrated dragon breath finally exhausted itself, and the Wall of Sighs, built from the combined mana of 3,000 mages, crumbled to dust. Almost the very instant the dragon breath dispersed, Xavier, paying no heed at all to his own injuries, shot forward like a bolt of white lightning surging against the current, hurtling straight into the pack of black dragons. Squelch. The frost warspear ran through the throat of a black dragon still rigid from the backlash of its own breath, frost racing along the wound and instantly sealing off its dying cry. Xavier planted a foot on the falling dragon's corpse and launched himself into the air again. From his left hand, he flung out a thorn chain of ice that wrapped tight around another giant dragon's neck, and like a northern knight taming a wild horse, he hurled the massive beast to the ground with brute force. Herman, get out here! A roar like the shrieking of 10,000 vengeful ghosts in unison drowned out every other sound on the battlefield. The demon horde parted like a receding tide, and a figure like a demon lord rose up amid a column of hellfire that surged into the sky. Standing atop a dragon's back, Xavier turned furiously toward it. Didoro, shut your filthy mouth. The demon lord, Didoro, the demon lord of fury, turned his gaze toward him. You think you're worthy of even speaking to me? Go fetch your father. He didn't even make a move to attack. A mere stare from his demon eyes sent a formless soul strike leaping across space and slamming viciously into Xavier. Xavier let out a muffled grunt, spat blood, and tumbled from the dragon's back. Didoro swept out one palm, and space itself shattered. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing more than a hair's breadth beneath his hand. Right then, a blade of light forged purely from fighting spirit erupted skyward from deep within the fortress, breaking apart his space-spanning strike. Herman's not here. A warrior draped in a battle-worn legion cloak, his face covered in a bristling beard, came treading through the air, wielding a giant blade the size of a door. He brought it slamming down. But will Hoffman do? The giant blade smashed head-on against the hellfire-wreathed demon claw. Clang! The very sky seemed to be cleaved in two by that single blow. And 1,000 miles away in the royal capital, inside a meeting room of the Royal Magic Academy, a debate concerning the fate of us students was quietly unfolding. Headmaster Mandan Violet sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingertip lightly against its surface. Regarding this year's war experience course for the second years, you've all seen the battle reports from the Northern Territory. The intensity of this war is beyond anything in years past. Today's topic is simple. Do we proceed with this course or postpone it? Before he'd even finished, a female professor with gold-rimmed glasses spoke up urgently. Headmaster, I believe we must postpone it. Cancel it, even. In the past, the experience took place behind a stabilized front, purely for observation. But now, she swept up a hand, and a magical projection unfolded, revealing the shattered walls of the front line and the demonic flames roaring into the sky. This is all-out war. Abyssal giants, packs of black dragons, all thrown onto the battlefield. Sending a group of children whose average age isn't even 20 into a place like that isn't a learning experience. It's sending them to their deaths. I agree with Professor Melinda. Another professor chimed in. They're still children, the future seeds of the Empire. Throwing unripened saplings into the flames is foolish and short-sighted. A safe environment to grow in. A booming voice rang out, laced with derision. Takuro Ines, the professor of practical combat, leaned forward like a lion about to pounce. You think if you just water them in a greenhouse, they'll grow into towering trees that can withstand the northern winds and the demon's claws? What a joke. Saint Romania was a nation forged in the fires of war. It's precisely because they are the Empire's future that they need to know what a battlefield looks like. They need to smell blood, to see with their own eyes how the demons tear their brothers in arms to pieces. He slammed the table. The front is in dire straits right now. That's exactly why the Empire needs fresh blood. If even the elites we train are afraid of the battlefield, then what the hell are we even fighting for? Takuro, watch your language. Melinda snapped. We are responsible for the safety and lives of every single one of our students. The meeting room instantly filled with a charged, combustible tension, neither side willing to yield. Headmaster Mandan, seated at the head, remained silent throughout, and only once the argument had died down a little did he turn his gaze to an elderly man who'd been sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Professor Hohenheim, what's your view? Hohenheim List slowly opened his eyes. Rather than answering directly, he asked, as I recall, 140 years ago, the Takari fortress in the Eastern Territory fell, and the fires of war once reached all the way to the royal capital. Compared to today's Northern Territory, how did the fighting back then measure up? Everyone present tensed. That period of history was an eternal scar upon the Empire, and also an unyielding badge of honor. There was no such thing as a war experience course back then, Hohenheim said, his gaze seeming to pierce through time itself. But those of us still studying at the academy took up our staves, drew our swords, and threw our own flesh and blood into the breach. This war has already dragged on for nearly 1,000 years. Saint Romania was founded in war and blood to begin with. Takuro's words may be crude, but the principle is the same. At last he looked toward the headmaster. I say it's best to let the children make this journey. This lesson isn't only about magic and combat technique. It's about responsibility and grit. It's a rite of passage they cannot do without. His words seemed to carry a decisive, foundation-setting weight, and quite a few of the wavering professors nodded slightly. Headmaster Mandan pondered for a moment and was about to speak when a young professor couldn't help but interject. Headmaster, Master Hohenheim, I understand what you all mean. But if something truly goes wrong this time and a student is unfortunately lost, how are we to answer to the families behind them? He didn't finish the thought, but his meaning was unmistakable. Chloe, the son of the Grand Duke of the North, had just displayed astonishing talent in the Oathbound duel. If something happened to him, how would the North react? Princess Shirin of the Imperial family was also a second-year student. If something happened to her, would the Emperor fly into a rage? And if the scions of the other great noble houses were lost, how could the Academy possibly withstand the fury of those towering powers? The meeting room fell silent once more. Headmaster Mandan's fingers stopped tapping, and he let out a soft sigh. The continuation of the Empire cannot rely on flowers grown in a greenhouse. The risks are real, but as Master Hohenheim said, this is a baptism they must undergo. He paused. Here's what we'll do. The Academy won't make it mandatory. We'll disclose the true situation and the risks at the front, holding nothing back. Whether to go and experience the cruelty of war and shoulder responsibility for the Empire's future, or to stay at the Academy and continue their studies in safety, we'll leave that choice to them and to the families behind them. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows into the second year's shared lecture hall. I pushed the door open and walked in, and the room, buzzing like a beehive just a second ago, fell abruptly silent. Even though that eerie hush lasted less than 2 seconds before the chatter welled up again, the volume was noticeably lower by several degrees, and the air was thick with cautious, prying curiosity. I still caught a few whispers aimed at me. "Look, he's here. Silver hair, blue eyes, just like the rumors said." I'm kicking myself. I should have gone to watch yesterday. His whole aura feels totally different now. Before, he was clearly, "Sure, keep it down." I acted as if I'd heard none of it and walked straight to an empty seat by the window, rubbing my brow with a hint of weariness. The awakening of the Frost Soul bloodline had brought unparalleled power, but it seemed it wasn't entirely a good thing. Last night, in that eerie space, I'd taken to heart the lesson from my first time wielding that power. I no longer blindly relied on absolute zero. Instead, I fused together the physical attributes and mana control that had been comprehensively boosted after my awakening with the combat techniques I'd honed through hundreds of deaths, and I fought that spear-wielding figure through the entire night. I still hadn't won a single time, but the progress was clear. My death rate had plummeted from hundreds of times a night to just single digits. That, however, also meant that even after the sun came up, I showed no sign of passing out. On the contrary, I felt rather wired. I even started to wonder whether I'd ever need to sleep again after this. I shook my head, took out a book, and opened it, planning to use the time before class to chew through a few difficult points. Compared to dealing with everyone's stares, right now I cared far more about how to finally, thoroughly crush that bastard in the space once and for all. But I hadn't read 2 lines before the murmurs around me caught my attention. Not the gossip about me, of course, but this. "Did you hear? Over in the north. The war experience course. This time it sounds different. My father says the front is in dire straits. The demons have gone completely berserk." A few key words instantly reminded me of the game's original storyline. Going by the timeline, this was exactly the game's second act, and the main thread of this act was precisely what these students were discussing, the war experience. And with it surfaced the major event nodes for this version in the game. The Grand Duke of the North taking on 2 demon lords at once, standing firm against Didoro, the demon lord of fury, and Mephisto, the demon lord of nightmares. Princess Shirin breaking through her bottleneck under the pressure of the battlefield and advancing to King Tier Mage. But honestly, I wasn't all that concerned. The facts had long since proven that in this world, one that had turned from a game into reality, there was no such thing as a fixed convergence of the timeline. Even a butterfly's flap could stir up a storm, let alone the fact that the entire backdrop of another game had been folded into this one. With variables on that scale, I'd long since abandoned the idea I'd had at the start of profiting off knowing the plot. There were too many variables. Using it to point me in a rough direction was fine, but blindly trusting the plot was a great way to end up dead in a ditch. While I was mulling this over, the bell rang, and a young professor of magical theory strode in briskly and set his lesson plan on the podium. "Before we begin today's class, there's something I need to announce to everyone." The classroom went silent at once. Regarding this academic year's war experience course for second years, the Academy has, after careful deliberation, reached a decision. Given that the fighting at Tanzan Fortress in the north is currently in dire straits, at an intensity far exceeding that of previous years, this course will carry a considerable degree of unpredictable risk. Therefore, the Academy will not require all students to participate. He looked around at the students below, their faces showing a range of expressions. The Academy will fully disclose the latest battle reports and risk assessments from the front. Whether to go will be a decision left to you and your families. Students who choose to participate will need to sign a risk acknowledgement waiver, while those who choose to remain at the Academy will be assigned an alternative intensive study program. The moment the announcement was made, the classroom erupted into an uproar, some excited, some anxious, a tangle of every kind of emotion. I propped my chin on one hand, my fingertip tapping absently against the desk. I wasn't particularly fazed by the news. Given my current status, in the end, I'd definitely be going. The House of Dudwa had guarded the north for generations, with frost and the fires of war flowing through its bloodline. For me to shrink back at a time like this would be as good as slapping my own face. Beyond that, I held a considerable interest in that legendary battlefield, in getting a close-up view of that peak clash between the Grand Duke of the North and a demon lord. As for the danger, ever since I'd experienced hundreds of ways to die night after night in that eerie space, my threshold for the word danger had long since become absurdly high. After dying that many times, what did I have to fear? I spun my pen absent-mindedly, never noticing a certain gaze from the back row of the classroom, one that had lingered on me, faint but constant, from the moment I'd walked through the door. Princess Shirin let out a soft breath and finally pulled her eyes away. That guy hadn't so much as glanced her way from the moment he'd entered. It seemed he really did mean what he'd said yesterday. He wanted to draw a firm, unmistakable line between them. Under these circumstances, of course, she wasn't going to do something foolish like offer up her warm face only to have it pressed against a cold backside. She couldn't, and she didn't want to. But whether that flicker of emotion snuffed out in her chest in this moment was some tiny expectation she herself hadn't even been aware of, no one would ever know. And behind Shirin and off to the side, Soros's gaze was far more complicated. This morning he'd walked out of habit, as always, toward the seat beside Shirin, but before he could even sit down, Shirin spoke first. "Soros, from now on, maybe you should sit somewhere else." Soros froze at the time. Is it because of those things Chloe said yesterday? Shirin was silent for a moment, her ice blue eyes drifting toward the window. Not entirely. It's just that I think, too, that we've maybe been a bit too close before this. Keeping an appropriate distance from now on would be better for both of us. In that moment, a sense of loss he couldn't quite put into words welled up inside Soros, as if something he'd always taken for granted had suddenly been ripped away. He stared at my conspicuous silver-haired back up ahead, in a tangle of emotions, resentment, anger, and a flicker of jealousy he wouldn't even admit to himself, began to churn in his chest. Never before had he wanted the power to grow stronger as badly as he did right now. Never before had he craved the chance to prove something, fair and square. The morning's classes finally ended in a strangely restless mood. Nearly everyone's conversation circled back to the same thing: the upcoming trip to the northern reaches. To these young nobles, who'd grown up amid the splendor of the imperial capital, war wasn't a looming shadow of death. It was the glory engraved on their family crests, the epic sung by traveling bards. They dreamed of witnessing the steel legions surge forward like a tide, imagining that maybe they too could make a name for themselves. Danger? That was just the necessary spice in a hero's tale. I was something of an exception. I actually paid attention in class. But with how shaky my foundation was, a whole morning left me utterly muddled, my head spinning. Swaying along with the crowd out of the lecture hall, I only came to a little once the midday sun hit me. The empty, protesting growl in my stomach shoved all those dense lessons out of my mind, and my feet turned toward the dining hall on their own. I just sat down with a tray piled up like a small mountain when a lively figure came bouncing up in front of me. "Good afternoon, Senior." Vivian's face was lit up with a sweet smile. "Oh, what a coincidence, Junior." I looked up and grinned. "It's no coincidence. I came here just to wait for you." She tucked both hands behind her back and scrunched up her nose, looking pretty pleased with herself. "Waiting just for me? Something you need." I speared a slab of grilled meat. "For the war experience course, of course." She sat down across from me, her big eyes blinking. "Senior, I heard the second years are heading to the front lines next week. Are you going?" I chewed my meat and nodded like it was obvious. "Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? What kind of Todd would hide in the back at a time like this? That would be shameful." I knew it. Her eyes lit up, then she pouted. "Such a shame. We first years have to wait a whole extra year. I heard the fighting up there is really fierce this time, that even a swarm of black dragons showed up. Senior, when you get back, you have to tell me all about what you saw at the front, okay?" "No problem. Leave it to me." I agreed readily, then looked at her with amusement. "So you waited here just for me? All to ask about that?" "Yep, because if you're going, then I can go to the chapel afterward and pray for a protection charm for you." She winked her left eye at me. I raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Well, thank you kindly for that." The two of us chatted as we ate, mostly her chirping away about campus gossip, the mood easy and pleasant. But this cozy little scene happened to catch the eye of Shirin and her friend Lilith, who had just walked into the dining hall. Lilith frowned almost immediately and tugged at Sharen's sleeve, lowering her voice. Tisk, look at that, Chloe. And here he was running his mouth on the arena stage yesterday, saying all that stuff about you and Soros. Yet look at him. Isn't he doing the exact same thing, chatting up some other girl like they're old pals? Sharen's gaze lingered on Vivian and me for just a moment. Then she said coolly, "Drop it, Lilith. Whatever he does, whoever he's with, none of it has anything to do with me." With that, she turned on her heel and pulled Lilith, who still wanted to say more, toward the second floor. The meal wrapped up quickly. Vivian and I said goodbye at the door. She headed off toward the girls' dormitory in high spirits, but hadn't gone more than a few steps before a handful of girls she knew swarmed around her. "Vivian, are you friends with that Todd upperclassman? When did you two meet? Did he really beat Princess Sharen yesterday? Did the princess actually use her Azure Eye and still lose to him?" The questions came one after another, until a girl with twin ponytails loudly cut in. Okay, quiet down, one at a time. I'll go first. Vivian, what exactly is your relationship with that senior?" The other girls instantly clammed up, all of them wide-eyed, wearing the eager look of people who'd caught the scent of juicy gossip. Vivian blinked, made a show of thinking it over as she stepped to the very front, then turned back and suddenly pulled a cute little face at them. "It's a secret, I'm not telling." The afternoon was supposed to be alchemy and magic practicum, but before those classes started, all the second years got a notice to gather in the large lecture hall. I sat in one of the front seats, listening to the jumble of voices around me, and let out a bored yawn. From the moment I'd gotten up yesterday morning until now, I hadn't slept at all. I didn't feel sleepy, maybe because of the bloodline awakening, but exhaustion was hard to avoid. Thankfully, we weren't kept waiting long. Before the echo of the bell had even faded, Professor Melinda, the head of the second year, strode briskly in. She had a rigorous air about her, her dark brown hair pinned up in a perfectly neat bun. Once she'd taken her place, she got straight to the point. "Good afternoon, everyone. This morning you should already have been informed of the latest arrangements for the War Experience course. Now I need to take a preliminary tally of intentions. Among you, is there anyone who has not yet contacted their family and does not yet have your family's final decision?" In an empire where magic was highly advanced, long-distance communication was no problem. A basic projection stone could be bought for 10 silver coins. So in a lecture hall of nearly 200 people, only a scattered dozen or so hands went up. I raised mine too. Professor Melinda's gaze landed on me with a hint of a question in it. I scratched my cheek, a little embarrassed, and gave a dry chuckle. "Professor, I don't think I really need to bother with that step, do I?" She looked at me, her eyes lingering in particular on the blue holy mark between my brows. After a moment, she nodded in acknowledgement. The decision of the Todd family of the Northern Reaches truly didn't need to be asked. Then her expression grew slightly graver. "Now then, those of you who have already contacted your families and decided to remain at the academy, please raise your hands." A brief silence fell over the hall. 99% of the students here were children of nobility. Family glory, the deeds of their ancestors, it was woven into their lives as naturally as breathing. To back out now meant losing not just personal face, but the very dignity that the Empire's upper class prized like their own lives. In the deeply entangled world of the nobility, some things mattered more than life itself. The seconds ticked by, the atmosphere heavy. After quite a while, for hands finally rose slowly, with a touch of hesitation, all of them girls. Two of the young women were pale, their fingers trembling with nerves. They were among the very few commoner students in the class, the entire hope of ordinary families, and of course their families didn't want them taking such a risk. The other two were nobles, but from minor, peripheral houses, sent to the academy only to gain a bit of polish for a good marriage match, not because anyone expected them to win glory on a battlefield. Professor Melinda looked at these forlorn hands and let out a barely audible sigh. "All right, I understand." She showed no trace of reproach and calmly told them to lower their arms. In truth, she herself didn't fully support pressing on with the course under such circumstances, but she knew all too well that in this empire, at war for 1,000 years, blood and fire were an unavoidable rite of passage. She picked up a thick stack of papers from the lectern. With a flash of magic light, the pages lifted into the air on their own, drifting down to land precisely in front of each student who had confirmed they'd go to the front. I picked up the copy that floated onto my desk and skimmed it quickly. It was basically a waiver. The gist was, I was voluntarily taking part in this high-risk military operation. I understood and accepted all risks, including death, and if anything happened, it had nothing to do with the academy, and the responsibility was entirely my own. Feels like one of those terms of service agreements, I thought with an inner eye roll. Still, I took up a pen and scrawled my name in big letters. For a moment, the hall was filled with the rustle of writing. No one hesitated. Once all the waivers had flown back and Professor Melinda had checked them over and put them away, she took out another form, her gaze even more serious. Next is the team formation. As per tradition, 5 people to a squad, acting together. She unfolded the form and began reading names. First squad, members as follows: Shirin Bella Romania. Her Highness the Princess sat calmly in her seat, expression composed. Chloe Oros Todd. Hearing my name paired with Shirin's, I gave a slight arch of my brow. My face gave nothing away, but inwardly I was pretty suspicious of the sinister motives behind the Academy's arrangement. Soros Lannister. The brown-haired boy in the back row stiffened slightly, his fist clenching on reflex. Lilith Olin. Yay, awesome. Lilith, sitting beside Shirin, couldn't help cheering and hugged Shirin's arm excitedly. Shirin, with you here I feel so much better. You have to protect me out there, okay? And Johnson Bart. Professor Melinda read out the last name. Hey. The freckle-faced boy sitting next to Soros immediately elbowed him, waggling his eyebrows. Soros let out a breath of relief too, and shot him a smile. That was one of his closest friends at the academy. At least it was better than being stuck in a squad alone with me, and with Shirin, who'd suddenly grown so distant today. Professor Melinda went on reading the names for the second squad, but Shirin's gaze drifted, almost against her will, toward me in the front row. As if sensing it, I turned my head. Shirin didn't look away either. Our eyes met in midair. I blinked and gave her an easygoing, guileless smile. It took Professor Melinda quite a while to finish reading through the squad list. When the last syllable of the final name faded away, a brief silence settled over the hall. Her eyes swept slowly across every young, excited face below her. Children, I hope you'll carve what I'm about to say into your hearts, not let it go in one ear and out the other. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a heavy weight that pressed down the faint murmurs. Where you're headed is the Empire's long defensive line in the northern reaches. That is not a greenhouse like this academy. There are no combat lessons where you stop before anyone gets hurt, and there is certainly no chance to try again after a mistake. Remember, once you set foot on that soil, you are not just students, you are soldiers. The commands of the frontline commanders come above all else. No matter how unreasonable an order may sound, you must carry it out without question. In the army, disobeying orders can cost you your head, and military law will show no mercy just because you're nobility. She paused, her tone growing heavier. Second, and most important, keep yourselves alive. Your assignment is logistical support and area defense, not charging into the enemy on the front lines. If you run into a danger you can't withstand, signal for retreat immediately. There's no shame in that. The Empire didn't raise you to throw your lives away for nothing the first time you set foot on a battlefield. Stay alive, and you'll be able to play a far greater role in the future. She went into painstaking detail, battlefield discipline, identifying monsters, emergency distress signals, how to save yourself in extreme conditions, filling nearly the entire class period. It wasn't until the bell for the break rang that she reluctantly stopped, as if she still had more to say. Finally, she said, adjusting her glasses, each squad should use its free time to get to know one another as soon as possible and vote for a captain. On the battlefield, besides yourself, the people you should trust most are the comrades beside you. All right, take your break. She gathered up the waivers and left, and the moment the door closed, the long-suppressed roar of excitement erupted. We're finally going. I heard we'll get to see Legion-scale magic arrays fire in unison. I'm definitely going to take down a few of the demon folk myself. Excitement and anticipation were absolutely the dominant theme. No matter how much the professors stressed the danger, to these young men and women who'd grown up on epic tales, war was mostly the glory engraved on their family crests. The most they really felt about the danger was probably along the lines of so-and-so and the family died in battle, but even that had been a great and glorious sacrifice. It wasn't until the warning bell for the next class rang that the crowd finally, reluctantly, dispersed. Alchemy was an elective, and since it didn't do much to boost combat ability and the material was deep and hard to grasp, not many people took it. Unfortunately, I was one of the few who did. The alchemy professor was a scruffy old man with hair like a tangled weed and unidentifiable stains all over his robe. His name was Phelan Nahangt, and rumor had it he was one-quarter dwarf, and his temper wasn't any better than a full-blooded dwarf's. Today, we learned the preliminary extraction and refinement of mithril. Professor Phelan's voice was hoarse as he pulled a sealed lead box from inside his robe and set it down hard on the demonstration table. Mithril is not a natural mineral. It's the product of stardust reacting with primordial silver within a specific energy field, light as a feather, harder than fine steel, and its affinity for magic is nearly perfect. It's an indispensable core material in many magical devices. He opened the lead box. Inside was a mass of fluid, constantly shifting shape and glimmering with a soft silver light. Watch closely, you dolts. I only teach this once. Anyone who can't hand me a complete piece of mithril by the end of class, I'll make you swallow the slag you smelted yourself. As he explained, Professor Phelan clearly noticed the restlessness in the room that just wouldn't settle. Humph. He stopped what he was doing and let out a scornful chuckle. I know. You little cubs already have your hearts flying off to the northern reaches, dreaming of making your mark, of coming home like the heroes in the epics. Am I right? The room went quiet. The old professor's gaze swept over the young faces. After a moment, in a tone that was extraordinarily rare for him, he softened a little. When I was young, I was just like you. I thought the battlefield was where epics got written. But these old hands of mine, besides fiddling with these bottles and jars, once dug my comrades' body parts out of blown-apart fortifications. Trust me, children, war is a lesson you will not enjoy. The first thing it teaches you, more often than not, is not glory, but how to face loss. This hot-tempered old professor probably wasn't very good at saying such things. Professor Melinda's earnest lectures hadn't been able to put out the fire burning in these students' hearts, and neither could his. They were at the age in life when they most craved attention and honor. Almost anything could teach them the truth of things, but rarely words. Though the restlessness did seem to cool a little, one look into these children's eyes, and the experienced old professor knew exactly what they were thinking. He shook his head, said no more, and turned his focus back to the mithril refinement in front of him. When the bell rang to mark the end of the day's classes, the students burst out like birds freed from a cage, quickly gathering into their squads to eagerly discuss the trip a few days away. I rubbed my throbbing temples and was just about to make a beeline for the dining hall when a lively figure blocked my path. Hey, Chloe, Sharon and Soros and the others all agreed we'd have dinner together tonight, the whole first squad. Get to know each other a bit, smooth things over, and pick a squad captain while we're at it. You should come too. The one blocking my way was none other than Lilith, the only girl in first squad besides Sharon. As for who she was, whether from my memories as a gamer or from the original little villain Chloe's memories, my impression of her was one and the same: Princess Sharon's best friend. I hadn't been especially interested in the dinner, but when she mentioned she'd be treating everyone to a big feast on the second floor of the dining hall, the refusal on the tip of my tongue took a lap around and came out as an enthusiastic, "Sounds great." The second floor of the dining hall was a completely different world from the first. Crystal lamps glowing with soft light hung from an elegant domed ceiling, and the long tables draped in white cloth were set with silver candelabras and fresh flowers. No one who walked in would have thought it was a cafeteria. It looked more like the banquet hall of some noble gala. The 5 members of First Squad sat around a table in the corner. Sharon and Lilith sat on one side, Soros and his friend Johnson on the other, while I sprawled out and claimed the head seat all to myself, clearly set apart from the other 4. The truth was, none of the people at the table had dull personalities, so if you ignored a certain someone who'd been shoveling food into his mouth nonstop since sitting down, the mood was actually pretty good. So basically, once we get to the front, we're all one unit. Looking out for each other is the most important thing. As for captain, I think Sharon would be perfect. What does everyone think? Lilith looked around expectantly. Soros nodded almost immediately. No objections here. Sharen's strength and leadership are plain for everyone to see. Johnson hurriedly swallowed his meat and chimed in. Right, right? I agree too. Sharen herself, though, furrowed her brow slightly, glanced at me, and seemed about to say something. But before she could, Lilith cut off my blissful, oblivious feasting. Hey! She patted the arm holding my knife. My hand froze, and I looked up blankly, cheeks still slightly bulging. Only then did I notice all four of them had their eyes fixed on me. I blinked, swallowed, and gave a bashful smile. What were we talking about? The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath before saying helplessly, We're discussing who should be squad captain. Everyone recommends Sharen. What's your opinion? I've got no objections, I said with a good-natured grin. You guys can just work this stuff out among yourselves. Majority rules, right? Whatever you decide. If you ask me, I'm fine with it. What kind of answer is that? We're all one team. Everyone's opinion matters. Actually, I think you're better suited for the position than I am. A voice cut Lilith off. The moment those words came out, everyone but me, still grinning away, turned in surprise to look at Sharen, who had spoken up out of nowhere. But Sharen's gaze rested only on me. We looked at each other. Both of us had blue eyes, yet they felt entirely different. Mine, after the bloodline awakening, were the ice blue of the eternal permafrost of the north. The blue in hers was like an azure that embraced the whole sky. When it comes to familiarity with the front, you know the northern reaches better than any of us. When it comes to strength, you defeated me on the arena stage just yesterday. Sharen said calmly. The two things that matter most on the battlefield are experience and power, and you have the edge over me in both. I can't find a single reason to convince myself to comfortably accept the captaincy. No, I object. Before I could even open my mouth, Soros blurted out, unable to hold back. As for me, at least, I could never entrust my back and my life to him on the battlefield. Johnson backed him up. That's right, Your Highness. Only if you're captain will the rest of us feel confident. Lilith grabbed Sharen's arm and urged her to. Everyone's supporting you. But Sharen paid these voices no mind. Her gaze stayed on me the whole time, and so did mine on her. Listening to the chorus of objections all aimed at me, I kept the easy grin on my face. I spun my knife between my fingers like a pen, then stabbed it into the last little bit of steak on my plate. If you really need a reason, then I can give you one. I put the steak in my mouth, chewed, and swallowed, then smiled at Sharen. I'm not interested. With that, I wiped my mouth with the napkin, stood up, and grinned at Lilith, the one footing the bill for tonight. I'm full. Thanks for the treat, Lilith. Then, ignoring the whole table of people wearing various expressions, I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked straight out, my figure quickly vanishing at the top of the stairs. An awkward silence fell over the table for a few seconds. In the end, Johnson couldn't help muttering under his breath. Doesn't everyone in class say the way this guy used to act was all a front? He seems a little nicer now, sure, but that stuck-up, look-down-on-everyone attitude, it's no different from before. Soros pressed his lips tightly together, his expression grim. He felt the same way Johnson did. The difference was, the old Soros had known Chloe looked down on him, but he hadn't cared, because he looked down on Chloe right back. Now, though, especially recalling how Chloe had performed in the duel, and then thinking about how just now I hadn't so much as glanced at him even once, he felt a sharp sting in his chest. Lilith said resentfully, "What is that guy's problem?" Sharen said nothing. She just quietly drew her gaze back from the stairway, picked up her knife and fork, and began cutting into the now cooling food before her. Calmly, she said, "I suppose it's just as he said. He simply has no interest in these things." The last glow of the setting sun spread like melted gold leaf across the academy's domes and spires. The evening courtyard was quiet and pleasant. The great fountain at its center scattered glittering droplets that refracted rainbow halos of light. Lilith walked arm in arm with Sharen on the way back to the dorm, her little mouth running non-stop, from the food in the dining hall to how hard the magic classes were, then on to the northern reaches she'd never seen and the fabled aurora. After chattering on and on, the topic inevitably circled back to that name now on everyone's lips at the academy. "Speaking of that, Chloe," Lilith said, pursing her lips, What Soros's friend said just now was actually spot on. The way that guy used to act might have been fake, but the one thing, looking down on everyone, that's probably just his real nature. Look at him now, smiling at everybody he meets, but those eyes of his. He doesn't hold anyone in the least regard. At the table earlier, did he ever once look up and actually meet our eyes, other than to bury his face in his food? I mean, he seems to have the goods to back it up now, but it's still so infuriating. She stamped her foot as she spoke, and her gaze drifted to the side of Shiren's face. The warm orange light of the sunset flowed over Shiren, her skin seeming to shimmer with a soft glow, as beautiful as a flowing oil painting. The longer Lilith looked, the more she suddenly blinked, glanced around to make sure no one was near, then lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "But you know, Shiren, there's something I've been holding in for days now. I'm going to say it, and you're not allowed to get mad, okay?" Shiren turned her head, puzzled. "It's just, I think, setting aside that annoying front he used to put on, if we're talking about the Chloe of right now, he actually suits you pretty well." Seeing no change in Shiren's expression, she pressed on with her analysis. "In terms of status, you're the Empire's princess, and he's the son of the Grand Duke of the North, a perfect match. As for talent and strength, that day on the arena stage he awakened his bloodline and beat you. I was totally stunned. Among people our age, you probably couldn't find a second person who could even trade blows with him. And just now in the dining hall, even though his attitude was infuriating, the vibe between the two of you when you talked was strange, like no one else could break into it." The more she said, the more it made sense to her. As much as I hate to admit it, maybe when His Majesty the Emperor picked him as your fiancé, it wasn't entirely about winning over the North. His Majesty dotes on you most of all. There's no way he'd actually saddle you with some useless lump. So that Chloe guy might really be the one who suits you best. Way better than Soros, at least. And look, in the end His Majesty didn't agree to call off the engagement, did he? Listening to her friend rattle on, Shiren finally interrupted softly. "You've said a lot, Lilith. What exactly are you trying to say?" "Huh." Lilith stalled for a beat, then scratched her cheek sheepishly. "Well, it's not really that I'm trying to say anything. I'm just chatting with you casually, as your best friend. Of course, if you insist on a love match with Soros, I'll definitely support you too." That whole long speech hadn't made Shiren frown, but this finally did draw her brows together. She let out a soft sigh, stopped walking, and looked earnestly at her friend. "Lilith, I hope this is the last time I have to explain this to you." Her clear blue eyes were completely serious. "There is nothing between Soros and me. I have no feelings for him beyond friendship. The reason I was willing to grow a little closer to him before was simply because I saw in him a kind of effort not to be defined by his birth. I felt a bit of admiration for that, nothing more. From now on, I'll be careful to keep a more appropriate distance from him." She shifted her gaze away from the innocent, looking Lilith and lowered her eyes halfway, her long lashes hiding a flicker of something complicated. Her voice dropped a little. "As for Chloe, I don't like him. And likewise, he clearly doesn't like me. You saw perfectly well how he acted that day on the arena stage and in front of Father. He even went so far as to stand up against Father over it. So even if Father forces us together, in the end, nothing will come of it." Lilith pouted and muttered under her breath. "Humph, when it comes down to it, it's still that guy's fault. Who told him to put on such an off-putting act before? The reason you found him so repulsive back then, wasn't that all his own doing?" As she spoke, she still sighed and hooked her arm through Shiren's, wrapping up in a slightly regretful tone. "Ah, fine, whatever you say, I'll go along with it. But when I think about it, it still feels like a bit of a waste." And while the two of them were prattling on about me, at another end of the royal capital, a visit momentous enough to stir the entire empire was just beginning. At dusk, several hundred elite knights of the royal knights, clad in silver armor and riding magnificent griffins, arranged themselves in neat ranks across the heavens, like two invisible walls of honor stretching all the way to the reception plaza at the capital's center. Ermerus, the court's chief archmage, stood quietly in the plaza's center, draped in a deep purple robe embroidered with the paths of the stars, holding a staff woven from a living, ancient tree. His deep, sunken eyes gazed calmly toward the horizon. In the last moment before the setting sun sank below the horizon, 3 black dots appeared in the distant sky. The dots swelled rapidly, and with a boom like muffled thunder tearing through the air, 3 wyverns, so enormous they made people's jaws drop, ripped through the clouds. Their hides were a rocky grayish-brown, and their outspread wings were vast enough to blot out nearly half the plaza. The wyverns landed precisely on the red carpet, and figures leapt nimbly down from their backs. They resembled humans in form, yet each bore, to a greater or lesser degree, distinct animal features: fluffy beast ears, agile tails, beast-like vertical pupils. These were the envoys from the distant eastern continent, the Yao folk. At the head of the delegation was a kindly, wise-eyed old man with antlers crowning his head, holding a wrought tanwood staff, his demeanor as calm as still water. Yet the ones with the strongest presence in the delegation were not this old man, but a youth and a young woman standing slightly behind him at his side. The youth stood tall and straight, his features handsome to the point of being almost sinister. His gray hair, fine as wolf's fur, hung loose, and his cyan eyes brimmed with a wicked air. He crossed his arms and looked the royal capital over, then gave a scornful snort. So this is the capital of Holy Romania? It's nothing compared to Jinwang City. The young woman beside him had brilliant hair like burning flame, and a pair of scarlet fox ears, lively and adorable. Her beauty carried a natural, soul-snatching allure that set the hearts of quite a few wary young knights racing. So arrogant, even in a foreign land. Careful you don't end up unable to make it home. Her voice was sweet and sticky, but her tone was anything but friendly. They wouldn't dare, not even if they had 10 times the guts. The youth laughed disdainfully. The antlered old man at the head sighed helplessly and murmured, "Prince Fenris, this is a formal occasion. Please rein it in a little." The youth called Fenris pursed his lips, but in the end said nothing more. Ermeris's keen senses caught every word of this exchange. The title prince made something stir in his mind. It seemed this delegation was hiding a figure of no ordinary standing. Blood of the Jinwang, the primordial emperor? No wonder he was so sharp-edged. He mused privately. The Yao folk, that vast power now dominating the eastern continent, had, 1,000 years ago, been nothing more than a collection of warring tribes collectively called beastmen. Who could have imagined that a small, obscure werewolf from a remote tribe would rise all the way up, sweep across 100 races, unify the entire beastman people, change the name beastmen to Yao, and crown himself primordial emperor? From then on, the name of the sky-gray wolf emperor shook the world, becoming a living legend. Ermeris sighed inwardly. If only the human race could also produce a holy emperor of such earth-shaking talent, one who could end the divided, every man for himself state of the 5 nations of the southern continent and forge their strength into a single force. Would things be as difficult and passive as they were today, facing the corrosion the demon realm had spread for 1,000 years? Turning these thoughts over inwardly, on the surface he continued to chat and laugh with the antlered old man, Anson. Soon this Yao delegation of nearly 100, escorted by the knights, made its way in a grand procession toward the palace built against the mountainside, gleaming in the sunset. Inside the palace banquet hall, the lights blazed brilliantly. Enormous crystal chandeliers lit every inch of the space bright as day, and the air was thick with the aroma of fine food and wine. The empire's great ministers and the Yao envoys were arrayed on either side, raising their cups in celebration, host and guests alike merry. At the head of the hall, Emperor Morn wore a plain yet imposing dark set of everyday robes. A cup of wine sat by his hand, all but untouched, and those eyes of his seemed able to see through every subtle ripple at the banquet. The third prince, Felix, attended just behind him and to the side, an ever-unfading faint smile on his face. His gaze swept occasionally over the Yao delegation, lingering in particular, if only briefly, on the wolf youth Fenris. And he noticed that the other's eyes fell on him from time to time as well. 3 rounds of wine in, the mood seemed to grow more and more harmonious. And it was just then. Thunk! A tap on the table, neither light nor heavy, rang out abruptly. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Fenris, hands braced on his knees, slowly rise to his feet. Emperor of Holy Romania. His voice was clear and bright, his gaze meeting Emperor Morn's without a trace of fear. He grinned, baring a row of pale white teeth. To be honest, I didn't come this time for any alliance. That's their business. My only purpose in coming was to see the Azure Eye for myself. He raised a hand, cyan lightning surging in his palm, and clenched it hard. With a crackling burst, the lightning winked out. When he lifted his face again, the fighting spirit in his eyes was impossible to suppress. I've been dying to find out just what this feast flame of the azure heavens, famed across the continent, actually tastes like. I wonder, among your majesty's offspring, is there anyone who could satisfy my curiosity? The moment those words left his mouth, you could have heard a pin drop in the banquet hall. The musicians stopped playing, the smiles froze on the ministers' faces, the red-haired foxwoman rolled her enchanting eyes, and the antlered old man went so far as to put a hand to his forehead. Emperor Morn, on the other hand, wore a look of amusement, as though he'd spotted some novel little creature. A protocol official stepped forward, suppressing his displeasure, maintaining a properly diplomatic tone. Prince Fenris, your warrior's heart is admirable. But regrettably, the princes currently remaining in the capital are only at the high tier. I fear they could not satisfy you, who have already ascended to the king tier. Fenris, however, far from restraining himself, gave a scornful chuckle instead. Those wolf-like cyan eyes swung sharply toward Felix, who wore that same amused smile as ever, his gaze like a physical blade. High tier. He cocked his head, his eyes seeming to dissect Felix inside and out. You, among the high tier, you've already walked to the very edge of the limit. If you wanted to break through, you could do it any time, couldn't you? It was phrased as a question, but his tone was utterly certain. So how about it? Care to break through right now and play with me for a bit? Nearly every gaze in the banquet hall converged on Felix. And in the face of pressure that would drive an ordinary person mad, the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't change in the slightest. He even took another leisurely sip of the blood-red wine. Indeed, just as Fenris had discerned, Felix had reached the utmost extreme of the high mage stage. In fact, if he'd truly wanted to break through, he could have done so 3 whole years ago. His suppressing his realm for 3 full years was of course not for fun, but a kind of almost obsessive accumulation and refinement. People often said the low, middle, and high tiers were just child's play, that to truly step into the realm of the strong, one had to cross the great chasm and achieve the king tier. But to Felix, that chasm was no more than a tiny crack in the ground. He had only to take a step to cross it. And yet he wasn't satisfied. He knew that although the lower 3 tiers were nothing much, they were the foundation. He was deeply ambitious and deeply patient. What he wanted was not a conventional path, but a heaven-spanning road leading to the very pinnacle. He wanted to walk, within this high-tier realm, to a place no predecessor had ever reached, to forge a solid foundation capable of bearing that great road. Over these 3 years, countless times he had suppressed the natural, ripe for the picking urge to break through, like a master craftsman striving for perfection, hammering out every tiny detail of his work over and over. Now the barrier of that ultimate realm was already faintly within reach, as if separated only by a thin veil that could be torn away at any moment. To ascend rashly now, over a mere clash of pride, would be no different from leaving a permanent, indelible stain on a nearly finished, flawless mural. But the situation before him didn't allow him to simply ignore it. Though his father had said nothing, Felix knew perfectly well the calculation behind that amused gaze. The empire's face, the royal family's dignity, these had to be maintained under the eyes of all. A mad wolf from the eastern continent was not yet worthy of making him sacrifice the very root of his pursuit of the great road. But if this were handled poorly, it was the majesty of Holy Romania that would suffer. Prince Fenris jests. Felix finally spoke, smiling faintly. The Holy Romanian Empire has no shortage of talent. Our 2 royal academies gather the vast majority of the empire's young elites, and among the 4th years nearing graduation, there are no lack of king-tier experts. If your highness wishes to spar, I believe they'd be quite happy to oblige. These words, tinged with evasion, made several ministers knit their brows, and the younger attendants on the delegation side were already whispering and snickering. The contempt on Fenris's face was all but tangible. Yet just as those mocking words were about to burst from his lips, Felix took another sip of wine and added with a light laugh, "If, at that point, Prince Fenris has swept aside the fourth-year elites of my royal academy and still feels he can't find a worthy opponent," he paused, then said casually and calmly, "then I wouldn't mind breaking through on the spot to give your highness a satisfying fight." It was not fear, not a retreat, but a proud disdain built upon absolute confidence. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. "You are not yet worthy of making me abandon my pursuit of perfection, unless you can prove you have the qualification to force my hand." The contempt on Fenris's face froze in an instant. Then that layer of ice shattered, transforming into an even more blazing thirst for battle. "Very good." He gave a low laugh, turned, and walked off. "Prince Fenris." Felix's voice rang out again, a gentle smile on his face, as if offering a well-meaning reminder. "It's the Academy's rest period right now. If you want to issue a challenge, it'd be best to wait until tomorrow." SHHK. Amid searing pain, my right hand and my spear were flicked away together. My face was pale as I squeezed out my magic to form a domain of extreme cold. The instant of frozen time gave me a chance to catch my breath, but that was all. I didn't even have time to launch an attack at the figure right in front of me before he'd already recovered his movement. The blood-red spear came at me. In the same instant, I burst out with the very last of my magic, hurling an ice spike as fast as I could manage. Whoosh! The world spun head over heels, and in the moment before my head plunged into the water's surface, I saw that figure's shoulder, run clean through by my ice spike. On the dormitory bed, I opened my eyes. Sunlight outside streamed in through the window. Another night had passed. Somewhat numbly, I reached up and touched my cheek, confirming my head was still on my neck, before letting out a long breath. Damn it! Who the hell was that guy? How can anybody be this good at fighting? The more I improve, the more I realize just how terrifying that figure really is. Yesterday, right after my bloodline awakened, I actually thought I'd finally made it. But after getting slaughtered 2 nights in a row, I've been thoroughly snapped back to reality. I smacked my lips and rubbed my empty, growling stomach. Forget it. No point dwelling on that depressing stuff. When you're troubled, there's only one cure: food. I sprang up out of bed with a kip up, splashed some water on my face in a groggy daze, and pushed open the door. But the second I stepped out of the dorm, I heard waves of commotion coming from the courtyard. The uproar was so loud it practically rivaled the racket from the dueling arena 2 days ago. Curious, I picked up my pace, and once I cleared the dorm building blocking my view, I looked toward the noise and instantly froze. The academy's central courtyard, usually pretty spacious, was now packed with a dense black sea of heads. At a rough guess, more than half the whole academy had to be crammed in there. My burning curiosity temporarily won out over my hunger. The moment I got close to the crowd, I understood why. In the very center of the crowd stood a massive tree stump, clearly some kind of magical creation, its twisted branches stretching upward and forming several natural viewing platforms. Standing on them were a few figures. On one side were familiar faces wearing the academy's professor robes. On the other were several figures who bore, to varying degrees, the features of beasts. Beastmen. The word popped into my head on instinct, but it was immediately corrected by the original owner's memories. No, in this world, they were called Yao, Demonkin. But what really had everyone's eyes glued was the scene unfolding on that giant tree stump, which was being used as a fighting stage. Boom. A dull explosion mixed with the ear-splitting shriek of crackling electricity. On the stage, a figure wrapped in blue-green lightning moved so fast, it was practically leaving afterimages, cackling wildly as it hammered fist after fist into a student wearing a 4th-year badge on his chest. Too slow. Too slow. It was a young Wolf Tribe boy, his gray hair standing up stiff like bristles, his teal eyes flashing with an almost manic battle lust. His strikes were vicious, every punch wrapped in violent teal lightning, forcing that poor 4th-year upperclassman to do nothing but frantically conjure barriers as he got pushed back step by step. And this counts as an elite? This deserves to be called elite. Down below the stage, the young members of the Demonkin envoy party burst into rounds of jeering laughter, every one of them looking smug and vindicated. Meanwhile, the academy's students were red-faced and seething. He's too arrogant. It's fine. Someone already went to get Colin. The name Colin rang a bell too. I sorted through my memories. He's the student council president. Seriously strong, and rumor has it he once escaped from a saint-rank powerhouse on the battlefield. Even among king-rank fighters, that's an absolutely impressive record, because once you break past king rank, the gap between every single tier is like a bottomless chasm. But honestly, what I cared about more was this. Back when I played the game, was this scene even in the story? No matter how I looked at it, I was pretty sure it wasn't. Then again, that made sense. The backgrounds of two game worlds had merged together, and the ripple effects were this massive, so I doubted anything, no matter how far beyond my understanding, could really shock me anymore. While I was still sorting through my memories, the situation on the stage had already become clear. Game over. You piece of garbage. The wolf boy howled with laughter, the lightning around his body condensing into his right fist, forming something like a small lightning orb before he blasted it out. The barrier the fourth year was barely holding up shattered like wet paper in an instant, and he was sent flying backward, spitting blood. And that boy still wasn't done. Lightning burst under his feet as he moved to chase him down and finish him off. Enough. Stop. On two of the branch platforms beside the stage, a professor and a demonkin elder moved at the same time, one raising a barrier to block the pursuit, the other summoning a gentle gust of wind to catch the gravely wounded student. The boy pulled back his fist and curled his lip. TCH, boring. Medics quickly carried the unconscious upperclassman away. He planted his feet again, crossed his arms, and tilted his chin up, his teal wolf eyes sweeping over the crowd with pure contempt. Next, after a brief silence, the elites of the Royal Academy proved they weren't short on backbone after all. A figure suddenly leapt onto the stage and glared at the boy. I watched from below for a moment, then shook my head. This upperclassman had guts, I'll give him that, but the difference in power was obvious at a glance. He'd probably follow the same path as the last guy soon enough. A duel with no suspense isn't worth watching, and there was nothing here for me anyway. The wolf boy up, there was a genuine king rank. Sure, my bloodline had awakened, my power had shot up, and I'd even gotten my hands on a broken cheat skill like Time Stop. But Time Stop isn't invincible. Hell, that figure in the space inside my head, who's also high rank, still beats me to a bloody pulp, so what chance did I have against a king rank? Sure, punching above your weight class isn't impossible, but I don't exactly have a fetish for getting used as a punching bag in front of a crowd. So, while the vast majority of people were still caught up in the tense atmosphere, I'd already quietly turned around and headed for the dining hall. The dining hall was nearly empty today. I figured everyone had gotten their fill of drama over at the courtyard. But I hadn't, which meant I was starving. I ordered a huge pile of food, carried my tray stacked into a small mountain, found a bright spot by the window, sat down, and dug in. It wasn't until I heard footsteps and chatter coming from the staircase leading up to the second floor that I glanced up on instinct. And when I did, I couldn't help but pause for a second. A few students wearing student council armbands were coming down from the second floor, escorting a red-haired girl. The girl had a head of hair as brilliant and eye-catching as burning flames, a pair of fluffy fox ears, and her long hair hung loose, but somehow didn't look messy at all. If anything, it made her snow-white skin stand out even more. Her beauty carried a kind of natural, almost otherworldly allure. With every smile and every glance, her eyes seemed to shimmer, as if they held invisible hooks that could tug at anyone's heartstrings. As she came down the stairs, she seemed to sense my gaze. Her red eyes turned slightly, and her line of sight landed on me. Our eyes met in midair. A few seconds later, I blinked, opened my mouth, shoved a slab of meat off my fork into it, and lowered my head to keep eating. It was no big deal, really. I'd just seen a real-life Dodgy, a legendary fox spirit. I'd already seen wolf demons and cat demons and all kinds of demonkin over at the courtyard, so seeing one drop-dead gorgeous fox demon here wasn't worth losing my cool over. Still, as I ate, my peripheral vision inevitably kept drifting over that way. Not because I couldn't tear my eyes off a pretty girl, but because aside from me and the head cook, those people were the only ones in the entire hall, so I couldn't help being curious. And that's when I noticed the fox demon lady didn't seem to look away just because I had. If anything, she was still staring right at me. Just as I was privately congratulating myself that my good looks were a match for her beauty, I saw her turn her head and say something to the student council members beside her. After they finished talking, the student council members left, and the fox demon girl walked straight over to me. Dude, what? Her voice was sweet and sticky with just a touch of gravel that grabbed you by the ears. The kind of voice you could eat 3 extra bowls of rice just listening to. Too bad I figured I was just about full. I'd smear some jam on this last piece of bread, polish it off, and be out of there. I looked up, met her eyes again, flashed my signature grin, and picked up the conversation. You know me? No. What I know is the frost sacred mark between your brows. The girl smiled with a meaningful edge, sitting down across from me and propping her chin in both hands. My name's Ueli. Care to get acquainted? A beauty on this level, with a voice this good, plus fox ears on top of it all. You'd think nobody could ever say no. But I say no. I waved a big hand and said decisively, no need to get acquainted. If you're interested in the Dudwa family, I suggest you head up to the Northern Territory and take a look. Plenty of white-haired folks up there. The totally unexpected turn made her stunning, heart-stopping face show a flicker of surprise, which quickly melted back into a smile. Why? Do you hate Demonkin? Nope. I just figure getting tangled up with you would be a hassle. And besides, I clicked my tongue. You think I didn't catch that meaningful little smile of yours just now? Something about you screams up to no good. Puffed. The girl covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. I've met other people from the Dudwa family before, and you really are quite different from them. Oh, that's because I'm the biggest disappointment in the family. Even this white hair, I just dyed it a couple days ago. Ueli tilted her head slightly. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you meant. It's fine, as long as you got the first half. I took a bite of bread. Anyway, is there something you actually wanted from me? Just lay it all out so I can flat out reject it. Now, looking like this, you're finally starting to seem a little like a Dudwa. She let out a mock regretful sigh. But you already rejected me a moment ago, you know. Such a shame. I stared at her with a weird look on my face. So you came over just to get to know me? That's really it. Ueli twirled a lock of red hair around her fingertip, her crimson eyes rippling with light. That one look, that single syllable, its power was on par with a high-rank mental assault. Anyone with weaker willpower would probably have been reduced to a swooning mess on the spot. I went silent for a beat, then grabbed the last half piece of bread and stood up decisively, tossing out a "see you around" as I turned to leave. The prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. The old sayings never steer you wrong. Behind me, the smile on Ueli's face only grew richer. She rose gracefully, her steps as light as if she were walking on an invisible breeze, and followed after me, unhurried. I'd barely stepped out the dining hall's doors when I heard that clingy, ear-grabbing voice behind me again. Hey, what's the rush? I'm not going to eat you. My mouth twitched. I pretended I hadn't heard a thing and picked up the pace. Ueli fell into step beside me with zero effort, watching my tense profile with a beaming smile. Aren't you even a little curious who the other Dudwa I know is? Not curious at all, I said with total conviction. Sure, I've got the Dudwa name too, but honestly, I'm not close with anyone else in the family. That line was pure emotional intelligence. I'd basically killed the conversation dead. But she acted like she hadn't picked up on the rejection at all. Instead, she circled around to my side, bent down slightly, and peered up at me from below. But I've noticed you seem really resistant to being around me. Don't tell me. Are you actually afraid of me? I nodded. That's right. This time Ueli genuinely looked stunned. Why? Didn't I already say it? I think you're up to no good. I sighed. And if my instincts aren't wrong, you're king rank, aren't you? I can't beat you. You say you know other people from the Dudwa family. So what if you drag me into some alley, beat me up, record it all on a memory crystal, and take it back to tease that Dudwa you know? You'd be satisfied. That person would be humiliated. And who exactly would I go to complain to about it then? Ueli blinked a few times, then suddenly laughed. So in your eyes, I'm the type with that kind of twisted sense of humor? Although, now that you mention it, that idea does sound pretty tempting. How about? I didn't wait for her to finish. I bolted. I ran, but I didn't get far before I couldn't help stopping, because I saw that the fight on the courtyard stage had escalated. The Wolf Boys' opponent had already been swapped out for that famous student council president, Colin. What was playing out on the stage now was a real clash between king-rank powerhouses. Torrents of magic roared like the eye of a storm, blazing firelight and violent teal lightning colliding and intertwining, the shockwaves from the blasts reaching all the way over to me. Colin wielded a staff set with a deep blue gemstone, moving nimbly around the stage. Unlike the earlier students who could only take a beating, he was genuinely trading blows with the boy in a fierce back and forth. Giant fire serpents, stone spikes, ice arrows, one spell flowing into the next like water. Meanwhile, Fenris darted through the gaps at breakneck speed, his lightning flickering to dodge every strike perfectly, his teal wolf eyes gleaming with the excitement of finally meeting a worthy opponent. I watched, mesmerized, unconsciously simulating scenarios where I'd face off against either of them. But it didn't take long before I shook my head helplessly. The gap was just too big. Whether it was Colin's exquisitely combined array of spells or Fenris's savage, lightning-fast close-quarters brawling, both were far, far beyond anything my current high-rank self could handle. Between high rank and king rank, there really was a bottomless chasm. A yearning for greater power surged up inside me, stronger than ever before. In that moment, I genuinely wanted to get stronger. I wanted to see with my own eyes what lay above king rank, saint rank, emperor rank. What kind of magnificent scenery would that be? I was still lost in that fantasy when that clingy, ear-grabbing voice softly scratched at my eardrums again. That human's about to lose. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Curious, I asked, how can you tell? Looks like they're pretty evenly matched to me. Ueli, who'd somehow appeared right beside me again, watched the stage with a beaming smile. On the surface, yes, but Fenris still has plenty in reserve, while that human, his mana fluctuations may be powerful, but they're depleting fast. One side rises, the other falls. This'll be decided soon. As if to prove her words, the situation on the stage abruptly shifted. To cast a high-powered spell, Colin's incantation ran half a second too long. That fleeting opening was instantly seized by Fenris, whose battle instincts were razor-sharp. Gotcha! Lightning crackled and exploded, and his speed nearly doubled from before. He surged forward like he'd teleported, ignored the ice shield Colin hastily conjured, and slammed a fist into his gut. Whoa! Colin spat blood, and Fenris pressed his advantage without mercy. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs turned into terrifying weapons, each wreathed in teal lightning and hammering down relentlessly. An uproar broke out below the stage. Just as it looked like Colin was about to be beaten to death on the spot, the professor and the antlered elder up on the viewing platforms moved at the same time again. A wall of wind separated the two, and healing radiance enveloped the unconscious Colin. Fenris flicked his wrists and glared down at the silent crowd, his arrogant aura blazing to the heavens. Who's next? His gaze swept across the courtyard, and the voices fell quiet one after another, until he spotted Ueli, who stood out even at the very edge of the crowd, and me, right beside her. At first he didn't pay me any mind. After all, I was just a lowly high rank. But suddenly, he noticed something, and his eyes locked onto the blue sacred mark between my brows. The wild, cocky grin on Fenris's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a violent fury, as if something inside him had just been set on fire. He leapt off the stage in one bound and strode straight over to me and Ueli, completely ignoring Ueli even as she laughed softly behind her hand. Those teal eyes, practically spitting fire, were nailed to my face. He ground his back teeth and forced a question out through them. That bastard woman, Aisha. What's your relationship to her? Looking at the way he stared like he wanted to swallow me whole, I silently took half a step back and pulled the slender Ueli in front of me as a shield. Don't know her. Never heard of her. Yeah, right. The moment he roared the name, Aisha, a not-so-pleasant memory belonging to the original owner surfaced automatically. Aisha Claus-Dudwa, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Grand Duke of the Northern Territory, the true standard-bearer of the Dudwa family's younger generation. A ruthless figure so fearsome that the original Chloe used to get weak in the knees just hearing her name. The veins on Fenris's temple were bulging, lightning crackling. Don't know her? You think I'm blind? This hair, these eyes, and that damned frost mark. You're a Dudwa brat, aren't you? I sighed inwardly. Knowing there was no bluffing my way out, I poked my head out from behind Ueli. Fine. Since you asked so sincerely. By blood, yeah, she is my older sister. Fenris split into a savage grin and clenched his fist. Good. Very good. Get up on the stage with me. I'm going to break every bone in your body, one piece at a time. I immediately pulled my head back in. Whoa, whoa, let's be reasonable here. You've got beef with Aisha, but you come after me, some totally unrelated guy. Fine, whatever. But you're a king-rank powerhouse, and you want to drag me, a high-rank mage, up onto the stage? You tell me, does that sound remotely fair? Cleverly, I shot a glance at the professor who'd just come down from the stage, my eyes full of the earnest hope that screamed, "Professor, do something." That professor clearly thought Fenris was going too far, too. He frowned and flew over. Prince Fenris, you've demonstrated the might of the demonkin, but for a king rank to challenge a high-rank student. Please, don't push your luck. Push my luck. Fenris shot him a sidelong glance, and that surging king-rank aura around him suddenly began to recede like a receding tide. In just a few breaths, it settled steadily at the peak of high rank. He stared me dead in the eye and said, word by word, "Fine. Then I'll suppress my power and fight you with high-rank strength only. Now do you dare take me on?" The professor couldn't help but object. "Prince Fenris, this violates the rules. The Royal Magic Academy will not accept a duel with no fairness to speak of." But Fenris was completely deaf to it. His teal eyes locked on me, waiting for my answer. Pinned by that aggressive, predatory stare, my heart traitorously sped up a few beats. Honestly, I was tempted. After witnessing that textbook-level king-rank duel between Fenris and Colin, every fighting instinct in my body was screaming. Crossing blades with a fighter at this level, even one who deliberately limited his own power, meant facing experience, technique, and battle awareness that no ordinary high rank could ever match. I didn't know if an opponent like this could compare to that figure in the water-meet sky space, but I really wanted to find out. But looking at this guy, so hell-bent on treating me as the interest payment on his blood feud with Aisha, I felt uneasy. What if this bastard didn't play by the rules and pulled some vicious surprise mid-fight? Then I'd really be in for a world of hurt. After a moment's hesitation, I turned my gaze to the professor beside me. "Professor, if I agree to fight, and this guy suddenly uses power beyond the high-rank limit partway through, can you step in and stop him in time?" Fenris froze for a second, then laughed in sheer fury. "Huh? What kind of man do you take me, Fenris, for? I said high-rank strength only. I won't cross that line by even a hair. Compared to you, I trust the professor more," I said with a cheeky grin. The two of us turned our eyes toward the still hesitating professor. The professor rubbed his brow, thinking about how the Royal Academy had already lost so much face today. Their fourth-year king-rank aces, Colin included, all swept aside. He figured that if I could actually win one back in a high-rank duel, that'd be great. And even if I lost, they wouldn't lose anything more. He finally gave a nod. "Very well. If you insist on fighting, then I will guarantee your safety." With that promise from you, I'm relieved. I flashed the professor a friendly smile, stepped out from behind you, Ellie, and climbed onto the stage together with Fenris. The crowd below instantly exploded. "Isn't that Chloe, the second year? Has he lost his mind? Didn't you hear him? That demon's going to suppress his power down to high rank. High rank versus high rank. Chloe beat Princess Sharon herself 2 days ago. You think that's the same thing? This guy's a king rank dialing himself down." But up on the stage, the two of us felt like we were in a whole other world. All that background noise automatically filtered out. I let out a slow breath, and the white mist condensed into tiny ice crystals. I could feel my fingers gripping the spear shaft, trembling slightly with excitement. Not from fear, but from the surge of adrenaline that comes with facing a powerful opponent. My mouth curled into a savage grin, all its own, mixing madness and anticipation. Watching me like that, the battle-hungry blood in Fenris's body came to a full boil too. In that moment, we both read the same thing in each other's eyes. We're the same breed. I raised my hand, and a white long spear dropped into my grip, spinning once before I settled into my stance. Fenris cracked his neck side to side and clenched both fists, a pair of knuckle dusters covering them. Once the professor, acting as referee, confirmed we were both ready, he swung his arm sharply downward. "Begin." Almost the instant the word left his mouth, we both launched off at the same time. I shot forward wrapped in a bone-chilling cold, while Fenris turned into a bolt of teal lightning charging straight at me head-on. One white, one teal, two figures like meteors flying in opposite directions, slammed together dead center on the stage. Boom! Spear clashed against fist, and it detonated with an explosive roar. An unimaginable force surged up the spear shaft. The webs between my thumbs and fingers split open instantly, blood soaking the shaft, and my whole arm and half my body went numb for a split second. Shit! What monstrous strength! I cursed in my head, but my movements didn't slow for even an instant. And even though my spear blade had carved a wound across Fenris's fist, the guy only got more crazed and thrilled, blasting another punch at me. I gritted my teeth, using the momentum of my spear being knocked back, planting the spear's butt end against the ground, exploding from my core, twisting my body, and driving up my knee. Dense ice elemental mana coated my right knee as I smashed it midair straight into that incoming thunder fist. Wham! Ice shards and lightning sprayed in all directions, and the massive recoil sent us both flying back at once. I flipped in the air and skidded back several meters before stabilizing, my knee aching and numb. Fenris also staggered back 3 steps, cracking a spiderweb of fractures into the stage beneath his feet. I shook out my numb arm, gazing at Fenris with fire in my eyes. This feeling of finally finding a real opponent. It was just too damn good. I absolutely loved this other world that let me go wild to my heart's content. I just wondered, could this guy withstand my absolute zero the way that figure in the space could? Again, Fenris knocked his 2 fists together, his fighting spirit soaring into the clouds. As you wish. My mouth split into a savage grin, and I exploded forward once more. The instant Fenris fell within my range, the sacred mark between my brows suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and an ultimate cold born from the primordial dawn of the universe erupted outward, overwhelming and absolute. Fenris's forward charge slammed to a halt, as if he'd crashed into an invisible wall. Thanks to battle instincts forged through countless trials, his body reacted before his conscious mind could even think. Lightning burst madly beneath his feet as he wrenched himself backward. SSSSSD. The edge of the cold grazed the front of his robe, and a torn scrap of fabric froze solid, suspended in midair. What the hell is that thing? He landed at the edge of the stage, alarmed and wary. I didn't answer. Instead, I burst forward again. Seeing there was nowhere left to retreat, Fenris's ferocity was fully ignited. He switched from offense to defense, wildly compressing all his explosive thunder power inward, condensing it into a raging curtain of lightning. Space and time froze completely. Fenris, along with the brilliant lightning shield before him, was locked in the absolute ice like an insect trapped in amber. In the next instant, the tip of my full-force strike landed on that lightning curtain. The curtain shattered, and my snow-white spear stabbed viciously toward the point between his brows. Up on the viewing platform, the demonkin elder shot to his feet, his face full of shock, nearly moving to intervene. But the field of absolute zero lasted only a fleeting moment. PFF. The instant time resumed flowing. Fenris jerked his head aside, and the spear that should have pierced his skull merely grazed across his forehead, leaving a bloody line. Fenris knocked the spear away with one hand, shock and rage mixing on his face, and his other fist swung at my wide-open chest like an out-of-control thunder hammer. But I wasn't the least bit rattled. Using the force of being knocked aside, my body twisted violently as if I had no bones at all, and I slammed an elbow sheathed in thick ice armor down onto that fist like a swinging pendulum. Wham! Another head-on clash. I used the collision's force to backflip and land steadily several meters away, dropping to one knee, my breathing ragged. Unleashing absolute zero twice in such a short span put a massive strain on both my spirit and my mana. Fenris stood where he was, reached up to touch the stinging bloody gash on his forehead, and stared at the glaring streak of crimson on his fingertips, his eyes full of disbelief. The entire venue fell dead silent. It wasn't until they saw the once invincible Fenris bleeding from his forehead and pushed onto the back foot that the Royal Academy students, who'd been holding it in for so long, finally snapped out of it. Hoo-ha! A deafening cheer erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire courtyard. At that very moment, Sharon and Lilith, who had just walked out of the dorm district together. Both had their attention grabbed almost simultaneously by the earth-shaking clamor from the courtyard. "What's going on over there?" Lilith stood on her tiptoes to see. Shirin couldn't answer, but she could feel it. What was coming from that direction wasn't just noise and voices, but two incredibly violent surges of mana. "Let's go check it out." The closer they got, the more overwhelming the roar of sound became. When the two finally saw clearly what was happening on the stage, they both couldn't help but pause for a second. The two combatants, one with silver hair and blue eyes, wielding a snow-colored long spear, cold air pouring off his body. The other with gray hair and teal eyes, his offense wild and domineering. Every swing of his lightning-wrapped fists dragging up an ear-splitting crack of thunder. Both were already covered in wounds. My mouth had streaks of not yet dried blood. My body was scorched black in several places, and the wolf boy's temple bore an obvious gash. But the eerie thing was, neither of them showed any pain or exhaustion. If anything, both wore manic, ferocious grins, as if they were savoring this fists-into-flesh brawl to the fullest. "Ha! What a rush!" Again, Fenris shattered an oncoming ice spike with a single punch. "I refuse to believe those freaky moves of yours can be used without limit." I spun to dodge a bolt of lightning, my long spear sweeping across and dragging up an ice storm as I grinned savagely in reply. "Beating you is enough." That pure, battle-crazed emotion spread like a potent contagion, infecting every single spectator below the stage. Lilith's little mouth fell open in shock at the explosive scene. She grabbed a worked-up guy next to her and asked urgently. He explained the whole situation in a rapid-fire rush, and when he got to, "This Chloe is genuinely, absurdly strong. Even a monster like that gets subtly overpowered fighting him at the same rank." He suddenly noticed that Princess Shirin, the very person in question, was standing right behind Lilith, and he sheepishly shrank back into the crowd. Lilith looked over at Shirin with complicated feelings, only to find that Shirin's gaze was completely locked onto the stage, as if she hadn't heard a word of that chatter at all. Following her line of sight, Lilith saw me leap into the air off an ice pillar that had erupted from the ground, my snow-colored long spear spinning rapidly, the biting cold coiling into the shape of a crystalline ice dragon. Ruhar. As if carrying an intangible dragon's roar, my eyes fierce, I plunged down from midair like a falling meteor, driving down that ice dragon and world-drowning cold with all my strength. The sheer momentum of it looking like it might split the entire stage, and the earth beneath it, clean in two. But down on the ground, Fenris didn't flinch back at all. Instead, an even more bloodthirsty light blazed in his eyes. He drew both fists to his waist, the teal thunder compressing inward at unprecedented speed, and behind him, faintly, the phantom of a giant wolf howling at the heavens took shape. With a roar, he blasted both fists out like cannon shells, and the thunder, condensed to its absolute limit, transformed into a thick, powerful pillar of teal lightning that surged upward to meet the falling strike, wrapped in the roar of that giant wolf. Boom! Amid the tremendous blast, Lilith heard Shirin murmur beside her, sounding almost dazed. Is this his full power?" The deafening explosion felt like it might rupture eardrums. Ultimate cold and violent thunder tangled madly together, blasting out a chaotic storm of energy laced with ice shards and serpents of electricity. And up on the stage, the two of us, colliding across the frost and lightning snakes, locked eyes, and each of us saw in the other the pure, exhilarating satisfaction of a well-matched rival. It wasn't until the tail end of that collision that my mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile. Fenris's heart lurched. Almost instantly, he realized what I was about to do. But before he could pull back and retreat, the sacred mark between my brows lit up once again. Nearly all the mana left in my body gushed out in one great surge. Absolute zero descended. Time and space froze once more, the stunned expression on Fenris's face locked in place. I sidestepped around the chaotic, elemental turbulence in front of me, and my snow-colored long spear shot out like a viper leaving its den, stabbing straight at his abdomen, wide open from his retreat. If this thrust landed clean, it would absolutely be enough to instantly break his combat ability. But at the razor's edge instant, right as the cold spear tip was about to touch Fenris's robes, everything suddenly changed. A raw, savage pressure, wild and primal like a sleeping beast jolting awake, erupted from within the frozen Fenris. Crack. That field of absolute zero, capable of freezing space and time itself, was forcibly torn apart and shattered under the impact of that sheer, unreasonable, pure force. Before my spear tip could land, a fist wreathed in teal lightning slammed into my left shoulder first. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding crack of bone, an irresistible force surged through me. Piercing agony shot through my left shoulder, and my whole body was sent flying backward as if struck by a battering ram. I spat out a small mouthful of blood midair before crashing hard onto the edge of the stage. My right hand instinctively planted the long spear against the ground, carving a long streak of scratches into the surface before I barely managed to halt my slide. I knelt on one knee, my left arm hanging limply at my side, cold sweat instantly beading across my forehead. Somewhat dazed, I lifted my head to look at Fenris. His chest was heaving violently, and his expression flickered between rage and something unreadable. The professor on the viewing platform immediately dropped into the arena, positioning himself between me and Fenris. After a brief, dead silence, the whole venue erupted in uproar. Because there was no doubt, in that instant just now, Fenris had used king-rank power. A furious wave of noise instantly swept across the entire courtyard, and the professor, too, fixed a stern glare on Fenris. After a long silence, Fenris clicked his tongue through gritted teeth. I lost. With that, he turned and walked away. But he'd barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped, raised a hand wearing a spatial ring, and with a flash of light, a plant appeared in his hand, emerald green all over, shaped like an orchid, wreathed in a dense aura of life energy. "Is that a spirit grass?" Someone couldn't help but blurt out. Without even glancing at it, Fenris tossed it casually. That priceless spirit grass arced through the air and landed with perfect precision toward me, half kneeling on the ground. I instinctively caught it with my good right hand. Fenris didn't turn around. His voice just came out, stiff and gruff. "My bad. That just now, it was my subconscious reacting. I couldn't hold it back." With that, he lingered no longer. He strode off the stage, shoved his way through the crowd, and vanished from everyone's sight, leaving behind only a proud, untamed back that nonetheless knew how to take a loss with honor.